I walked into school with a giant head cast after a traumatic brain injury and had to take a math exam to keep my scholarship. I got back my senior report card filled with D's and wanted to improve it, but while studying that night, I felt frustrated because I couldn't focus. So I went to get some water to calm down, but that's when my foot clipped the railing and I slipped on my stairs, falling and hitting my head hard. I woke up in the ER with no memory of what happened and a head cast around my whole skull. The next Monday, I stared at myself in the school bathroom mirror in tears because I had a geography test and couldn't remember anything, but that's when I got the idea. I pulled out my AirPods and slipped one in my ear under my head cast. I walked into my geography test, on call with my friend, as the teacher gave out the exams. She walked to my desk and placed my paper down without even looking at me, and I laughed chaotically on the inside because it worked. I picked up my pen and, listening to my friend read out all the answers, aced the exam. I walked out with 100, my hands trembling with excitement because the head injury was a blessing in disguise. Every test over the next few weeks, I did the same thing. Teachers never suspected the girl with a brain injury to be smart enough to cheat. I listened to my friend call out answers and laughed to myself about how easy this was. But then my head healed and I took off my cast. But while getting ready for school, I remembered the history test today. I'd stopped studying entirely these last few weeks and panicked because I realized I was screwed. But then I looked at the cast I'd just taken off and put it back on my head. I aced every test for the rest of senior year, even getting a scholarship to Baylor and an acceptance letter. I walked into my last math exam in my head cast, grinning like an idiot. But when the exam moderator came around, she looked at my head cast intently. I gulped because my AirPod was right there, and if she saw it, everything would be taken away. But she just nodded like she was proud of me for taking AP math with a brain injury and put down my paper. I finished my exam in 30 minutes and walked because I'd done it. But then while walking home, I stepped onto the road and heard a loud screeching sound. I turned my head, saw the bumper, and my sister burst into my hotel room at 6 in the morning. The Figment popcorn bucket drops at Disney today, and I have to have it. She's 24, lives off our parents, and has a shrine to Figment the dragon in her bedroom at home. She made us sit through a 45-minute presentation about how we were going to get the bucket, with a map and a color-coded timeline. I tapped the map and said, "It's just a popcorn bucket." Her face went red. "You have never understood me." My mom squeezed my arm. "Please just support her." Something was going to go very wrong today, and I already knew I was going to get blamed for it. We arrived at Disney 2 hours before it opened, and the second the gates unlocked, my sister took off like a bullet with my parents right behind her. I walked at a normal pace because I do not run for anyone. By the time I got to the store, the line was already wrapped around the building. We got in line behind a family with a small boy who was holding a balloon and eating a churro and had no idea what was about to happen to him. My sister started refreshing 5 Disney Facebook groups while my mom rubbed her back and whispered, "We're so close, honey." We inched forward for 40 minutes while my sister's eyes darted to the front of the line every 10 seconds. Then, when we were almost at the front, a cast member came out and started counting heads. She pointed at the family in front of us. "You guys will get the last one." My sister screamed so loud the kid in front of us dropped his churro. The family started to walk away with their kid holding the bucket above his head, and my sister took off after them, trying to grab the bucket out of the kid's hands. The dad pulled his son away, and my sister screamed, "You don't even care about Figment." My mom shoved the dad and ripped the bucket from the kid's hands. The kid started crying, and the other mom grabbed the bucket back, but then my mom yanked so hard the handle snapped off. My sister dropped to her knees. "You broke it!" Then she pointed at me. "This is your fault. If you had run, we would have been ahead of them." Security marched us out past hundreds of people filming on their phones and banned our entire family from every Disney park over a popcorn bucket. I was looking for my mom when I saw a note on the counter. "Don't look for me. A stranger will knock on the door today. Answer and just do what he says. Love, Mom." I gasped, because why would my mom leave me with a stranger? It's only us two in the house, so I had no one else to protect me. I was so scared I crumpled the note into my pocket, and that's when I heard a knock on the door. I opened the door, and a big man with a stone-cold face was staring down at me. He opened his mouth like he was going to say something, then stopped and just nodded toward a car parked out front. My heart was beating out of my chest. I thought about slamming the door and running, but the note said to do what he said, so I followed him on shaking legs. He opened the passenger door and waited. I got in because I was too scared not to. He started driving. "I've been waiting for this day. You have no idea." My blood went cold. I pulled out my phone and texted my mom. "Mom, where are you?" She replied, "Focus on him." I felt like my own mom set me up. I turned to him. "Who are you?" He kept his eyes forward, gripping the wheel so hard his knuckles went white. "I'll answer when we get there." Then I noticed where we were. The houses were all boarded up and abandoned, and somewhere in the distance, I heard gunshots. I had no idea where he was taking me. We pulled up to a small house with a broken fence. He got out, opened my door, and waited for me to follow him to the front step. "Go inside." He opened the door and gestured me in. "This is my house." I walked inside and froze. Every wall was covered in pictures of me, baby photos and school portraits going back years. I was creeped out. Why are my pictures in in your house. Do you know me? I turned around and his stone-cold face was gone. He was crying. Yes, I know you. I'm your dad. I gasped. If you're my dad, where were you all my life? More tears came out. I was locked up. Your mom and I didn't want you to see me like that, so we agreed when I got out, I would meet you. I'm sorry if I'm awkward. I was really nervous to meet you. It all made sense now. The stone face and the silence weren't him trying to scare me. He just had no idea how to act around the kid he'd never met. Why didn't mom just tell me? He looked confused. She did. She said she wrote it on the note. I pulled the crumpled note from my pocket and flipped it over. P.S. He's your dad. I was waiting for my Uber outside the movie theater when I saw 3 creepy men across the empty parking lot staring at me. It scared me so much I checked my Uber hoping she was nearby, but she was still 5 minutes away. My heart sank. The theater was locked, the men were still staring, and my hands started shaking. I almost called the police, but I stopped, telling myself I was being crazy since he hadn't done anything to me. So instead, I gripped my purse strap tight against my chest and pretended like I was fine. But then, one of the men started walking towards me, and so I called my Uber, hoping he'd hear me and back off. I yelled, "Hey, yeah, I'm out front by parking lot 2. You see me?" But the man kept coming. 40 feet, and my heart raced. 30, and my legs froze. And then my driver said, "I'm so sorry, hon. I can't find the lot." And that's when it hit me. My driver was lost. The theater was locked. No one was here to hear me scream. And now the man was so close I could see his face, and he smirked as if he liked knowing I was trapped. But I smiled because looking scared would make me an easier target, and I lied to my driver. "Okay, I'll come to you right now." The man slowed down, then stopped, and he walked back to his friends, and I finally let myself breathe. But then all 3 of them came after me and surrounded me before I could move. Hands grabbed my arms and my waist, and I shrieked. One laughed, "Where are you off to, sweetheart?" My eyes filled with tears, and my body trembled. "Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone, please." But another one leaned close. "But I like you." My eyes darted across the parking lot, desperate to find a car or a person, but there was just darkness, so I had to save myself. I grabbed their wrists and yanked hard as they laughed because they were stronger. When my arms gave out, I looked down. Sure, I'd never make it home, but that's when I saw it. My safety alarm clipped to my purse strap. I grabbed it, ripped the pin out, and it roared like a jet engine, and the men backed off, covering their ears in pain. One shouted, "What is that?" as he backed away from me. A bright light from the alarm lit up the parking lot, and suddenly, the men looked just as scared as I had been. I quickly got away and finally felt safe, like someone had shown up to protect me. And then, my Uber driver arrived, and the men panicked and ran off, and she said, "I heard something blaring down the road, then saw a light flashing, and it led me right to you." I looked at my alarm feeling grateful that it had saved my life, and when I pushed the pin back in to silence it, the driver looked surprised. "That was making all that noise? What is it?" I lifted my purse so she could see the safety alarm. "This is a Birdie 3.0 from the brand She's Birdie. Every girl should honestly buy one because after tonight, I realized no one should go anywhere without one." I was sleeping in my dorm when I randomly woke up and saw a man smiling at me in the corner of my room. I screamed in terror until I realized I knew who he was. He's a chopped freshman who's been obsessed with me for months. He stepped closer. "I'll do anything to be with you. Give me a chance." I pulled out my pepper spray from my nightstand and pointed it directly at him. He put his hands up and started walking back. "I'll leave for now, but you can't keep me away from you. I'll be back." This guy was insane. He closed the door, and I knew I needed to stop him before this got worse. The next morning, I reported him to my RA and showed her his Instagram, hoping she'd report him to the dean. But she immediately laughed. "That's my boyfriend. He would never do that." I gasped because I didn't know he had a girlfriend. She crossed her arms. "If you keep lying about him, I'll report you and have you kicked out." I felt defeated and scared of what else he would do. Then that night, I heard my door open, and he stepped inside. I jolted up. "I heard you snitched on me to the RA, but I'll keep coming back every night until you say yes, and you can't stop me." As I went to grab my pepper spray, I noticed what was in his hand, the RA's master key. He wasn't picking my lock or climbing through windows. He'd been using her to get access to my room. I sprayed him, and he screamed, "You'll regret that. See you tomorrow," while stumbling out the door. But this time, I wasn't scared, because now I knew exactly how he was getting in, and I had a plan. The next night, I called campus police and told them an intruder was coming to my room with a stolen master key. They said this was a serious offense and had 2 officers hidden in my closet, waiting for him. Then, in the middle of the night, the key slid into my lock and the door opened. He crept in whispering my name, and the officers tackled him to the floor. The dean arrived in shock, saw the master key in his hand, and turned to my RA. "Why does he have your key?" She started crying because she realized she was played. The dean looked at them both. "Both of you are expelled." As they dragged him out in handcuffs, he screamed, "You're still my mamacita." I got close to him. "And you're chopped," and pepper sprayed him. When I opened my son's TikTok live, he was chugging a pitcher of red Kool-Aid in front of a brick wall. "Oh yeah, what the hell? What was Rowan doing?" I could see the comments piling up on the side of the screen. "Guys, this morning, Coach Morgan swore on his life that if you drink enough Kool-Aid, you can smash through walls like the Kool-Aid man. Today, we find out if he was lying." No, please tell me this is a joke. But I could see he was lined up against the brick wall behind the bleachers. I instantly swiped off the live and called the front office. "Hello? My son is about to run headfirst into the wall behind the bleachers. You have to stop him." But the secretary just scoffed and said, "Ma'am, no student would actually be that stupid. There's no way." I swiped back onto the live. Now there were more classmates around him, and they all started chanting, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." I swiped back to the phone call and screamed, "Oh my God, you have to hurry. He's about to do it." I was already jumping in my car, hands shaking on the wheel, but I heard her say, "Wait, no, 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 no. The gates are chained shut. We can't get on the field." Chained? How did they chain them? I swiped back to the live and watched as his classmates wrapped chains around the field gates, all standing in front of them so nobody could stop him. He was getting ready to charge. I couldn't let my son die because of Coach Morgan's dumb joke, so I broke every traffic law just to get there. I was speeding with one hand, watching the live with the other. Okay, everyone, Coach Morgan better not have been lying. Kids were typing, "Run, Rowan," and "Bust it," and I was going 90 down that residential road. I screeched into the parking lot and saw him out there. I was almost out of time, and just as I burst toward the field, I heard them yelling, "Rowan, don't do it!" But they were already counting down. I ran across the lot and saw multiple teachers yanking on the chained gates, one being Coach Morgan, and as bad as I wanted to slap him in the face, I had to get to Rowan first. I could hear them outside. 3, 2, 1, no! And just as we snapped through those chains, we saw Rowan sprinting full speed at the bricks. I screamed, "Rowan, stop!" But he kept running. He slammed full speed into solid brick, thinking he was about to bust through it. Everyone screamed, cried, and he crumpled to the ground. I looked over at Coach Morgan. "You told him he could run through a wall?" He tried to make up an excuse. How was I supposed to know he'd actually try it? I was just messing around. And in that moment, I couldn't hold back. As they loaded him into the ambulance, I slammed Coach Morgan headfirst into that same brick wall. The substitute teacher stormed over to my desk with her arms crossed the moment she saw my service dog. "Why is there a filthy dog in my classroom?" I explained that Mr. Shakes was my service dog and pointed to the certification tag on his vest. "Service dogs are for blind people. What's the scam?" I told her I had epilepsy, and Mr. Shakes was trained to alert me before a seizure, and she laughed in my face. "A dog can predict seizures? What else can he do? Read your horoscope." She turned to the class. "Show of hands. Who has actually seen this girl have a seizure?" Not one person met my eyes, including Regina in the back row with her arms crossed. She was my biggest bully because she had started calling me Dog Girl and told everyone I trained Mr. Shakes to fake alerts so I could skip class. Nobody in this room was going to help me. She crouched down next to Mr. Shakes. "This vest looks brand new. Where did Mommy and Daddy order it from, Amazon?" I told her the vest came from the organization that trained him to help me, and she laughed. Then she walked to the door and held it open. "You're a liar. Go tie him to the bike rack where he belongs." I told her I legally could not be separated from my service animal, and she slammed the door so hard the windows rattled, then grabbed the leash and yanked hard. Mr. Shakes yelped and his nails scraped the floor as he fought to get back to me. "Don't touch him!" I reached for the leash, but she held it over her head and dragged him toward the door. "Please stop. You're hurting him." She spun around and pointed her finger in my face. "You know what hurts? Kids who actually need help watching you get all of the attention for something you made up." She yanked the leash again, and Mr. Shakes yelped. Someone muttered, "Dog Girl strikes again," and the substitute smiled. "Dog Girl, that's funny." I felt tears burning in my eyes and was doing my best not to cry in front of everyone when I heard a chair scrape back. Regina was walking straight toward the substitute. "Let go of the dog," the substitute laughed. "Are you giving me orders?" Regina stopped right in front of her. "You just made that dog cry, so give me the leash now." The substitute looked around and every single person was staring at her, so she put the leash into Regina's palm. Regina handed it back to me and turned to the substitute. "There's only one liar here, and she's not sitting at that desk." Then she looked at me and her voice cracked. "I'm sorry for everything. I really mean it." My dog went over to her and licked her hand. I smiled. "I guess that means he forgives you, so I do too." My mom dropped off my son, and the first thing he said was, "What's up, Betch?" My eyes nearly popped out of my head. He's 4 years old. "What did you just say to me?" He started giggling. I kneeled down and looked him in the eyes. "Who taught you that word?" He paused, then shouted, "Your mom, a hoe." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I covered my son's mouth, but he kept cursing. But then it got way worse. The next morning, I got a call from the principal. He said, "Your son called his teacher a dumb hoe," over and over. The other kids started laughing and repeating it. My heart sank. If this continues, he'll get expelled. Pick him up now. I was embarrassed and confused. Who taught him how to curse? I drove to the school. When he walked out, an old lady was standing by the entrance. My son looked at her and laughed. "Move your old slow grandma," the lady gasped. I grabbed his hand and rushed him to the car. "Joseph Taylor Edwards, who is teaching you these words? Tell me now." He paused, then said, "Grandma, my mom?" I was confused because my mom is the most Catholic woman I know. She doesn't curse, but when I thought about it, he only started cursing after she dropped him off. Something wasn't adding up, so I drove to her house to find out the truth. When we got to my mom's house, I banged on the door. She answered. "My son is cursing nonstop. He said he learned it from you." Her smile instantly disappeared. "From me? I would never. If not her, then who taught him?" My son looked up at Grandma. "Sup ho, sup ho." My mom's eyes went wide. "I know exactly who taught him. Come inside." I was confused and walked in to find out why. Then I saw my dad in his recliner. He was scrolling on Instagram Reels, watching rap battles on his phone, volume on max. My grandpa's pet parrot was right next to him, mimicking the curses on his phone. "What's up, Betch? Your mom a hoe." My son ran to the cage laughing. "What's up, Betch?" The parrot taught my 4-year-old son curse words. During a flight, our plane started dipping, and a flight attendant immediately rushed down our aisle. "The pilot has collapsed. We're going down. Does anyone have any flying experience?" Every passenger began screaming, and I looked over at my 12-year-old son, blissfully playing his flight simulator with noise-canceling headphones. I pulled off off his headphones and saw the model of the plane he was flying. It was the same as this one. I stood up with shaking legs. My son can do it. He can land this plane. He looked at me. I can? I knelt down and took his hands, but a businessman shot out of his seat. I'm not letting some kid with a Nintendo crash this plane into the ground, but his face turned white as we nosedived further, and the crew rushed us to the cockpit. My son climbed into the seat and pulled on the headset, shaking. I told him, "You got this, sweetheart. If anyone can do it, it's you." Air traffic control came over the radio. "Do you copy?" "Yes, copy." They paused as they realized they were guiding a child. "Okay, pull the thrust levers back to idle, set flaps to 30. But my son's hands were moving before they finished. Flaps 30, idle, set. The runway came and an alarm blared as the whole plane shook. I gripped my son's shoulder. "You've got this, just like your game." But his eyes stayed locked ahead, his hands perfectly steady. The wheels slammed. The plane shuddered. The cabin screamed. We rolled to a dead stop. Everyone erupted into sobbing and cheering. The businessman sat with his face in his hands, crying. My son calmly took off the headset and turned to me. "That was a little rough on the flare. I'd give it a 7 out of 10 difficulty based on my game." My bully Brayden shoved me into the locker, and as I stumbled to get up, he reached into my bag and stole my pen. "Thanks for the pen, loser." He always stole my fanciest pens, but this one was different. I grabbed his arm. "Give it back. That's my dad's. He gave it to me before he died." He pointed the pen inches from my face. "Touch me again, and you'll die just like your dad did." Teachers saw, but looked away because they let him get away with everything. But I was ready to take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow was our final exam, and I was going to give him something he'd regret stealing. The next morning, I walked into school with a special pen in my bag. It was metal, shiny, the kind Brayden always steals. I smirked because it was perfect for my plan. I sat down for our final exam worth 50% of our grade. The teacher pointed at me. "Brayden, sit next to him. You focus better there." The teacher moved him beside me because she knew Brayden could only pass by looking at my answers and cheating on the exam. Brayden smiled, moved his desk next to mine, and looked at my bag. He saw the pen and grabbed it. "Thanks for the pen, loser." I smiled because my plan was working. The exam started. I positioned my paper so he could see every answer. He noticed and then started copying every single answer, smiling ear to ear, using the pen he stole from my backpack. And when time was up after an hour, he handed his paper in with a big smile, not knowing that stealing my pen and copying my answers was the worst thing he could have done. The teacher collected the exams, and her face changed when she saw Brayden's. She frowned and turned the paper blank, every page. "Brayden, why is your exam completely blank?" He jumped out of his seat in shock. "No, that's impossible. I wrote every answer with this pen." Brayden looked at me. I smiled because the pen I put in my bag was a disappearing ink pen. Every answer he copied vanished within the hour. "You're welcome for the pen, loser." As the teacher explained to Brayden how he'd fail and would have to repeat 8th grade, I laughed. For the record, my dad didn't die. He just went to get milk. I came home with all A's on my report card, but Dad just flicked it across the table and asked me, "Did you hear Jason made varsity? Isn't that cool?" I put my head down because they only ever talked about Jason, but then I heard Jason's voice. "Dad, can you please stop that? My sister is amazing and you should pay attention to her." He stuck my report card to the fridge. "I wish I was more like her." I beamed while my dad looked on with a sour face, but then me and Jason got in a car crash. I woke up, but he didn't. At the funeral, I had casts on my legs and arms, but when my parents spoke, they only mentioned Jason, never me. I transferred schools that fall, but on my first day, the teacher got to my row and said, "Jason." I replied, "That's not my name." But when she turned her clipboard around, I saw my parents had registered me as Jason. I walked home freaked out, and Mom immediately hugged me. "How was your first day at the new school, Jason?" My blood ran cold, and when I looked past her into my room, Jason's things were there instead of mine. I went to ask, "Where did my trophies go?" But before I could finish my sentence, they pushed me into a chair. I heard buzzing, and suddenly my hair began dropping into my lap in clumps. I screamed, "I'm not Jason," but Dad held me to the chair by my wrists. "Of course you are, kiddo. You're our Jason." I cried in the mirror for an hour after and realized I couldn't do this. I pulled out my phone to call my friend to come get me, and that's when I realized my contacts were wiped. Jason's friends' numbers were in my phone instead. My parents had done this, so I crashed out. I packed a bag, grabbing all my clothes from the attic where they'd put it. As I walked down, both of them smiled at me. "Where's our Jason going this late?" Dad asked. I couldn't take it and opened the door. I turned to them. "Jason is dead. He's 6 feet under. I'm not Jason, and I won't be Jason. Ever. You're sick in the head, and Jason's soul hates you for what you did to me." I slammed the door, and when I looked through the window, I saw it. Their smiles dropped. They looked at the empty hall where Jason wasn't, and both of them dropped to the floor crying. They finally realized their son was gone. And even though she was still alive, their daughter was too. I never visited them again. My blood ran cold as the red and blue flashing lights came up behind me. I pulled over and saw the cop getting out of his car and aggressively marching towards my window, his hand on his holster. My 8-year-old son sat in the back with his soccer cleats on, smiling with no clue of what's happening, and I just prayed he wouldn't have to witness anything bad. The cop knocked on my window and told me he'd pulled me over on suspicion. I was confused because I'd been going the speed limit and asked, "What did I do wrong, officer?" But he ignored me and instead stared at my son in the back seat. "Is this child yours, ma'am?" His tone was accusatory, and my eyes popped in disbelief. I slowly pulled out my son's adoption paperwork, but he barely glanced at it, and his eyes narrowed onto me as he leaned closer past the window. "What are you doing in this neighborhood?" My heart pounded, but I kept my voice steady and told him, "I'm taking my son to soccer soccer practice. He hummed and said, sure, then demanded my license and registration. I nodded and slowly reached toward my glove compartment, but the second I opened it, he pulled his gun and aimed directly at my head. Freeze! Hands above your head. I completely froze in place as the barrel was inches from my temple. I stammered I was just getting what he asked for, and that's when I heard sobbing. My son was crying in the back. A gun was pointed at his mother, and all he could do was sit and watch. My whole body shook because I knew one wrong move, and my son would watch me die over nothing. The cop's eyes flicked to the back seat, and his face changed when he saw my son crying. He gripped the gun tighter and looked at the open glove compartment, seeing nothing but registration papers. His jaw clenched, and he slowly lowered the gun. Be more careful with sudden movements. I'm letting you off with a warning this time. He walked back to his cruiser while my legs trembled. I pulled away with my hands still shaking on the wheel while my son hyperventilated in the back. But a minute down the road, he told me to pull over. I did, and he gave me his phone. Mom, I recorded all of that. I pressed play and saw the cop's face clear as day as he drew his gun on me. My son said, I've heard it's good to record the cops. So I did it and hid my phone. All I could see was dollar signs as I picked up my phone and called my lawyer. I signed the foster papers and brought home the 6-year-old boy nobody else wanted. At first, John helped me with the dishes and always said please and thank you, and I couldn't understand why he'd been given back by 7 different families. But then one morning, I looked in the mirror and saw my hair had been chopped off. I came downstairs and John was eating cereal while a pair of scissors laid next to him. I asked him, did he cut my hair? And he shook his head. Of course not. Why would I do that when you're so nice? I wanted to believe him because over the next few days, John helped clean the house, hugged me before bed, and thanked me for not hitting him like his other foster parents. I almost let the hair go until one day I saw spray paint all over my walls. I called John in, and when he saw the wall, his eyes lit up. That's so cool. How did you do that? I was in disbelief and said, I know you did it, but he shook his head. I swear I didn't. I swear. I clenched my jaw and he instantly cowered like he was expecting to be struck. Just please, not my back. My last parents hurt me so bad there. I felt terrible and went into my room wondering what to do. John slid a note under the door. If I did something wrong, please tell me and I'll leave. Over the next few days, he kept his distance. He still helped with cleaning, but didn't laugh as much. Then I found a raw egg smashed on my TV. That was it. I called the agency and said I couldn't do this. I was sending him back tonight. Right as I got off the phone, John came down with his bag packed. Tears were running down his face. It's okay. Nobody ever wants me anyway. I don't know why. Let's just go. But something about how he said it made me stop. We got in the car, but instead of the foster agency, we drove to the hospital. Why are we here? I didn't answer him and just brought him inside and asked to run some tests. The doctor came back and called us both in. He asked John if he ever remembers doing anything bad. John shook his head. The doctor turned the screen and showed John footage from 15 minutes ago. John in the lobby flipping a tray. John started crying. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. The doctor said when John's mother was 8 months pregnant with him, she got in a bad car accident. John survived, but the impact damaged his frontal lobe. Apparently, the damage to John's brain gave him dissociative intermittent explosive disorder, aka chaotic, violent outbursts John simply doesn't remember. I instantly realized John wasn't bad. He was the sweetest kid ever, who'd been getting repeatedly punished for something he couldn't control. John was sobbing. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. Nobody will ever want me. But I hugged him. I do, sweetie. You're staying with me. We drove home and started John on medication. Nowadays, he rarely has an episode, and just last week, I officially adopted him. My babysitter Kim was saying, do you want to watch? When she just froze and started staring at the remote in her hand like she forgot what it was. Kim? She turned toward me and tried to talk again, but the words came out all wrong and the remote fell from her hands as they started to shake. This looked exactly like when my grandpa's blood sugar gets too low. Kim had never told me she had diabetes or anything like that, but I knew I had to do something fast. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the orange juice from the fridge and a handful of crackers from the cabinet and ran back. Kim, you need to drink this. She looked at the glass like she did not understand what I was holding, so I put it in her hands and kept my hands around hers so she would not drop it and made her drink. She got about half of it down before she leaned back and closed her eyes. I didn't know if I had done the right thing or made everything worse. I picked up her phone and held it up to her face to unlock it and called 911. The lady who answered said to keep Kim awake and keep talking to her, so I held her hand and talked about what we should watch when she feels better until I heard the sirens outside. When the paramedics knocked on the door, I let them in, and one helped Kim while the other crouched down in front of me. Did you give her juice? I nodded, and he smiled. Smart kid. How did you know what to do? I shrugged. My grandpa gets like that sometimes, and my grandma always gives him juice. Once Kim was feeling better, she gave me a big hug. Thank you for saving me. The next day, we were sitting on the couch again, and I pressed the remote into her hands. Let's watch something, but please don't drop the remote this time. I bit into a Belgian chocolate bar from the store and sighed. I wonder what real Belgian chocolate in Belgium tastes like. Natasha smiled like she'd been waiting for me to say that and immediately pulled out her phone. 5 minutes later, an Uber pulled up outside and Natasha tossed me my passport. Pack your bags. We're going to Belgium. I laughed. What do you mean? I don't have any money. But she was already dragging me to the Uber. I noticed the driver had gloves and a chauffeur hat, and we pulled up to a private airfield where a private jet waited for us. My jaw dropped, but when I looked over, Natasha was scrolling her phone like this was normal. I'm not going to Belgium by private jet for chocolate. She stared at me confused. I've went to Fiji Fiji Islands for real Fiji water. Why is this any different? We sat in the leather seats, and when we landed in Belgium, a second chauffeur picked us up. We walked into a tiny cafe and asked for 2 chocolates while Natasha posted pics of Belgium on her story. I took the chocolate, but before I could even bite into it, Natasha grabbed my hand. Okay, we're done here. She dragged me back out to the chauffeur while my chocolate fell to the floor. We got on the plane, and I turned to Natasha. Do you realize how irresponsible what we just did was? We are ruining the environment. She looked up from her phone with a confused face, then laughed. Oh yeah, we didn't recycle the chocolate wrapper from the cafe? Sorry, girl. I watched Belgium shrink from my seat. In disbelief, this is how some people actually lived. A week after my dad died, my mom started leaving the house every morning and coming back the happiest person alive. I didn't understand because our dad died a week ago and we were still grieving. One morning, I stopped her at the door. Where do you go every morning? Why do you come back so happy? She got in my face. It's none of your business. She slammed the door. I was confused because my mom never talked to me like that. I looked at my little sister who was already awake. Do you know where mom goes every morning? She shrugged. I needed to figure out what she was doing. The next morning, I woke up early and followed her. She walked to a park close to our house, went straight to a bench, sat down, and reached underneath. She pulled out a letter, read it, and started crying, but she was smiling. I'd never seen her make that face before. She held the letter to her chest, wiped her eyes, and walked home. I was still confused. I had to know what was in that letter and who left it for her. To find out, the next morning, I woke up before her and went straight to the bench. I reached underneath and pulled out a fresh letter. Inside were stories about our family, things only Dad would know, signed at the bottom, Love, Dad. My hands started shaking. My dad was dead, but someone was writing my mom letters as him. My dad's handwriting was always clean and neat, but this was messy. I shoved the letter back under the bench. Whoever was doing this wasn't my dad, and they were manipulating my grieving mom. I needed to know who. So the next morning, I got to the bench before sunrise and hid. It was still dark when I crouched near the bench. Footsteps came down the path, and a figure walked straight to the bench, kneeled, and slid something underneath. My heart was pounding as I stepped out. Hey! They turned around. It was my little sister, and my jaw dropped. You're the one writing letters to mom every morning? She froze, lip trembling. Don't tell mom, please. Why are you doing this? Because when mom reads them, she smiles like she did when daddy was here. She's been the happiest person alive since I started writing them. I hugged her because she was grieving too. I put the letter back under the bench. From then on, we both left the house every morning to leave mom a letter because nothing meant more than watching her come back the happiest person alive. My phone buzzed at lunch, and my best friend accidentally added me to the group chat where they were all making fun of my body. I scrolled up to Madison's photo, zoomed in on the stomach roll under the dress I wore to the school dance. Brooke piled on with 3 crying, laughing emojis. She really thought she slayed it. Hannah, the one who held my hair back when I threw up at prom, typed, "Imagine being this delusional about your own body." A second too late, Madison saw me in the thread. OMG, wait, she's in here. Then nothing. I read it 4 times in my car in the parking lot, and I didn't cry. For 3 years, I'd been the glue of that group, the one who smoothed it over every time 2 of them stopped speaking. I knew exactly what would happen if I stopped doing that, so I stopped. That night, Madison texted, "You good?" I watched the bubbles appear and disappear 3 times before she landed on those 2 words. I could have told her how much it hurt. Instead, I wrote, "Yeah, just tired," and let her think I was fine. Then I muted the chat and stopped answering. By Friday, with no one keeping track of who was actually coming, Brooke sat alone at the coffee shop for an hour and posted a story. Must be nice having fake friends who ghost when it's convenient. Madison started calling me. I let the phone buzz on the nightstand and counted the rings until it went quiet. Shut out. She turned on Brooke instead, texting Hannah. Brooke is being so dramatic, like grow up. Hannah screenshotted it and sent it straight to Brooke. By Saturday night, Brooke walked into a get-together with her phone already out. Look at what she's been saying about you, about all of us. Madison lunged for the phone screaming, "You went through my texts?" Half the room had it on camera before anyone pulled them apart. I watched it 3 times from my bed, then turned the phone face down. 2 weeks later, I passed the cafeteria and saw all 3 of them apart. Madison was eating with the volleyball girls now. Brooke sat alone at a corner table, still scrolling for more. And Hannah stood by the vending machines, crying so hard her hair stuck to her wet face. She saw me and grabbed my sleeve. "Please, they're saying it's all my fault. Can you just hold my hair back or something? I think I'm gonna be sick." I pulled my arm out of her hand and kept walking. They never figured out I was the one who let it fall apart. They thought they did it to each other. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the same sound that started all of this. Madison, asking if I wanted to grab coffee, just us. I let it buzz. My 8-year-old brother caught me at the door at 9:54 p.m. with one shoe untied and my car keys clenched in my teeth. He was sitting halfway up the stairs in his dinosaur pajamas, watching me. "Where are you going?" I took the keys out of my mouth. "A friend's house. Go back to bed. It's almost 10. I know. Mom said you were staying in. Mom's asleep." He didn't move. Under his voice, I could hear the faint wheeze that always crept in at night from his asthma. I'd spent 3 weekends of babysitting money on the new inhaler sitting on his nightstand and made him swear on a stack of his Pokemon cards to keep it on him at all times. "I'll be back before midnight," I said. He looked at his knees. "Promise?" "Promise." I unzipped my backpack and pressed the pack of gummy worms I'd been saving for the drive into his palm. "For staying quiet. What if I need you?" "You won't. You've got your inhaler, right?" He nodded into his lap. "Bed, now." He padded back up the stairs. I locked the door behind me, switched my phone to silent, and drove to the party. When I pulled back into the driveway just after 1 a.m., the front door was standing open. Every single light in the house was on. The porch light, the upstairs hallway light, even the lamp in the living room I never turned on. The door should have been locked. I got out of my car and walked up to the front steps. I pushed the door open the rest of the way and stepped inside. Mom? Nobody answered. Dad? Ben? The TV in the living room was on with the sound muted. A glass of water on the coffee table had been knocked over. I ran up the stairs 2 at a time. Mom and Dad's bedroom door was open and their bed was empty. Ben's door was open too. His blanket was bunched up on the floor next to his bed. His inhaler was on the floor next to the nightstand. I picked it up. It was full. I ran back downstairs to the kitchen. There was a note on the counter in Mom's handwriting. It said, Ben had an attack. Couldn't find his inhaler. We are at the ER. Call me now. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I had 11 missed calls from Mom and 4 from Dad. The last text was from Dad at 11:30 p.m. It said, he keeps asking for you. Where are you? I sat down on the kitchen floor with the inhaler in my hand. The empty gummy worm wrapper was on the counter next to the note. He had come back downstairs looking for me. The doctors said they almost lost him. I haven't left him alone at night since. A man in a mask walked into our library, took one look at 12 of us knitting in the corner, and figured he'd found the easiest targets in the city. He pulled out a knife and stepped into our circle. Put your purses on the floor right now. Nobody moved or looked up. The woman in front of him kept her needles going without missing a stitch. Honey, I've seen scarier things than you before my morning coffee. He raised the knife higher, and the woman next to her laughed. You might want to think very carefully about what you do next. I set my knitting down and picked up my phone. He ran over and snatched it out of my hand. Nobody is calling anybody. I pulled a second phone out of my cardigan pocket and started dialing. I was a Marine. I'm always prepared. He grabbed that one too, and I let out an annoyed sigh. Margaret, do you have your phone? Margaret was already dialing. He spun toward her, and she held up one finger without looking up. I spent 22 years in the Army. Don't try me, boy. He turned back to us and raised his voice. I am serious. I will use this knife. Another woman put her needles down. Son, we have all been threatened by way worse than a child in a mask. You've stolen 2 phones from a Marine, threatened a soldier, and interrupted my best row of the afternoon. She picked her needles back up. Leave now while you still can. But then he made the mistake of stepping toward the woman on the phone, and I came out of my chair and slammed him to the floor before he could finish the step. I held 2 knitting needles against his throat. This is what you get for interrupting our knitting. The rest of the circle went back to knitting, and by the time the police got there, he was tied to a chair with yarn. At my dentist appointment, I was lying in the dentist chair when I realized the anesthesia didn't put me to sleep. I could hear everything, but I couldn't move. I was scared because he was about to do dental surgery, and I didn't want to feel the pain. I heard my dentist lock the door. He started laughing to himself creepily. We're finally alone. It's time to have some fun. My blood went cold. He said that like he was about to do something he shouldn't. Then I remembered I was wearing my meta glasses. Whatever he's about to do, they're recording everything. I heard him open a cabinet. Then I felt something being placed on my head. It felt like a wig. Why is he putting a wig on my head? I felt him take off my glasses and place them somewhere. My heart sank. I felt defenseless without them recording. He whispered close to my ear, "You look just like my ex-wife Jules." This was supposed to be dental surgery. Why is he talking about his ex-wife? My ex-wife left me and took my kids, but you're here now. You're my Jules now. My heart was pounding. He's pretending I'm his ex-wife. Then I felt his hand across my face. He slapped me. You think you can just leave me, Jules? I felt something cold and metal pressing hard against my cheek. A dental tool. He was pushing it into my skin hard enough to bruise. My ex-wife destroyed my life. You're going to pay for it. I heard tools crashing on the floor near me. I felt like I was going to die, but then I heard him start crying. I'm sorry, Jules. I just miss you so much. His anger turned into grief. I felt relieved. Then he removed the wig. The anesthesia should be wearing off now, any second. I started feeling my fingers. I pretended to wake up slowly. He smiled. We'll do a checkup in 1 week. I nodded like nothing was wrong and got up quickly, but he grabbed my arm. He held out his hand. Don't forget your glasses. I grabbed my glasses from his palm and ran out. In the bathroom, I checked the footage. The glasses had been pointing at the chair the whole time. They caught everything. I had to show someone what happened, so I went and showed the receptionist. She watched the footage and burst into tears. I was confused. Why are you crying? She wiped her tears. Female patients have been complaining about bruises on their face after appointments. They had handprints on their faces. I reported it, but nobody believed me. Now there's finally proof that they were right. She picked up the phone to call the police and pointed at my cheek. I caught my reflection in the mirror. The handprints on my cheek were already forming. I woke up after my C-section and reached to hold my newborn, but my wrist jerked against the handcuffs. I looked down and realized I was handcuffed to the hospital bed. I'd been in this exact bed giving birth just 10 hours ago, and that's when I saw the nurse holding my baby. I drowsily asked, "What's going on?" And that's when a doctor walked in holding papers. "You tested positive for drugs during surgery. You're being arrested, and your child is being taken as it's not safe with you." The adrenaline rushed through me as I heard his words. I sat up fully awake and told him I'd never touched drugs in my life and begged him to test me again, but he didn't even look up from the papers. "The screening doesn't lie, ma'am. I can't send a newborn home with an addict." He said it gently, like he was the one doing the right thing, and that was somehow worse. I pulled at the cuffs until it cut into my wrist, screaming I wasn't an addict, and watched a nurse fill out some forms, then carry my daughter out the door. Hours passed. They processed me in the bed like I was already a criminal. I was still telling the ceiling it was a mistake as an officer stood me up and clicked clicked the handcuffs behind my back. "We're taking you to your cell." He began walking me out, but then the doctor came back in, but his eyes couldn't meet mine. "The drugs we found in your system," he looked at the floor while my heart pounded, knowing his next sentence would change my life forever. "Those drugs were ours. The morphine we gave you for the C-section is what we found. We took your baby for no reason. I'm sorry." My blood ran cold, and the officer uncuffed me and left without a word. I dropped to my knees. "Where's my daughter?" That's when he went even redder. "She's been placed in emergency care 4 hours away." He put a thick stack of forms down into my arms. The arms that were supposed to be holding my daughter. Getting your daughter back is a long process. This is step 1. I was walking home from school when a car stopped next to me, and the driver leaned out the window. "Hey, your mom sent me to get you. There was an emergency." I kept walking because I had never seen this man before, but he stayed right beside me. "She's at the vet with Milo." I sighed out of relief because Milo was my dog's name and a stranger wouldn't know that, so I figured I could trust him. "Come on, get in and I'll take you there." I stopped walking because maybe he was telling the truth. He pushed the passenger door open from the inside. "Your mom's waiting. We need to go right now." I started walking towards the car and my hand was almost on the door when he leaned forward. "I bet Milo will be so happy to see you." I froze because something felt wrong about the way he said Milo's name this time, like he had practiced it. I stepped back. "I'm going to call my mom first." His smile stayed on his face, but something behind his eyes changed. "There's no time. Milo's really not doing well. Just get in." I pulled out my phone and he slammed his hand on the steering wheel. I said, "Don't do that." I turned and ran as fast as I could. I called my mom from 2 blocks away. "I didn't send anyone. Stay right where you are." I got goosebumps and paced until she came and got me. Then we drove around looking for the man. We never found him. That night, she remembered the lost dog flyers she had posted all over the neighborhood 2 weeks earlier when Milo got lost for a few days. It had his name on it, and she had never taken them down. We drove around that night and pulled down every single one. Mr. Harding stopped the entire gym class mid-burpee and looked at his Apple Watch. "Olivia has been in the bathroom for 20 minutes. That is completely unacceptable and disrespectful to everyone's time." When she walked back into the gym, he stepped toward her with his chest puffed out. "Would you like to explain to the whole class why your bathroom break was more important than their workout?" Olivia stared at the floor. "Sorry, I got my period." He crossed his arms. "I have 3 sisters, and none of them ever needed that much time. Sit down and make up the time after school." She sat on the bleachers and cried for the rest of class. When I sat down at lunch, the whole table was already talking about it. Chloe looked up with the most dangerous smile I had ever seen. "If he wants to use his sisters as proof he understands us, we can use that exact same logic right back on him." The next day, he flopped into his chair after dodgeball groaning. "I'm so tired," a girl called out. "My dad builds houses 10 hours a day, and I have never heard him make that sound." He jumped back up. "Lose the attitude." The next week, he was out for 3 days because he was sick, and when he got back, he announced it to everyone in the hallway. "I had the most awful cold of my life." I laughed loud enough for him to hear. "You were out 3 whole days for a cold? My brother had the same thing and still went to work." He scowled at me. "Everyone's body is different, and some people need more time to get better." I put my hand on my heart. "Oh, so you do understand that all bodies work differently. So having a brother doesn't make me an expert on how all men get sick, just like having sisters doesn't make you an expert on periods." He turned red and walked away, but what he didn't know was that it wasn't over. We finally got him when he was trying to impress the pretty art teacher by complaining about kids taking too long in the bathroom. Chloe walked past without slowing down. "That's so weird, Mr. Harding, because you're always taking really long bathroom breaks yourself. Maybe you should time those too, since you're such an expert on appropriate bathroom timing." The art teacher snorted and walked away as Mr. Harding turned red. The next week, he got rid of the bathroom time limit and said sorry to Olivia in front of the whole class. I was working as a flight attendant when I saw my husband boarding my plane holding a baby that wasn't ours. A tired-looking woman was beside him. My heart sank because I didn't know who she was or what he was doing. I opened my phone and read his last text message from 10 minutes ago. "I'm still at work. It's so boring today." He lied to me. I went to the back of the flight to spy on him, and I saw him walk down the aisle and sit down towards the back. The woman sat beside him with her head down like she was afraid of him. Then he looked up and saw me. His face went white. He walked straight to the galley and pulled me behind the curtain. "Baby, listen to me. It's not what it looks like. That woman is a co-worker. Her ex is dangerous, and I'm helping her escape to Mexico. That's why I had to lie and say I was at work." He grabbed my hands tightly. "You have to trust me." But I didn't trust him because something didn't feel right. I looked back at the woman and saw her shaking with fear. I knew he was hiding something, but I just nodded my head and said I had to get back to work. He kissed my forehead and went back to his seat. If he wasn't going to tell me the truth, I'd find out through her. So I waited until he went to the bathroom, and I walked straight to the woman. I grabbed a napkin and wrote, "I'm his wife. Are you in danger?" I pressed it into her hand. She read it and wrote down her response. And just as she handed it to me, I saw the bathroom door unlock and I ran to the back. I called the police and told them to have officers at the gate when we land. When the plane landed, I stood by the door like everything was normal. Passengers started walking off. My husband walked toward the exit with the woman. When he stepped off the jet bridge, 2 officers were waiting. "Sir, we need to ask you some questions about the woman and child you're traveling with." His smile dropped. They turned him around and put him in handcuffs. He looked back at me. "Baby, what's going on? Tell them Madison, this is a mistake. The woman was standing behind me. For the first time, she spoke. He hurt me at work and I got pregnant. That baby is his. He's been paying me every month to keep my mouth shut. He put me on this flight to get rid of me in Mexico so you'd never know. I took off my ring and threw it at him. I hope you rot in Mexican prison. I was getting ready to donate my dead husband's parrot supplies when I heard a bird chirp across the waiting room. I looked up and saw a man 3 chairs over had a bird carrier with an African gray parrot inside. I couldn't believe it. It was the same one my dead husband had. You see, someone broke into our house 6 months ago, killed him, and took his African gray parrot called Hannybird. The cops never found out who it was, and now I was wondering, was this the same bird that was stolen from our apartment? I looked closer for details, and I saw a tiny scar above its left eye. Hannybird had that exact scar in that exact spot after he flew into a window. I needed to find out more. I took a breath and walked over. How long have you had him? The man shrugged. Around 6 months. He's a handful. He screams every night and whistles the same little song over and over. I couldn't believe it. My husband had been killed 6 months ago. I listened closer to the whistling. It sounded identical to the song my husband made up for our parrot Hannybird, a melody he whistled to him every morning for 9 years. It didn't exist anywhere else on Earth. I crouched next to the carrier and whistled the first 3 notes of his song. The bird stared at me, then it whistled back the next 4 in perfect pitch. My chest collapsed. I stood up. I think that's my husband's bird. He shook his head. No way, man. I bought him at PetSmart. I stepped in front of the door with my fists clenched because I knew he was lying. I forced myself to stay calm. I don't think that's true. I think you killed my husband. The waiting room went dead silent. A mother pulled her daughter close. An old man in a veteran's cap rose out of his chair. The killer started laughing. Yeah, you got me. I did it. You had so much stuff to steal. I didn't even mean to kill your husband. He was just home when he shouldn't have been. I lunged forward with my fist, but he moved quickly. He ripped the little girl out of her mother's arms and backed toward the exit. If anybody tries to harm me, I will hurt her too. My hands were shaking, and I genuinely had no idea what to do. I whispered, absolutely terrified. Please, just put her down. Suddenly, the veteran moved faster than any man his age should move. I watched amazed as he caught the killer's wrist, twisted it back until something popped, and the girl dropped and scrambled to her mom. The veteran kept his knee on the killer's neck the whole time. After 6 months of waiting, I'd finally gotten my revenge. Hannybird climbed onto my shoulder. When the police arrived to drag him out, Hannybird rubbed his neck against my cheek. He whistled the first 3 notes of my husband's song. The killer screamed. I finished the next 4 as tears rolled down my face. I pulled out my silk pillow at the sleepover, and Jenny instantly tried to grab it. Oh my God, is that silk? I heard it doesn't tangle your hair. I want to sleep on it. I pulled the pillow back from her. I'm having an eczema flare-up right now. My face will break out in a painful rash without this. I set the pillow on my sleeping bag, but Jenny crossed her arms. That's just an excuse. I have school photos to take tomorrow. I told her no for the final time and flicked off the lights. Jenny didn't talk to me again, so I said whatever and just scrolled my phone until I fell asleep. But at 2 a.m., I shot awake because my face was completely burning. I winced in pain and couldn't understand why. Until I felt my pillow, I realized it wasn't silk. My eyes flew open, and when I looked over, Jenny was sound asleep on my silk pillow. I realized she'd taken it while I slept. I got up and quietly stormed to the bathroom, looking at the painful, red eczema marks covering my face. They hurt to touch, and when I looked back and saw Jenny drooling all over my pillow, I felt pure anger flood my veins. I looked around the room and grabbed an old shoebox with about an inch of dust on it. I knew this was extreme, but I didn't care. I set it down at Jenny's and started slowly sliding out my pillow from under her head. She mumbled something and turned around, and I finished taking it out. I slid the dusty shoebox to where the pillow was, resting her head on it, and tiptoed back to my sleeping bag. I laid down on my silk pillow, watching Jenny asleep on a shoebox that hadn't been used since the fall of the Roman Empire. She woke up in the morning complaining about neck pain, but when she saw the shoebox, she instantly freaked out. She went red and ran into the bathroom and saw her tangled hair and an acne breakout forming all over her face from the shoebox. She turned me red in the face, but I just put my pillow back in my bag and smirked. Ready for photo day, Jenny? She started sobbing. I woke up at 3 a.m. to my best friend reading my texts out loud while the other 2 girls laughed into a pillow. I was on the floor in a sleeping bag, and I kept my eyes barely open, just enough to see. Madison had my phone off the nightstand and was sitting cross-legged on the bed with it. Oh my God, look at this one, she whispered. Brooke and Alyssa leaned over her shoulders. I didn't move. I made my breathing slow and heavy the way I do when my mom checks on me, and I kept my face blank. Cole, I had so much fun tonight. You're so sweet, Madison read in a baby voice. The girls covered their mouths and shook, so Brooke grabbed the phone. Wait, scroll up, scroll up. She found the texts I'd sent Madison after my parents' fight last month. I cried in the bathroom 3rd period, Brooke read in that same high mocking voice. I just feel so alone right now. My eyes started to burn, but one blink would have given me away, so I didn't blink. Alyssa whispered, she's so dramatic. I told you guys, my mom made me invite her. So Madison laughed and said, I feel bad for her honestly. She tries so hard. Then Brooke opened my photos. Stop, stop, look at this. She zoomed in. Why would she even take this? Look at her stomach. All 3 of them laughed so hard that Alyssa fell off the bed and had to bite her hand to stay quiet. I kept my face blank. I kept my breathing slow. I counted to 100. In the morning, Madison flipped pancakes at the stove. Did you sleep okay? She asked. I smiled and told her I slept great. She put extra syrup on mine. 2 months later, her text lit up my phone. Sleepover at my house Saturday? I typed back, I'm so busy this weekend. So sorry. sorry, with a smiley face. She asked about the one after that, and I sent the same smile back. Madison was my best friend for 2 more years, and she never knew she stopped being my friend at 3 a.m. that night. I sat down at a bus stop during a snowstorm and instantly noticed the woman with nothing but a thin sweater and pale blue lips shivering next to me. Her boyfriend stood beside us in a thick winter jacket, grinning on his phone. I forced her to go out without a jacket. That's what she gets for trying to say no to me. I was shocked because it was 6 degrees, and he was intentionally depriving his girlfriend of warmth. I took off my jacket and gave it to her, but he noticed and instantly snatched it and gave it back to me. Don't reward her. She did this to herself. She mumbled, "I'm sorry," while her teeth chattered and my eyes went wide. She couldn't even stand up for herself. I gave my coat back to her, but this time he snatched it more aggressively. She flinched, almost like bracing for a hit, and he tossed my jacket into the snow. He told me, "You don't get to override me. She doesn't say no to me. You don't say yes for her." I picked my coat up and brushed the snow off while her face turned blue from the cold. But then I looked over at his thick winter jacket. He was touching it constantly, clearly proud of it. I pointed at the logo and said, "Oh my God, is that a Her Story jacket? I've wanted one for 2 years, but my husband won't let me spend that much." His chest immediately puffed out and he smirked. "Yeah, it's the real one, not the knockoff." I asked if I could please try it on for just 1 second to see how it fit. He laughed and said, "Sure, you'll see what real money feels like." He peeled off the jacket and handed it to me, leaving himself in just a thin sweater. I instantly draped the jacket over his shaking girlfriend's shoulders. Her hands slipped into the pockets, and I could see her breathing steady. His face dropped and went red, and he lunged to grab the jacket back, but I got in between them, and right at that moment, the bus pulled up. I grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the bus. The boyfriend chased us up to the door and gripped her wrist. The driver asked what he was doing, and he angrily replied, "That's my girlfriend." But his eyes were manic, and she looked scared. The driver asked her, "Ma'am, do you know this man?" He tightened his jaw and mouthed, "You don't say no to me." But she shook her head and loudly said, "No, I don't know this man." The doors shut on his face, and the bus pulled away. The woman sat down in the thick jacket, her face now a normal color, while her boyfriend was left standing in the snow in just a sweater. The next bus was in an hour. I poured a few drops of the world's hottest hot sauce into my Down syndrome brother's burger and called out, "Jerry, your burger is ready." Jerry ran over and grabbed the burger off the counter with a huge smile, excited to try. I leaned against the wall and smirked, knowing exactly what's about to happen. He opened his mouth to take a bite, and that's when my older sister Bethany came running and snatched it from his hands. She held up the burger. "Sorry, my autism compulsions make me steal food. I can't help it." She bit into the burger, and Jerry's face dropped as he looked at me with tears in his eyes. She stole my food again. Why can't I ever have my own food? But I smiled at him and pointed back towards Bethany. "Look, buddy." She stared at us with cheeks full of Jerry's burger and a confused face. But then her eyes suddenly went wide. Her face began turning red, and sweat started beating down her forehead nonstop. She screamed and spit the burger out, but 13 million Scoville units had already landed on her tongue. She ran to the fridge and opened it with shaking hands. She looked up at me, panting incoherently. "Where's the hilk?" "You mean, where's the milk?" She nodded rapidly. I looked over at the sink, to Jerry pouring it down the drain. "Sorry, that's one of his compulsions." Every day, the same guy popped a pimple 2 inches from my face and screamed, "Pimple time!" I'd cover my face as his zit juice exploded all over me. I tried going to the teacher about it, but they'd always laugh. "Brayden's just having fun. You're the one who keeps reacting. Ignore him and he'll stop." But I was reaching my breaking point. Every week, the pimples got juicier, the crowd got louder, and he started timing his pop for the exact second that I'd sit down with my tray. When I tried avoiding it by switching tables, he'd follow. Then one Friday, he went too far. He walked up with a white head the size of a marble, leaned over my tray, and screamed, "Pimple time!" Before I could react, he popped it so hard it splattered across my whole face. My entire face turned hot and itchy from embarrassment. When I opened my eyes, every phone in the room was pointed at me, and everyone was laughing their ah off. Kids I'd never met were making fun of me by pretending to pop fake zits and screaming. I set down my fork and decided I was going to end him. The bell went off for our gym class, and I knew it was now or never. I sneaked off to the girls' bathrooms and waited until I heard the coach blow his whistle for drill runs. As soon as he did, I sneaked by the gym and stole his cap that he always left hanging on the hook on the right side of the wall with a smirk on my face. I immediately grabbed it and ran to the bathroom to grab the nastiest thing under our bathroom sink and worked it deep into the inner band, right where it pressed against his forehead all day. It looked so disgusting, and I knew it would give him the biggest pimple of his life, which was absolutely perfect for my plan. As soon as I was done, I left it by the hook and rubbed my hands together like an evil fly. The next day in the cafeteria, I sat at a table next to him and waited. As soon as he saw me put my tray down, he swaggered over. "You know what time it is?" And this time, I was smiling with him. Yes, he looked confused for a second, but shrugged and took his cap off anyway. "Pimple time!" Underneath it was a pimple that looked like a volcano. His 2 index fingers went to press it like muscle memory, and I braced for impact. Everyone watched as a spray of green hit the tables and splattered the ceiling. The same kids who chanted his name screamed and stampeded for the doors, tripping over benches to get away from him. And for the first time all year, I wasn't gagging. I was the only one in that whole cafeteria smiling. The next day, I saw Brayden by his locker, putting on star-shaped pimple patches. "Pimple time," he whispered sadly to himself. The circus performer picked up his saw and began cutting his assistant in half. Just seconds ago, she'd climbed into the wooden box and waved at the crowd ready to do the fake trick. But the performer had a manic smile on his face, and when he started cutting, his arms shook like there was resistance. The assistant began screaming the second his saw went inside the box, and I sat there with a terrible feeling in my stomach. Surely this was just a trick. The crowd laughed and clapped along, and the lady next to me whispered, "Wow, she's a really good actress," while the assistant was gutturally screaming from inside the box. My hands were shaking because it barely even sounded human, and as the saw hit the halfway point in the box, I noticed the performer's muscles tensing through his shirt like he was actually cutting something hard. I couldn't read his face because of his show mask, but something about his eyes sent chills down my spine. The woman's awful screams faded out and her head went limp, her tongue falling from her mouth while the crowd again clapped. I was freaked out and felt like saying something, but then suddenly, the curtains closed and security immediately ushered everyone out without explanation. The next morning, I was reading the newspaper when I read something that made me drop my bowl of cereal. The man who'd performed the saw trick wasn't the magician. He was the assistant's ex-boyfriend who snuck in before the show, tied up the real performer, put on his costume, and killed the assistant on stage. He had sawed her in half while everybody cheered and applauded him for it. My son Kian was at the park when he stuck his hand in front of a dog's open mouth. Our neighbor Mrs. Crowley said if a dog shows its teeth, it means that the dog wants to play. That means this dog wants to play with me, and I want to play with it too. He was about to put his hand inside the dog's mouth. "Kian!" I screamed, but it was too late. He reached out to pet the dog, and the beast lunged forward, biting my son's chin. There was blood everywhere. My son screamed and collapsed. I ran as fast as I could to get to my son, and I scooped him into my arms and ran for the car, buckling him in the back seat and slamming my foot on the gas, peeling out of the park's parking lot. I broke every traffic law trying to get to the ER. Once I got to the ER, I grabbed Kian and ran inside. He was passed out as blood dripped onto his chin. The nurses leaped into action when they saw him and immediately put him on a stretcher to wheel him down the hall, but when I tried to follow, they wouldn't let me through and pointed me to the waiting room. And that was when I remembered our neighbor Mrs. Crowley had told him to do this. I felt extremely angry, and I knew I needed to confront her. I sped to her house, and inside she was having a dinner party with her family and friends while my son was on the verge of death. I burst through the door. "You told my son that a feral dog showing its teeth means he wants to play?" I screamed in her face. She rolled her eyes. "Well, it worked, didn't it? He went up to the dog and got over his fear of animals. You're lucky that at least one of us is raising him to be a man instead of a little boy." I slapped her hard across the face. "You better hope he doesn't get rabies." I found a little girl sitting alone on the floor of a giant store, crying, and there wasn't a single adult in sight. She was in the cereal aisle, back against the bottom shelf, knees pulled to her chest, her face red and wet. She couldn't have been more than 4. I stopped my cart and waited for a mom or dad to come grab her. Nobody did. I couldn't just walk away and leave a 4-year-old sitting alone on the floor of a store this big, so I stayed. I got down on the cold concrete next to her so we were eye to eye. I was 16, and I'd babysat enough little kids to know that towering over her with questions would only scare her more. "Hey, are you here with somebody?" She nodded and kept crying. "Did you lose them?" She nodded again. "What's your name?" "Zelda," she said between hiccups. I dug a bag of goldfish out of my purse and tore the top open for her, and the crying stopped while she ate them one at a time. I kept one eye on both ends of the aisle, watching shoppers wheel past without a second look. "What does your mom look like?" "She's tall. She has white hair." That was nothing to go on in a place full of tall adults. I waved down a worker. "Can you call this over the speakers?" She lost her mom. He hurried off, and a minute later, the call echoed across the store. Then nothing. Zelda kept eating like everything was fine, but the longer it went, the more I wondered if anyone was coming for her at all. Then I heard footsteps, fast and slapping against the floor, getting louder. A woman with white hair came sprinting around the corner and almost slipped. "Zelda!" Zelda dropped the cracker bag and stood, and the woman scooped her up and held her so tight her feet dangled. "I told you to hold my hand. I told you," she kept saying into Zelda's hair, out of breath. I got up and picked up the bag she'd dropped. "Hey, you forgot these." She reached down from her mom's arms and grabbed it. The mom turned to me like she was just now seeing me. "Were you down on the floor with her this whole time?" "Yeah, I babysit a lot, so I just kept her in one spot till you came." "Thank you," she said, and kept repeating it until I told her she could stop. I only kept her sitting still. I didn't tell her the rest. A whole store of grown adults had wheeled past her little girl crying on the floor, and not a single one had stopped to see why. My mom raised me better than that. My mother yanked a brush through my hair on my 8th birthday and said, "Your twin sister would have been better than you in every way if you hadn't killed her." She kept a photo of Violet's tiny coffin on the shelf and made me kiss it every night. "Tell her you're sorry for stealing her life." I was just a kid, so I believed every word she said. But when I was 26, my best friend gave me a DNA test for Christmas, and the results came back, match found, possible sibling. My only sibling had been dead since the day we were born. How could there be a match? I clicked the profile, and a woman named Violet with my exact birthday and my exact face stared back at me. She told me her parents had adopted adopted her at 3 days old because her birth mother couldn't handle twins. I drove to my mother's house, and she laughed when I asked her about Violet. She's a scammer using your guilt. Your sister is dead. You wrapped your cord around her throat and killed her before she even took her first breath. Then Violet called me one night with her voice shaking. My parents bought me for $30,000. She sent me the document with my mother's signature at the bottom, next to a note that read, Violet, 6 pounds, 2 ounces, healthy. My mother had sold my sister and spent 26 years making me kiss her coffin. Violet got on a plane that night, and the next day, we knocked on my mother's door together. When she opened the door, her face twisted into something I'd never seen. This is Violet, I said, the daughter you sold. My mother slapped me so hard, my vision went white. Violet stepped between us and held up the adoption papers. You let my sister believe she killed me. My mother snatched the papers and tore them in half. So what? I was poor with 2 screaming babies. I made a business decision. She lunged for Violet's throat, and when I pulled her off, her nails opened 3 lines down my cheek. You were nothing but 6 pounds of problems I didn't need. She threw a flower pot that shattered inches from Violet's head, and we ran. Her neighbor was on his front lawn with his phone up, recording everything. He'd already called the cops. When they pulled up and saw the scratches on my face and the bruises on Violet's throat, they put her in handcuffs while she sobbed that we'd ruined her life. Violet squeezed my hand as the police car door shut. She ruined her own life. My mom gave me her phone with shaking hands and said, "What's that on your back, honey?" I stared at the photo of a large bump near my shoulder blade that looked like a tumor and dropped the phone from fear. "We have to get it tested," my mom smiled in response. "Oh, we will. Don't you worry." She seemed happy for some reason and brought me to the hospital where she worked as a nurse. A few days later, she came into my room holding papers with tears running down her face. Aggressive cancer, lymphoma. My legs buckled, and my mom said, "We'll handle this at home, honey. You don't need hospitals to treat this." That night, she set my bed up with medical equipment and kissed my forehead goodnight. I went to sleep with a terrible feeling in my stomach, praying the doctors made a mistake. But when I woke up, some of my hair had already fallen out. I cried to my mom, but she just hugged and told me she's here for me. She brought me food and stroked my remaining hair, and I felt so thankful for her. But soon, my body couldn't hold food down. I started getting sick every time I ate. I lost so much weight I could see my ribs through my shirt, and I couldn't walk anymore without mom's help. I felt like I was dying. One day, mom showed me her phone again. The bump on my shoulder blade was visibly bigger than last time. "The cancer is growing fast, baby." Her hands trembled. I sobbed into her arms. I don't want to die. But that night, while lying in bed, I used all my strength to try feel the bump on my back. It wasn't there. A cold feeling washed over me, and when mom walked in with my nighttime herbal tea, the feeling only got worse. I called my friend the next day while mom was at work, and she came over and hid a small camera on my bookshelf. The next morning, I woke up completely bald. Mom woke me up with breakfast and watched to make sure I ate it. I got sick while she rubbed my back, but when she left for work, I immediately took out the camera with my now bony fingers. I watched as mom came into my room at 3 a.m. with clippers and shaved my hair. My jaw dropped because hours later, she put Ozempic and other pills into my breakfast before waking me up. My jaw went numb and my legs gave out. I never had cancer. My mom wasn't taking care of me. She was killing me on purpose, and everything that was happening to my body was her fault. I bought my son the game he'd been begging for all year, and he instantly threw his headset on and loaded up his console. I thought it was cute, but 12 hours later, he was still furiously clicking his mouse, surrounded by a wall of empty energy drinks. I told him it's time to sleep, but he slapped my hand off his shoulder without his eyes even leaving the screen. By morning, his eyes had dark circles because he hadn't slept, and his legs were going purple from sitting so long. I was angry and reached for the power cord, but he hurled an empty can at my head to stop me. "Get out of my room, Mom. I'm about to reach level 70. He turned back, and that's when I saw the clear bottle of yellow liquid by his chair. I realized he was using it for pee breaks so he wouldn't have to get up, and decided I was done. I stormed over, Jeremy Matthews Wilson, off the game, and went to switch off his Xbox. But as my index landed on the power button, I felt teeth on my finger. My son had bitten me hard enough to draw blood. "You're not turning my game off. You just made me die." He was foaming at the mouth, eyes bulged at the screen. "Revive, revive," he screamed as I stood inches from him, clutching my broken finger. I left the room in tears, gripping my head because what had I done? When suddenly glass shattered downstairs. A masked man was climbing the stairs with a knife, and my blood ran cold. I ran into my son's room and grabbed him. "There's a man in our house, hide," but he shouldered me to the ground while his fingers never left his keyboard. The door opened, and the man with a knife stepped in, but my son ripped his headset off. "Will you all stop interrupting my game?" He grabbed his old gaming keyboard and leapt out his gaming chair, charging at the man. He didn't even have time to swing his knife before my son cracked his skull with the keyboard. The man fell, and my son got on his knees and hit him again. The man wasn't moving as blood ran from his head, and my son turned around with his gray, sleep-deprived eyes. He put his headset back on, and his fingers immediately found the mouse again. A woman rolled a cart full of things up to the register and slammed her credit card on the table. "I want a cash refund on everything. All of this is faulty." I picked up the waffle maker from her cart. "Ma'am, this waffle maker is literally still warm. There's crumbs on it." Her face twisted, but I just pointed at the dress in her cart. "That also has a stain on it. And that kid's tablet you're trying to return has Cheeto dust smeared on the screen." She yanked the waffle maker from my hands, and her son tugged her shirt behind her. "Mommy, that's my tablet. I don't want to give it away." She immediately shushed him and turned back to me. "Don't mind him, he doesn't know what he's saying. Now can I get the cash back or not? I told her I couldn't refund any of it. She grabbed her son by the shoulders and shoved him in front of her. This is his Christmas money. Are you really gonna ruin this little boy's Christmas? I replied the items were used, and the answer was still no. She whipped out her phone and started filming me. Everyone look at this heartless employee ruining my son's Christmas. She flailed her arms in the air. Get me your manager right now. I did the only thing I could think of and did a 360 turn and faced her. Hi, how can I help you? I'm the manager. Her face went beet red. Her son giggled behind her, and she shot him a look so fast he went silent. She slammed her hands on the counter. Fine, if I'm not getting cash back, I'm just exchanging everything instead. She dropped everything on the counter, then stormed into the aisles and began putting new versions of everything into her cart. I watched her stack it higher and higher, then picked up the phone and called the police. The second she heard me, she bolted for the exit with the whole pile to try get away. But the stack was too tall, and a box slid off the top. She lunged to catch it, tripped over her own heels, and went down hard on the floor. Everything crashed across the floor, the waffle maker sliding to a stop by my feet. Her son pointed at her and laughed. I walked over, looked down at her, and asked, "Would you like cash back for these too?" I came home from work and saw my daughter's butt was triple its size. She was lying face down on her bed in pain. I was horrified. "What did you do?" She smiled. "I got a BBL, Mom, and this is just the beginning." I screamed because I couldn't believe it. "But you just turned 18. She showed me her phone. 5,000 new followers. I've never gotten this much attention in my life. You're old and saggy. You wouldn't understand. I was extremely disappointed. I knew she was addicted to Instagram, but this wasn't the daughter I raised. She used to never care about what other people thought. Then she downloaded Instagram and everything changed. I wish I knew how dark things were going to get. My daughter's bank account was still connected to mine, so I disabled her card so she couldn't pay for any more surgeries. But a week later, I walked into her room and her face was swollen and bandaged up. She got surgery on her nose and lip filler. The blood drained from my face as I poked my plastic daughter. "How did you pay for this?" She turned to me and announced proudly, "My followers funded it, Mom. They send me money to get more work done." She showed me her phone like it was a trophy. My followers doubled after this surgery. Imagine what happens after the next one. She kept scrolling through surgery ideas on Instagram Reels like it was the most normal thing in the world. But I noticed bruising on her body from the last surgery, and I knew I had to do something. It looked purple and infected. It hadn't even healed yet. "Your body hasn't even healed yet. You need to stop. It's freaking dangerous." But she waved me off, and it felt like I was talking to a wall. The next morning, I woke up and she was gone. There was a note on the fridge. "Going to get my BBL revision. I found a cheaper place. Don't try to stop me. Love you." I grabbed the note and ripped it in frustration. A cheaper place meant unlicensed. Then my phone rang. I answered. It was the hospital. I immediately sprinted to my car to drive there. The sketchy doctor met me in the hallway. "Are you the mother of the plastic girl?" I nodded, my whole body shaking. "I'm sorry. She didn't make it. She went into the surgery with unhealed tissue from a previous procedure. We lost her under the knife. It felt like a cruel prank." Is this a joke?" The doctor handed me her belongings. "No, I'm sorry." I was too shocked to even respond. My entire body felt numb. In the bag, I saw her phone was buzzing with Instagram notifications, likes, new followers, but then I noticed something that made my heart sink. Her lock screen was a picture of me and her with her beautiful natural face taken only a year ago. Even the doctor started crying. My mom was loading groceries into the trunk when I saw my ex-stepdad walking towards our car, and my heart started pumping with adrenaline. My mom had a restraining order, and he wasn't supposed to be within 500 feet of us. He had one hand inside his jacket, and he was walking directly toward my mom. Mom had her earbuds in, and she had no idea he was there. She was bent over the trunk, reorganizing a paper bag that had flipped on its side. His jacket was hanging weird on one side, like there was something heavy in the inside pocket, and I saw the shape of it when he turned. I knew I had to warn her, and my hand went to the keys in the cup holder, and my thumb found the panic button. But right before I could press it, he stopped walking and stared at me. My entire body tensed up again as he looked through the windshield right at me, and he smiled, and he put a finger to his lips. Then he dragged the same finger slow across his throat. If I pressed the button while he was that close to her, he would attack her. So I sat there with my thumb on the button, and I did not press it. He started walking again, slower now, smiling at me the whole time. We were screwed. Until suddenly, a woman with a stroller came around the corner of the next car. His face changed in half a second, the smile went normal, and he glanced up to nod at her. His eyes left me. This was my only chance. I slammed the panic button down with both thumbs. The horn went off so loud it made my ears ring, and the headlights flashed, and every person in the lot turned to look at our car. He froze. Mom dropped the bag she was holding, and a carton of eggs broke on the ground. She looked at me through the back window, and her whole face changed when she saw who was behind her. She ran around the side of the car, yanked the driver's door open, and slammed the locks down. He was at the hood by then, pounding on it with the flat of his hand, and the whole car shook. The cops got there in 4 minutes and put him on the ground, and a knife slid out of his jacket onto the asphalt. I was shaking so hard I couldn't unbuckle my seatbelt. Mom reached back and did it for me and pulled me into the front seat. That's when I saw her phone in the cup holder. There was already a 911 call connected, 43 minutes long. I was confused and looked at her, and she had tears running down her face, but her voice was steady. I saw him in the reflection on the back window the second he stepped out of his car. I just never turned around because I didn't want him to know I knew. She was protecting me the entire time I thought I was protecting her. corner. I pulled back my sheet one morning and saw that a huge chunk of foam was missing from the corner of my mattress. I took a picture and walked to the kitchen where my roommate Lindsay was eating cereal and watching TikTok and showed her. "Something is eating my bed." She squinted at the screen for half a second. "Gross. Do you think we have mice?" I sighed. "Maybe, but I needed to catch whatever it was before it got worse. So I bought mouse traps that day and set them all around my room. After a week, I had not caught a single mouse, but chunks of my mattress kept disappearing every night. I got on my hands and knees with my phone flashlight and looked at every inch of the damage. The bite marks were clean and careful, like someone was working their way around the edges on purpose. I also found tiny pieces of foam scattered down the hallway. "Lindsay, did you see these foam pieces out here?" She stuck her head out of her room with wide eyes. "No, that's so weird. Do you think it could be rats? They can get pretty big." That night, I stayed awake on the couch with my bedroom door cracked open, desperate to catch whatever was eating my mattress. Around 2 in the morning, I heard chewing, and I crept down the hallway with my phone flashlight ready, holding my breath with every single step. I pushed the door open and aimed my flashlight at the bed, then my entire brain shut down. Lindsay was kneeling on my mattress with her face pressed into the corner and a chunk of foam hanging from her mouth. She looked up at me calmly and swallowed. I was hoping to finish it before you noticed. "Lindsay, what the hell?" She wiped foam crumbs from her lips and tilted her head at me. "Well, obviously I couldn't eat my own mattress because I need to sleep on it. Do you know how hungry I've been waiting for you to fall asleep every night?" I stood in the doorway staring at her. "You could have just asked," I said, immediately realizing how insane that sounded. She'd been the one to bring up mice that first morning, and it turned out she was right. We were infested. It just paid half my rent. I was at the cinema in an empty theater when a middle-aged man walked in and slowly scanned the aisles. His eyes landed on me, and he walked up and sat directly in the seat next to mine. I tensed up because there were 100 empty seats, and he chose this one. I tried to keep my eyes on the movie, but he kept glancing at me like I was prey. He slowly turned his head and smiled at me. "I think you're really pretty. Do you want to go get ice cream after the movie? I think it would taste delicious." I felt a chill run down my spine as I replied, "No thank you," and turned back to the movie. His smile never dropped, and he stared at my face for a few more seconds before turning back to the screen. He kept humming quietly and scratching his beard, and I was so uncomfortable I moved to a seat 5 rows back. Being near him wasn't safe. I settled into my chair. A minute passed, and he didn't move, and I started to calm down. But then he slowly stood up. My heart jumped again as he stretched his arms above his head and slowly turned around. We locked eyes, and he walked towards me. His footsteps echoed through the empty theater as he got closer and closer to me. He stopped dead when he reached me and sunk into the chair next to mine. My legs were shaking, and he leaned over with a smile and whispered, "You could have been nicer about saying no. If you don't like ice cream, we could get donuts instead." My entire gut was screaming at me, and instead of answering, I grabbed my bag with shaking hands and moved to the seat near the exit. This time, he didn't even wait. He immediately got up and followed me. "I won't hurt you, ma'am. I just want to get some ice cream. Why are you treating me like a creep?" I got up and bolted out the exit doors, fearing for my life. But the man pushed through the doors with a creepy grin, walking my way casually so he wouldn't look suspicious. I ran into the parking lot and frantically searched for a taxi. The man stepped outside and sped up in my direction, but I jumped into a cab before he reached me. My hands were shaking, and as we pulled away, he waved at me from the curb with a smile that made me certain I was inches from something bad. The worst part was no matter how creepy he was, I couldn't report him. As cops said, he technically didn't even touch me. The woman slammed the mascara tube on my counter so hard the testers jumped. "I want my money back, right now." I snapped on a fresh pair of black gloves and picked up the tube. The wand was wet. The receipt next to it was dated 42 days ago, and she was already breathing through her nose like a bull. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Store policy is 30 days, and used products only come back within 14. I can't process this one." "Used? I tried it once. I can offer you a replacement once my manager gets here." She leaned over the counter. "Get her, now." I pressed the call button, and my mouth went dry. The last girl at this counter got fired for arguing with a customer, and I was 3 weeks in. A line was building behind her. 2 women with baskets, a dad holding a gift card, a girl maybe 14 with her phone already up, red dot on. The woman pointed a finger an inch from my face. "You think you're better than me? You're 19 working a register. You're nothing. You're a child playing dress up in those stupid black gloves." I kept my hands flat on the counter so she couldn't see them shaking. "Ma'am, I'm following the policy. I don't want a replacement. I want my $14. Her voice cracked on the word 14. She slapped the mascara tube and it skidded toward me. "Do you know who I am? I will have your job by Monday." The girl raised her phone higher. Denise walked up, calm, name tag straight, hands clasped. "Hi, I'm Denise. What's going on?" The woman launched in. The mascara, the wand, how I'd been rude, how I'd rolled my eyes, how I needed to be retrained or removed. Denise listened to all of it without moving. Then she picked up the mascara, checked the receipt, and set the tube back down in front of me, not the customer. "She quoted you the policy correctly. We can't take this back. And if you speak to my associate like that again, I'll ask you to leave the store." The woman's mouth opened and nothing came out. She snatched her receipt and walked out, leaving the mascara on my counter. Denise turned to me. "Take your 15. I peeled off the stupid black gloves and set them on the counter next to the tube she'd left behind, and the girl with the phone grinned at me on my way past. "That was awesome. I'm posting this." The $14 never left my register. My dad saw the last free parking spot, but as he turned towards it, a car opposite him did the same. They jerked to a stop. stop, their bumpers inches away from each other, and my dad leaned out the window shaking his fist. Back off! I saw this spot first, but the man in the other car did the same. I don't care who saw it. You back off. My dad pulled his keys from the ignition, turning the car off. Well, I'm not moving. I can wait here all day. I tugged his sleeve, but he turned to me and said, "Nobody undercuts your dad in front of you. You need to see your father be a man." The other man turned his car off too, then pulled out a sandwich and began eating it, staring at my dad. My dad pulled a pack of old French fries from under the seat and began eating them while staring at the man. An hour passed. The two, and we were still waiting. I pointed at an empty space. "Dad, there's one right there. Please just park there." But he shook his head. "I'm not backing down. This is now a matter of pride." In the other car, I saw a little boy pointing at that same space, but his dad also shook his head. Finally, a mall security guard walked over and asked both dad why they were sitting in a dead car in the middle of the lot. My dad pointed at the other car. "I'm waiting for him to move so I can have this parking space." Spit flew from his mouth as the other dad yelled as well. The guard nodded at them both. "This is a disabled space. Neither of you can park here anyway." He pointed at the disabled sign. Both dads went silent. I looked at the boy in the other car, and we both shook our heads. Every Saturday after soccer practice, my dad would drive me home, but then suddenly, his car would break down. It came to a dead stop at his favorite ice cream store every single time, and he'd always groan and say, "Such a shame, now we have to get ice cream." We'd walk in and get 2 scoops each, and the car would magically restart immediately after the ice cream. I looked forward to it every Saturday, and couldn't believe how lucky I was that Dad's car always magically broke down at the ice cream store. It took me years to figure out the car never actually broke down, and that he just wanted to get ice cream with me. We laughed about it a lot, and it was our favorite memory together. But then Dad developed dementia. Within a year, he couldn't even remember the ice cream store or the car breaking down. So one day, I decided to remind him. While driving him home from the hospital, I took the route by the ice cream store and started slowly taking my foot off the gas pedal when we were close to it. The car rolled to a slow stop right in front of the ice cream shop, and I groaned. The car broke down. Such a shame. Now we have to get ice cream. Dad looked outside towards the shop, delirious and confused. Our car broke down? I smiled. Yes, and brought him inside. I got us 2 scoops each, just like he used to. He tasted the ice cream, and his face lit up like I hadn't seen in years. "I remember this flavor," he smiled. Our car magically restarted afterwards, and now every time I drive him to his appointments, my car breaks down at the ice cream store. Because of his dementia, the same way I used to believe his car magically broke down, he now believes mine does too. I was walking out of Target with my new Stanley when I heard my sister scream, "Give me that cup right now." She was sprinting toward me in pajamas and one slipper, and my mom was speed walking behind her in a bathrobe. My sister reached for the cup, so I pulled it behind my back. "No, I waited in line since 5 a.m. for this. You already have 20 of them, and I have 0, so I deserve this one." My mom caught up, breathing hard. "Honey, can you just let your sister have this one?" I held the cup against my chest. "No, I waited in a line of 40 people for this." My sister got both hands on it and yanked. I pulled back, and we started playing tug of war. My mom jumped in, trying to pry my fingers off, and then shoved me backwards. "Just give it to her." Mom yanked the cup toward her, so I yanked back, and the second she let go, it flew straight to my nose. I heard a crunch, and my hands flew up to my face, while the cup clattered to the ground. My sister dove for it while red poured down my face. My sister picked up the Stanley and immediately started crying because there was a dent. My mom snapped at me. "Now look what you did. You ruined it because you refused to share." "I bought it," I said, but she ignored me. Instead, she wrapped her arm around my sister and comforted her as they walked to the car. I watched them drive off with my Stanley, while I was still bleeding in the parking lot, feeling worthless. My daughter was playing at the park when a stranger grabbed her arm and yanked her off the slide. I sprinted over. "What are you doing? Let go of my daughter." The woman looked me up and down. "Let me guess, you're a teen mom?" I didn't know where she was going with that, but then she continued. "That's right, I can tell straight away, because it's clear your child needs help. Her skin is gray, her eyes are sunken in, and I can see her skin is extremely dry. You're a child raising a child. I'm taking her to get the help she needs. I was young when I had her, but I wasn't a teen mom anymore. I can take care of my daughter perfectly fine. Let her go." She pulled out her phone to dial 911. I pulled my daughter away from her. "Don't touch my child!" the woman screamed. "Did everyone see that? Did you see how she just grabbed her child?" A police officer walking nearby came over. "What's going on here?" The woman pointed at my daughter. "Officer, look at this child. She's gray, she's malnourished, and this girl is too young to be raising her." The officer looked at my daughter, then at me. "Ma'am, how old are you?" "That's not relevant. My daughter is not neglected. She has a medical condition." The woman laughed. "A medical condition? Yay, right. Every neglectful parent always has an excuse." Other moms started gathering. One of them said, "I see them come here all the time. That child always looks sick." Another one shook her head. "She doesn't look old enough to be a mother." Everyone at this park was against me. The officer pulled me aside. "Ma'am, I'm going to have to call CPS to come evaluate the situation." I felt my whole body go cold. My daughter tugged on my shirt. "Mommy, are they taking me away?" I had tears in my eyes, and I didn't even know what to say. "It's okay, Mommy. I know what to do." That's when my amazing daughter turned to everyone and pulled her hat off and showed her shaven, bald head. "My mommy didn't do anything wrong. I have cancer." She brings brings me here after chemo to make me feel like a normal kid again. She held up her wrist, a hospital bracelet. Everyone gasped. I looked at the woman. By the way, while you were busy trying to take my daughter, yours fell off the monkey bars 5 minutes ago. She turned around. Her daughter was on the ground crying. My new teacher tried to ruin my life, not knowing who my mom was. It started the day a paper ball nailed me in the back of the head, then another in the ear. The teacher was writing on the board while giving me the stink eye, as if I asked to be a target. I twisted around the moment he turned. Guys, please stop. Both boys rolled their eyes but put the paper down. Then the teacher spun around, face red. Who gave you permission to speak, little girl? I don't need some pet begging for me because she thinks she's better than everyone else. My hands shook under my desk. I nodded. Yes, sir. The moment he turned back to the board, a kid leaned over. You know your mom would end him, right? I just smiled. He'll get his. He went back to his desk, announcing a test, and glared at me. A girl in the front row opened a full bag of candy and started launching pieces across the room during the quiz. A gummy bear landed in his coffee mug. He fished it out with 2 fingers, neck turning purple, walked right past the girl, and stopped at my desk. You know who did this. Tell me. I didn't look up. He slammed his fist down. I'm talking to you. You think you can just sit there acting innocent while you have everyone in this class laughing at me? I kept bubbling in my answers. While he leaned over my desk, one of the class clowns snuck up and placed a handful of tacks on his chair. He gave up on me and stomped back to the front. The second he sat down, he leapt up and his eyes locked on mine. I know you did this. I held up my hands. Sir, you were just at my desk. He grabbed my arm and yanked me out of my seat. You, principal's office. Let's go. He dragged me down the hall and threw me into the office. We need to talk about this student. She used to help run the class, and now she just sits there smirking while everyone acts up. My mom, the principal, turned to me. Is that true? I shrugged. I stopped helping after he yelled at me for asking those boys to stop throwing things at my head. He put his hand up. Don't believe a word she says. She's turned into a spoiled brat who thinks the rules don't apply to her, and honestly, I blame her parents for raising such a dysfunctional kid. My mom's eyes shifted back to the teacher. I'm sorry. What did you just say about my child's parents? His arms uncrossed. Your child? Yes, my child. He let out a nervous laugh as every drop of color left his face. My mom looked at me. Sweetie, go back to class while I fire this employee, please. He went to complain, but my mom held up a finger. Who gave you permission to speak? My twin sister begged to swap places with her for the family vacation, but she wouldn't tell me why. It didn't make sense. We had the exact same looks, but Ginny was the favorite, getting the hugs, the presents on birthdays, while I got the, oh, you're here too. So when she showed up begging me to go as her, I didn't understand it at all, but still said fine, because for once, I wanted to feel loved. I flew out and walked into the lobby as Ginny, and the second mom saw me, she pulled me into the tightest hug. There's my girl. I missed you so much, Ginny. She'd never hugged me like that. The whole first day, everyone was warm, laughing at my jokes and listening to my opinion like it mattered. I knew it was fake, but it felt so good, I could have cried. Until the second day by the pool, my aunt brought up Jacob, Ginny's ex-husband with an inheritance of $15 million. Have you heard from him at all? Such a shame you two broke up. I felt myself turn red, and I had to bite my tongue, because the last time I saw Jacob, Ginny had bruises around her neck. I told her no, I hadn't heard from him. But then at dinner, my mom said, I just want you to be happy, sweetheart. I remember how happy Jacob made you. She said it like Jacob wasn't the man who tried to strangle Ginny at her own birthday party. I excused myself and privately texted Ginny what they were saying, but she didn't reply. On the third day, my aunt cornered me and flat out said, Jacob's been going to therapy. He's changed and so much calmer now. You should give him a second chance. I just smiled and walked away, my jaw clenched. Then I texted Ginny again, updating her on everything, but again, she never replied. That night, we were at the lobby when my mom pulled me aside, smiling. We have a surprise for you back at your room. We walked back and she opened my door. Go on in, sweetie. We set this up just for you. I walked in and a man came out from behind a curtain with his eyes locked onto me. My blood went cold and I turned to walk away, but mom was blocking me and beaming. You two can finally talk it out. Think of your family, sweetie. She closed the door and I was now alone with Jacob. He stepped closer. I've been looking for you. I backed up, but he grabbed my arm and shoved me into the wall. You're coming home with me tonight. He smiled. My voice was shaking, but I replied, I'm not her. I'm not Ginny. I'm her twin. He laughed. You think I'm stupid? He squeezed my wrist harder and I felt it crack, so I screamed in pain. I'm not Ginny. Look at my phone, please. He didn't move and reached into my pocket, but when he saw photos of me with my boyfriend, he completely lost it. Is this who you replaced me with? He slapped me and grabbed my arm even tighter. I begged him to keep scrolling, and he reluctantly did. He immediately saw I wasn't Ginny, and his face went from rage to completely blank. Me and your mom need to have a talk. He let go of me and walked out. I couldn't stop shaking and picked up my phone, and that's when I saw Ginny had replied an hour ago. I'm sorry for what's about to happen. I used your want to be loved, but I couldn't risk him finding me. Then another text came in right after from my mom. Help! My brother shoved me off my bike and got on it in front of all his friends. My bike now loser. They all laughed and rode away while I laid there with my scraped knees and elbows. That evening, he wheeled back my bike with a dent on the frame. Same time tomorrow, loser. I was furious and told him to buy his own bike, but he laughed. Why do that when I can use yours instead? I looked at my scuffed tires, and that night, I ordered a new Spider-Man helmet for my bike. It arrived the next morning, and I instantly brought out my bike with the new helmet on the handlebars. Rory and his friends came by, and when he saw me putting on my new helmet, his eyes lit up. I love Spider-Man. He pushed me off my bike and got on, grabbing the helmet from my hands. He put it on and grinned while his friends laughed at me on the ground. But I laughed too. What are you laughing at? He crossed his arms. Take the helmet off, I replied. Why? Just try it. Bet you can't. Rory smirked. What are you talking about? Of course I can take a helmet off. But when he tried to pull, it wouldn't come off. His face twisted. What the hell? I stood up and pulled out the empty tube of super glue. I put this inside the helmet. It's now stuck on your head. His face deflated as his friends began pointing and laughing at him. He kept trying to pull it off, but nothing happened. Rory teared up, and that's when I pushed him off my bike. I got back on it and rode off, while his friends called him Helmet Head behind me. A boy shoved me out of the play fighting circle and pointed at the park bench. Girls can't fight. Go play with your dolls. I dropped onto the cold bench and let the tears come, watching them throw each other around in the dirt without me. I curled up into a ball and got ready to keep crying when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Come back here tomorrow, the old woman beside me said. I'll show you what real fighting looks like. The next morning, she wrapped my hands and made me hit the same pad 200 times. Stop swinging. Let them come to you, then use their own weight against them. By the third day, my knuckles stopped aching and the pad started snapping back. Between rounds, I watched the boys across the park swing with no aim, trip over their own feet, and I laughed from how embarrassing their fighting looked. But my laugh died in my throat when a smaller girl wandered up to their circle and asked to join them. The same boy shoved her straight down into the dirt the same way he did with me. Girls can't fight. My fists clenched, and I knew I was ready. I walked back into their circle while the woman leaned against the fence, arms crossed, watching. The same boy scoffed, "You again?" And before I could respond, he charged at me swinging. But this time, I slid to the side, caught his arm, and let his own weight carry him forward. He was so light, he left the ground, flew over my shoulder, and crashed up into the low branches of the tree. The whole circle went still. He hung there, tangled in the leaves, one shoe dropping into the dirt. I wiped the dust off my hands and turned to the rest of them. This is my game now. Who wants to play? The woman shouted from behind me. Or do you guys want to play with dolls instead? I bought my daughter Rachel a backstage pass to her favorite band's concert, and she was so happy she talked about it nonstop for months. But the day before the concert, I got a call from her school saying Rachel was suspended for bullying a girl named Patty. When Rachel came home, I told her she wasn't going to the concert unless she apologized to Patty. She rolled her eyes and sent Patty a text message saying, "I'm sorry. I wasn't fully satisfied, but let it go." However, the next evening at the concert venue, Rachel had her backstage pass around her neck, and right after she got her soda, she spotted Patty over at the popcorn counter. I told her to just walk away, but Rachel ran over to Patty and tapped her shoulder. "Look who's here. The loser actually got tickets. Where are you sitting?" "The nosebleeds." Patty instantly flinched and tried to pull away. I caught up to Rachel and grabbed her hand, but she pushed me off and screamed, "Mom, stop. Patty got me suspended. She's a loser, and she doesn't even have a backstage pass." She pulled out her phone and started recording Patty, saying, "Loser in the nosebleeds. I have the backstage pass, and you don't." Patty teared up and tried to cover her face, and that's when my daughter dumped her cup of soda all over Patty's head. The ice hit her face, and the sticky liquid ruined her outfit. I was appalled, and my daughter turned to me with a smug grin and said, "Okay, now I'm done. Let's go. I want to grab another soda before the show." She started walking away, and I stood there watching Patty crying and calling her mom to come pick her up. Suddenly, I grabbed my daughter's backstage pass from her neck. "Mom, what are you?" Her face went pale when she realized I was putting her pass around Patty's neck. Rachel ran up to me and screamed, "Mom, that's mine. This loser can't have it." But I replied, "Say sorry." Her face went red with anger. She apologized then and extended her arm. "There, I said sorry. Now give me the pass." That's when I realized she hadn't learned anything. I reached into my daughter's pocket and pulled out the $150 she'd saved up for the concert. I gave it to Patty and said, "Buy some merch and wear that." Her face lit up. I grabbed Rachel's hands and dragged her away as she screamed and cried because the girl she just bullied was walking backstage with her pass. My cat started literally paying my rent, and when I figured out how, I lost it. He climbed into my backyard for the first time with his ribs showing, and every day for a week straight, I brought him a bowl of tuna. He quickly began gaining weight, but then one day, instead of eating, he opened his mouth and dropped a gold earring into the grass beside him. I laughed and picked it up, but later that night, a watch was sitting in the bowl. The strap was still wet from his mouth, and I realized Mittens was paying me back for the tuna. I bought him a proper food bowl and a little cat bed, and next morning, I found a wedding ring in the bowl. Then Mittens brought a silver bracelet, then a USB stick. I kept wondering how he got all these things, and one day I took a photo of everything and posted it to Reddit. My stray cat is paying rent. I felt happy because I'd actually been short on money, and the gifts kept escalating. A diamond stud appeared in the bowl, then a pearl, then a car key fob with a Porsche logo. I didn't know what to do and just added it to the shelf, but then two detectives knocked on my door. One of them held up his phone with a photo of my post. "Did you post this?" I nodded, and they looked at each other like they were questioning their career choice. There's been a string of unsolved break-ins in the nearby neighborhood. Every item here matches a police report. I began hysterically laughing as they walked past me and bagged all the items into clear plastic evidence bags. Mittens watched from the windowsill like this was a temporary setback and he'd be back to get more. Gemma shoved me off the balance beam when I was in the middle of a cartwheel, causing a few cracked ribs. That was Gemma. As the daughter of our gymnastics coach, Gemma could do anything she wanted, and no one could say anything about it, and she had just picked me as her next target to bully. The next day, I was in the middle of flipping from one bar to the next, and Gemma grabbed my leg and yanked hard. I slipped and fell, missing the mat under me, and instead hitting the concrete floor hard. My head slammed into the ground, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My entire gymnastics class was surrounding me, but no one would tell the coach that his daughter Gemma was the one to do this to me. Gemma leaned over my hospital bed. "Tell my dad, he won't believe you anyway." She smirked and walked out. That's when I came up with a brilliant plan. Right before our next competition, I put itching cream all over the inside of Gemma's gymnastics suit. During the competition, I watched her fidget, itching herself all over. Our coach told her multiple times to stop, but she couldn't. Then it was her turn for the balance beam. She started off perfectly, but then she had an itch and she slipped on the balance beam. She fell so hard we could hear her ribs crack. When she glanced up, blood was pouring out of her nose. Our eyes met across the gym, and I smirked. She glanced away and never bothered me again. I woke up on the couch and realized I had 17 minutes to put 2 kids back in bed before their parents got home. My head was pounding. The last thing I remembered was one of the kids I had been babysitting screaming if I wanted to play one more round of hide and seek, and the other screaming for pizza. I'd told them both no and shoved them into their rooms. Then I sat down on the couch to wait out the headache and closed my eyes for what was supposed to be a minute. I looked at the clock, 11:43. It had been almost 4 hours. The parents were home from the wedding in 17 minutes. If those kids weren't in their beds when that front door opened, I'd never get hired in this town again. I ran to the kids' room and found the door already open, both beds empty with the sheets thrown back like they'd just gotten up. I ran downstairs and checked the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room, but they were all empty. Their shoes were still lined up by the front door. I tried the handle and it was locked from the inside. I went window to window in the living room and every latch was flipped. They were somewhere in this house, or somebody had come in while I was asleep and taken them. I grabbed my phone off the coffee table. The mom had texted at 9:15. "How's bedtime going?" I'd never answered, and calling her now meant telling her I'd lost her kids. I put the phone face down. I ran upstairs into the parents' bedroom, the one room the kids weren't allowed in, and yanked open the closet. Just coats. I pushed back the curtains and nothing was behind them. I dropped to the floor and looked under the bed, but they weren't there either. I sat down at the top of the stairs and my hands were shaking. Then a small sound came from down the hall, like a giggle someone had clamped a hand over. I followed it to the laundry room and the hamper was shaking. I lifted the lid. Both kids were sitting inside in their pajamas, the 8-year-old holding her little brother's hand. They stared up at me like they'd been waiting. "You slept for 4 hours." I dropped to my knees. "What is wrong with you two? Why wouldn't you just stay in bed? We were playing hide and seek. You said no before bed, so we played after." Headlights swept across the front window. I yanked them out of the hamper and shoved them toward their room. "Get in bed, now." The 8-year-old stopped halfway and turned around. "Pizza, every Friday, or I tell." The front door opened downstairs. "We're home." I came down the stairs trying to look normal. "How were they?" "Angels," I said. "Now I babysit them every Friday. They get pizza every Friday." And the 8-year-old has never said a word. My boyfriend grabbed my wrist at the tattoo parlor. "My girlfriend wants my name tattooed on here." My eyes started watering with tears. He laughed. "Always playing the victim. Damn, this is so you. Acting like I'm not getting your name tattooed too, bitch." I stayed silent and just nodded because I was extremely scared of him. The artist gloved up. "I'll do you first, sir." Halfway through his outline, his phone rang and he stepped outside to take it. The artist waited until the door shut and she turned to me. "Are you okay?" For the first time ever, I told someone the truth about our relationship. No, I never wanted to be with him. He made me cut everyone off and we moved to this state, but he's all I have. And whenever I suggest breaking up, he threatens to hurt me. I burst into tears and she just nodded. "Understood. Don't worry. You'll be leaving here as a new woman." And before I could ask what she was talking about, Brandon walked back in. He handed her his wrist. "Look away. Don't look at what I'm doing. It'll help you relax." He looked away, and while she wrote, she winked at me, and I knew she was up to something. Brandon stared at the ceiling. "I'm paying for both of the tattoos since my girlfriend is lazy and doesn't have a job, so make sure mine looks good." I had to blink back my tears while I thought about how he'd been the one who forced me to quit. 20 minutes later, she smiled. "I'm finished." He lifted his wrist to his face and read what she wrote. His mouth fell open. "What is this? What did you do to me?" The artist set her tattoo gun down. "Consider it karma. Fix it. Right now. Fix it." That's when I saw it. She'd written the word abuser across his left wrist. I grabbed it and laughed. "Relax. It's just a tattoo. You're always playing the victim." He broke up with me on the spot, and the tattoo artist gave me a hug. Sometimes strangers show up for you when the people closest to you don't. I was about to perform my ballet dance in front of the entire school when I saw a bucket of slime in the top corner of the curtain railing. It was positioned right over the area where my dance ended, and I clenched my fists because I knew someone was trying to sabotage me. But when the curtain was up and I locked eyes with my college scout who'd decide whether or not I'd get my dance school scholarship, I knew I had to dance. I hit my first turn, and the momentum carried me right at the bucket, so I cut it short and spun off the other way, landing a foot from the rim of the bucket in a plie, and my heart was pumping with adrenaline. I could see my bully Veronica in the front row, giggling with all the mean girls. She mouthed the words, "Careful, ballerina." She was trying to get me to flinch and fall under the slime bucket, so I tensed my body and kept dancing. I did a quadruple turn, gracefully landing with my hands raised above my head. Most of the auditorium clapped, and my college scout nodded while writing in his clipboard, but I noticed one of the mean girls was recording me, and when our eyes met, she mouthed, "You won't last long, ballerina. Everyone's about to watch you eat it." My knees started shaking because it was time for my grand finale, the final jump right under the slime bucket. I heard a whistle from behind the stage and saw Veronica was now standing where no one could see her, and her hand was on the rope of the bucket, getting ready to dump the entire thing on top of me. "You're not getting out of this, ballerina," she said, her phone still pointed right at me. I knew I only had a few seconds to react and make the right decision, so I threw myself into the grand jeté and came flying right at her face. She was so startled that she fell back, and the bucket went with her, and 3 liters of cold slime poured down over her own head. All of her fake friends turned their cameras towards her, still live streaming and laughing. Veronica stood frozen, green sludge sliding off her chin onto her screen. "Delete it," she screamed, clawing at her eyes. My scout caught my eye through the chaos and nodded once. "I've seen enough," he called up to the stage. "Welcome to Juilliard." Madison grabbed her husband and immediately began dragging him towards me at our high school reunion. She'd always bullied me for being poor, so I expected her to be mean, but she wrapped me in a hug like we were soulmates. "Oh my God, bestie," she turned to her husband. "This is my best friend from high school." She started talking about fake memories. "Remember our spring break trip and when we did our hair before prom?" I stood there completely confused. This was the girl who cut up my one unripped shirt with a pair of scissors. Why was she pretending we were friends? But 3 drinks in her mask started slipping. "Honey, this girl had holes in her shoes. I had to buy her socks for Christmas. Can you believe that?" She pinched my cheek and my chest tightened. "And her mom came to parent-teacher nights in her waitress uniform." I felt so bad because it was so embarrassing for her. My face turned red as the worst times of my life came flooding back. She slapped my shoulder. "Oh, and bestie, remember when you cried in the cafeteria because someone said your lunch smelled?" She laughed harder, and I felt my throat close up the same way it used to when she picked on me in the hallways. But her husband wasn't smile. He was clearly ashamed of how she was acting, and cut in, "So what do you do for work?" trying to change the subject. I replied, "I'm a pediatric oncologist. I run the program at St. Mary's," and his face went completely still. The drink from his hand fell to the floor. "That's our daughter's program. We've been on the wait list 6 months." He pulled out his phone with shaking hands and showed me a photo of a little girl in a hospital gown, bald, and holding a stuffed bear. He turned to his wife. "She runs the program. Maybe she could go see our daughter." Madison smirked at him. "Oh my God, she runs the program? I had no idea." She looked at me. "Bestie, will you please go see our daughter ASAP? For me, your best friend." I looked at Madison's smug grin, and it hit me. Madison always knew what I did for work. She was just pretending we were friends now to try get me to see her daughter quicker. That's when 15 years of rage spilled out of me. I unleashed everything, how much she hurt me, and let her husband know the full truth, how his wife was a bully. His face was horrified, but I told him, "Still, I'll personally go see your daughter Monday." Madison's face lit up, "But I'm only doing that because I genuinely care about helping people. If you were in that hospital bed and not your daughter, I'd let you rot." I finished my drink and walked out, while he stared at her in disgust behind me. I bet that divorce will be sweet. I was brushing my teeth when I stepped on something. I bent down to see what it was and picked up a plastic stick with 2 pink lines and the word pregnant on it. I felt a hand quickly snatch it from mine and saw her stick it in her pocket. "Give me that. That's not yours." My sister put both hands on my shoulders. "If you tell anyone about this, you're dead." I put my toothbrush down and looked up. "Kayla, are you having a baby?" She locked the door behind her and sat on the edge of the bathtub, pressing both hands on her eyes. "I don't know yet. Maybe. It says yes. 2 lines means yes. I saw it in a commercial." She started crying, quietly, with her hands still over her face. I sat down next to her. "I'm guessing you haven't told Mom?" "No, I just found out." All of a sudden, we heard footsteps come up the stairs and stop right outside the door. Kayla's eyes locked on the handle. Mom called her name and asked if she wanted blueberries in her pancakes. Kayla cleared her throat and yelled back, "Yes, please," in her normal happy voice. The footsteps went back down and Kayla turned to face me. "Please don't tell them. I'll tell them myself. Just give me a week." "Okay, promise me. I promise." She unlocked the door and went across the hall to her room. Exactly a week later, Kayla sat down in front of a plate of blueberry pancakes. Her hand drifted to her pocket. She was checking if the stick was still there. She picked up her fork, put it down. Then she turned green and bolted upstairs. When she came back, her face was pale. "Mom, Dad, I have to tell you something." She reached into her pocket and set the plastic stick down on the table, between the syrup and her uneaten pancakes. 2 pink lines. The words still right there for anyone to read. Dad's coffee cup paused halfway to his mouth. Mom sat down, missed the chair, caught herself on the table. Nobody said anything. Kayla started crying, hands not quite covering her face this time. Mom got up and pulled her in. I picked up my fork and dove in. I'd kept my promise, so I figured I'd earned a stack of pancakes. I saw my 2-year-old son crouch next to a massive fire ant mound at the edge of the playground and yelled, "Lucas, stay away from that! We don't eat bugs!" He looked up at me, looked back at the ants, and started poking at them again. I started walking towards him, but then my phone buzzed and I glanced down for 10 seconds. When I looked up, a man in a gray hoodie had Lucas tucked under his arm and was walking fast toward the parking lot where a black SUV was waiting with the back door already open. I dropped my phone and ran, but I already knew I was not going to make it. I screamed, "Hey, stop! That's my son!" as the man threw Lucas into the back seat, climbed in after him, and slammed the door. The SUV started pulling away and I kept running, watching my son's face disappear through the tinted window. I was already imagining the worst when something extremely strange happened. The SUV slammed to a stop so hard the tires squealed against the pavement, then it started reversing wildly, swerving back toward the parking lot like the driver had lost control. The back door flew open while the vehicle was still moving, and the man threw my son out of the car and onto the grass. "Get them off me!" he was screaming, jumping out and slapping at his arms and neck. "They're in my pants!" Red welts were rising across his skin in real time as he ripped his shirt over his head. The driver was swerving in circles with one hand because the other was clawing at his own scalp. "They're in my hair. Get them out." The SUV clipped a parked minivan hard enough to set off the alarm. Then the guy in the hoodie dove back into the SUV, and it sped out of the lot with the back door still swinging open and both men howling in pain. I ran to Lucas and dropped to my knees and checked every inch of him. He was crying, but otherwise he was okay. He looked up at me completely baffled. "Mommy, the mean man didn't like my friends." His pockets were bulging and moving, and that's when I realized he had packed his pockets with fire ants like snacks for later. Those men had gotten the surprise of their lives. Police found both men at the emergency room that night, being treated for 200 bites between them. Lucas had a few welts on his hands, but he was mostly just upset that I made him empty his pockets. Right as the bell rang, Mr. Dawson stood up. "Wait, nobody move." Everyone was confused, but he looked at me. Everyone whose parents still love each other may be dismissed. Everyone looked at each other. My mom abandoned us years ago, but half the class left. He looked at me. "Everyone who saw their brother today can leave." I had a really bad feeling. He knew my little brother Ethan went missing a few weeks ago. It was just me and another boy. "Everyone wearing black today can leave." Now I knew something was very wrong. "Mr. Dawson, can I please leave? This isn't fair." I tried to stand up, but he stopped me and pulled out his phone. "Yeah, she's here. Come inside and take her. I'll make sure nobody sees." My heart started beating. "Mr. Dawson, what are you talking about?" He stayed silent, getting something from his drawer. I knew this was my chance, so that second, I sprinted for the door. I grabbed the handle, but someone opened it from the other side. I yelled, "Please, my teacher is kidnapping me." But I saw who it was. My heart stopped. It was my mom. "Mom, what are you doing here?" She walked past me and hugged Mr. Dawson. "Nice work, babe." "Babe? Mom, why are you hugging Mr. Dawson?" She didn't say anything and tried to grab my arm. "Let go of me." She squeezed tighter, and suddenly, Mr. Dawson put a blindfold over my face. "Ah, help!" They pulled me outside, and I didn't know where I was. "Mom, please." I heard a car door open, and they pushed me inside. But a second later, someone took my blindfold off. It was my little brother. "Ethan, you're alive!" I hugged him, but as I looked around and realized we were in the trunk of a car, Mom kidnapped me. She wouldn't let me leave. I knew something was wrong, but we started moving. What do we do? I started to panic, but then I remembered it. A Law by Mike video told me exactly what to do in this situation, so I started kicking the taillights. It popped off, and I stuck my hand out screaming, "Help me! Someone please!" I prayed someone would see, but we suddenly stopped. Someone walked to the back, and Mr. Dawson opened the trunk. "Hey, don't you ever try that again?" But then we heard sirens. His eyes went wide, and he suddenly pulled out a gun. Ethan and I gasped. Mr. Dawson climbed into the trunk with us, pointing it straight at me, but we heard the sirens right behind our car. We heard a cop talking to my mom. "What's with the busted taillight?" "Oh, nothing. Don't worry." But he walked right up to it. Then he leaned closer to the opening. I knew this was my only chance. "Help, please!" Mr. Dawson pointed the gun at me just as the cop opened the trunk. I screamed and watched him pull the trigger. I was about to die. I heard a bang and grabbed my chest, but when I opened my eyes, I was fine. The cop shot at Mr. Dawson first, hitting him in the arm, and as they put him and my mom in handcuffs, she looked at me in tears. "Please, I just wanted my children back. I'm not a monster." I crossed my arms and said, "Everyone getting a life sentence may be dismissed." My dad opened my door as I was about to get the victory royale and switched off my Xbox. "Girls don't play video games. Go play with Barbies like other girls your age." He pointed at the pink doll set he'd just bought me. I stood up from my gaming chair. "Dad, I'm training for a real tournament with a real cash prize. I told you this." But he placed the set on my desk and took my Xbox. I said gaming isn't for girls. Boys are better at it anyway. He walked out, and I gripped the controller in my hand so hard the buttons almost cracked. That night, I waited until I heard him snoring, then snuck my Xbox back into my room. I loaded up Fortnite and strung together victory royales, practicing my aim and my builds. In the morning, I brought the Xbox back before Dad woke up, then watched him drink his morning coffee with no idea what happened. I did that every night, and during the day, I'd even play with my doll set in front of him to really sell it. He smiled. "I'm so happy you're over this gaming nonsense." The night before the tournament, I practiced extra hard, and in the morning yelled, "Bye, Dad, I'm going to my friend's house for the day." But then he came running and looked me in the eye. I felt my heart beating, and he put a pink ribbon in my hair. "Okay, honey, see you later." I walked out feeling like a genius. At the tournament, I battled through my brackets all day, and no matter how much the crowd yelled, I felt strangely calm the entire time. I finished second and walked home clutching the $500 check, ready to show Dad. But he opened the door with an unreadable face. "I know all about the gaming tournament." I felt my soul leave my body, but he pulled me into a hug before I could respond. "I'm not mad at you. I'm so proud of you. I know you've been sneaking the Xbox this whole time." I was confused until he continued. "I never wanted you to stop gaming. I only said girls can't game to see if you loved it enough to pursue it anyway. You did. Now you know gaming is what you truly love. That's all a father can ask for." He pulled out his phone and showed me a video. I could hear his voice cheering my name in the tournament stands. "Your dad is your biggest supporter no matter what you do. Remember that." I suddenly finally realized why I felt so calm during the tournament. I was at work when my 10-year-old daughter called me, "Mommy, a strange man is inside our house. He asked me to come with him." My body went cold, and I nearly dropped the phone. "Grace, do not go with him." But she giggled back. "Too late, Mommy. He already took my hand. He said we're playing a game. But don't worry. He said he knows you, so it's okay." I started panicking and grabbed my keys. And then my daughter said, "He said meet us at the diner downtown in 20 minutes. He promised I'll be safe." The line went dead. I sprinted to my car and tore out of the lot, calling her back again and again, but it rang out every time. I ran 3 red lights, and that's when my phone began buzzing nonstop. I grabbed it at a light expecting to see something from Grace, but instead I saw 11 texts from my neighbors. "Is everything okay? Your apartment is on fire." I couldn't breathe. A stranger had my daughter. My home was burning, and I couldn't tell if he'd done both. I wanted to go to my apartment, but that wouldn't tell me where Grace was, so I floored the accelerator and didn't look back. I skidded into the diner parking lot and saw Grace standing by the door next to a tall man in a gray jumpsuit. I left the car running and ran towards them. The man didn't even move as I grabbed Grace and put her behind me. My pepper spray was at his face before he could lift a hand. I was about to press it when Grace grabbed my arm. "It's okay, Mommy. He never hurt me." The man raised both hands. "I'm a gas worker. I checked the gas line under your apartment and saw the pressure was about to explode. You had 5 minutes to get out. Grace was the only one inside, and I didn't have enough time to look for you." I looked at the black column of smoke climbing over the rooftops behind him, right where we lived. I put down my pepper spray and looked at Grace. Him kidnapping her was the only reason she didn't burn alive in the explosion? During the school's date auction, I was backstage when some mean girls pushed me onto the stage for the boys to bid on me to take me on a date. Everyone laughed and started whispering, "Why is she here? Who would want her? She's so chopped." The host looked confused to see me but smiled anyway. "Let's start the bidding." Someone held up their number sign and shouted, "I'll take her for 50 cents." Everyone pointed and laughed at me. Was that all I was worth? But then a voice came from the back. "I'll take her for $200. I looked up and saw Shane, my childhood boy best friend from when I was little. We hadn't talked in years. Why did he want to spend so much to go on a date with me? As I walked off the stage to go on the date with him, I didn't know what to expect, but we went to a restaurant nearby, and the whole time, he completely ignored me. He went on his phone, and whenever I tried to speak, he'd say, "Shh, I'm playing Clash of Clans and I need to focus." It felt like he was trying to humiliate me the same way the mean girls did earlier, and I couldn't understand why he did this. But when I got up to leave, he suddenly reached forward and grabbed my wrist. "Where are you going?" he demanded. I glared at him. "This date is over," I snapped. He looked sad. "I'm sorry. I was just so nervous that I forgot how to act on a date. Let me start over, please." Every part of me wanted to walk away, but the rules said I had to stay until the date was over. But just before I could make my decision, I heard a girl's voice shout behind us, "Shane!" I turned around and saw the mean girl from earlier, walking over with 2 of her mean girlfriends. "Hey Shane, I hope we're not interrupting your fake date." I turned to face her, but Shane stood up first. "Fake?" Lori smirked and held up her phone. "I paid you $200 to take her out and embarrass her. Don't pretend you forgot." Every table around us went silent. I yanked my wrist out of Shane's hand and stared at him. "You took money from her?" Shane pulled out his phone and tapped a voice recording from the mean girl that she sent Shane. Her voice came out of the speaker. $200 if you take her out and make her cry in public." The whole restaurant turned to stare at Lori. "I told her no a week ago," Shane said. "Then I went to the bank and pulled out my entire paycheck so I could take you out on a date." He looked at me. "Because I've liked you since we were 8. The mean girl rolled her eyes. "Whatever. No way she was worth $200. You're right, she was worth more." I was on a video call with my family from a hotel when my husband called me babe, and I immediately panicked because I knew something was extremely wrong. In 10 years of marriage, his word for me is honey. Was I just overthinking? I stared at him for any sign of trouble, and I saw his right eye twitch, which never happens. I immediately kept a poker face while I reached for my phone to call 911, but they didn't pick up. I kept the call going like nothing was wrong. I looked closer at the screen, and at the foot of the stairs, I saw a large coat. My husband was a short king, so I knew it couldn't have been his. My heart filled with adrenaline as my worst fear was confirmed. There was a stranger in our house. Under the desk, I typed our address into the text to 911 line. "Suspect inside. Do not knock. 2 children present." My thumbs moved while my face stayed at the screen trying to act normal while I was panicking inside. My daughter remembered her stuffed rabbit was upstairs and asked if Daddy would grab it. He completely froze, and that's when I knew the intruder was upstairs. My heart stopped as I waited to see what he would say next. That's when the man started coming down the stairs. I screamed, and suddenly, through the window behind him, a single soundless flash of red and blue. His shoulders dropped with relief, and I couldn't help but smile. As police flooded the house, both of our phones buzzed at the same time. An anonymous number had made a group chat with me and my husband and sent a screenshot. It was a photo of our daughter's bedroom taken from inside her closet, time-stamped an hour ago, and underneath it the text that explained everything. "I've watched her for months. Keep the others downstairs. Act normal on the call. Climb those stairs and she pays for it." I was so shocked I couldn't breathe. I sat alone in a hotel room 3,000 miles from my children and watched my husband hold our daughter while police walked a man out of frame behind him, and I pressed my hand flat to the laptop screen as if touching it could close the distance. A girl got on my school bus with her lips pressed together super tight, almost like she was embarrassed. wrist and hiding something in her mouth. I didn't think much and pressed a candy into her palm like I did with everyone, but then she suddenly started crying. I was confused until she rushed past me to the back and I noticed her front 2 teeth were missing. She was embarrassed of them, and I felt so terrible as I realized I'd just given hard candy to a girl with no teeth. She probably thought I was mocking her. I was still trying to think of a way to apologize when 3 older girls got on the next stop and walked straight to her with cocky grins. I watched in my mirror as they surrounded her, pointing at her mouth. "Open up. We know you look like a jack-o'-lantern." One of them laughed. My stomach dropped as they continued. "Do you eat soup for every meal, or can you eat normally like the rest of us?" The girl went red and tried to turn away, but they grabbed her jaw and started prying it open. "Come on, everybody. Gather around for No-Tooth Nancy." The other kid watched in silence, some of them even sniggering. My knuckles went white on the steering wheel, but I couldn't leave my seat mid-route, so I just drove, clenching my jaw. I knew I needed to act, but I couldn't discipline the bullies directly. So that afternoon, when I pulled up for the ride home, I told the girl, "Put your seatbelt on tight for me today, sweetie. Trust me." She looked at me confused, but I could tell she was too embarrassed to ask why, because then I'd see her missing teeth. She nodded and clipped her seatbelt, and when the 3 bullies got on, they immediately headed to the back. One of them started taking pictures of her. "Say cheese!" I grit my teeth and just drove, dropping kid after kid off until it was just the girl and the 3 of them left for the final stretch. I looked in the mirror and saw the girl gripping her seatbelt, looking at me with trusting eyes. I gripped the wheel tight and waited. The bullies began recording her again, and I immediately slammed the brakes. The bus stopped on a dime, and the 3 of them flew straight into the metal bars in front of them. Their teeth cracked against the bars as blood and tooth chippings scattered across the floor. I looked in the mirror, and the girl was still buckled tight, eyes wide with amazement. The bullies were crying and screaming. "Looks like a deer ran out. My bad, girls." The girl smiled back at me for the first time, no longer hiding the gap in her teeth. I was sitting on a seesaw when a round child was thrown into the air and landed on the other side. I was instantly launched into the sky. Ah! And when I landed on the playground's wooden chips, I heard a crack underneath my butt. I reached underneath with my throbbing wrist and pulled out an orange iPhone 17 Pro, and the screen was completely shattered. Suddenly, the round child's dad was standing over me. "You just broke my son's phone, and it cost $1,099. You're paying for it." My eyes widened in shock because he just launched me off a seesaw, and now he wanted money, but there was no way I was paying for it. While he cradled his phone, I limped past him and lifted his crying son out of the seesaw myself. When I did, he looked up and mouthed, "I'm sorry." I gasped because that's when I knew that he wasn't in on it. He was just the prop in his dad's scheming. His dad clenched his fists. "Get back here and write me a check. This phone costed me months' worth of savings." Other parents started walking over, and the dad turned to perform for them. Every head swung to me, so I pointed at the seesaw. "He threw his kid onto that to launch me. It's his fault, so I'm not paying for it." The dad pulled out his phone. "Then I'm calling the police." He expected me to be scared and hand over the $1,099, but I took out my phone to dial 911 first. "Good idea. Let me get it for you. They're right around the corner, so they should be here soon." As soon as the cops arrived, they asked for my ID, and the dad was grinning and mouthed the words, "I win." I quickly turned to his son, staring at him and silently begging him for help. His eyes darted to the phone stand, flipped open, and angled towards the seat on the seesaw where I was sitting. He was trying to tell me that his dad had been recording the prank the whole time. I turned to the kid. "Why was your phone standing up? What was it recording?" The dad stepped between us. "Don't answer that." But the officer was already taking the dad's phone out of his pocket and pressing play on the most recently recorded video. The dad's voice played for the entire park to hear, "Watch what I'm going to do." They watched as his large son was launched onto the seat across from me. The officer looked up slowly. The dad spread his hands. "That's out of context. She still broke it." His son pointed at him. "You broke my phone, Dad. You owe me $1,099. His jaw dropped because he hadn't expected his own son to betray him. I laughed. "You should see your face right now." I felt myself get my first period while I was wearing white jeans, and I knew I had to do something. I shot my hand up so fast my elbow cracked the desk. "Mrs. Harmon, can I please use the bathroom? It's an, lady emergency." She didn't even turn around from the board. "I don't care if you're giving birth. No one interrupts my class for the bathroom. You'll stay in your seat." Savannah, the most popular girl in school, glanced back at me, and I was sure she was already picking out my new nickname to bully me with. I had no idea how I was going to get myself out of class without anyone making fun of me. I quickly glanced in my bag, but when I saw I had nothing to cover myself with, I pressed into my chair and prayed nobody would look. The boys in the back were laughing, but the girls had gone dead quiet. And when the teacher saw me fidgeting with my hands with tears in my eyes, she smiled even harder. "Since you have so much energy for interruptions, come up and show us the answer to number 6. My knees started wobbling. She wanted me to stand up so I could be humiliated by everyone. She clicked her fingers. Now, I stood up on shaking knees, and the laughter cut off into one sharp gasp because now everyone could see it. My eyes darted around the room because I was desperate to find someone who could help. That's when Savannah, the most popular girl in school, smiled and stood up. She pulled off her jacket, the white one that cost more than my whole closet, and tied it around my waist in front of the whole class. Then she turned to Mrs. Harmon. "You did this to me at the start of the year. You made me sit there for 2 hours. I won't let you do it to her too." Mrs. Harmon's face went blotchy red as she slammed her marker on the tray. "Sit down right now or it's detention." Savannah laced her fingers through mine and looked her dead in the eye. "Then give all of us detention." One One by one, every girl in that classroom stood up. Mrs. Harmon was still yelling about suspensions as 20 girls walked me out the door. Right before we walked out, I stopped at the door and turned around. "Sorry for interrupting your class." The principal immediately noticed and rushed over, and Savannah told him everything in the hallway. Within the hour, the principal was walking Mrs. Harmon out of the same room that she wouldn't let me out of. After school, I tried to give Savannah the jacket back. She pushed it back into my hands. "Keep it. Pass it on when it's someone else's turn." Me and my daughter were bowling when she hit a strike with her tennis ball. Mila spun around with both arms in the air. "Mommy, I told you I'd hit a strike." I shot out of my seat cheering because her hands can't grip a real bowling ball, so this is the only way she gets to play. That's when the woman from lane 6 slammed her own ball onto the rack and marched over, jabbing a finger at our scoreboard. "That doesn't count. That's not a regulation ball. It's cheating, and it's a disgrace to my lanes." But I wasn't going to let some bowling fan ruin this for my daughter. I told her the manager approved it, but she talked over me. 11 years I've bowled in the league here, and I'm not finishing my best game next to a rigged scoreboard. Wipe it. Nobody was wiping anything, and I stood up, heart pounding. My daughter has muscular dystrophy. Her therapist gave her that ball 2 years ago to learn to grip again, and the doctors say by next season she won't be able to throw anything at all. This is the last year she has to play. The lanes around us went quiet, but she didn't blink. If your daughter's disabled, she should be at home or in the hospital, not on a bowling league lane making it everyone else's problem. I was extremely angry, but Mila was about to hit another strike, so I ignored the woman and cheered, "One more strike, baby, and that's your first score of 100. Half the alley watched her raise the ball, and mid-swing, the woman crossed onto our lane and ripped it out of my daughter's fingers. No ball, no problem. She hurled it down the gutter, and I watched Mila's name roll into the dark under the pins. My little girl just stared at her empty hands with tears in her eyes. I scooped Mila up, and she buried her face in my neck, and I looked the woman dead in the eyes. "So, I have a question for you. Isn't crossing onto an active lane against the rules?" Her smirk wiped off her face. The manager took out a remote control and wiped her score off the screen. "She's right. Game's voided." Security walked her out past her own league table, still screaming about her score, and nobody stood up. And a minute later, the manager came out from behind the pins and set it in Mila's hands, name facing up. She wound up and threw it down the lane, and all 10 pins exploded. I picked her up and spun her around. "That one counted, baby." The woman's name came off the high scoreboard that weekend, and a photo of my daughter hangs there instead. We'd driven 4 hours to the Oregon coast, and my daughter Lila was laughing and pulling my husband Jonathan toward the water, so I hurried us right past the faded warning sign without reading a word of it, a mistake that would haunt me for the rest of my life. The sky was clear when we got there, but within an hour, the wind had picked up enough to blow Lila's hood off her head. Jonathan crouched next to her to help her collect shells, while I hung back and watched the waves. Something about the way the water moved felt wrong, but I couldn't say what, so I told myself it was just the tide. He pressed a sand dollar into Lila's palm, and her face lit up. "Pretty, can we keep it forever?" He nodded and slipped it into his jacket pocket, then jumped up and chased her in circles while she shrieked with laughter. The next wave came in so far, it soaked the backs of my shoes, so I went to move our bag higher up the beach. I only turned my back for 15 seconds. When I turned back around, the stretch of sand where Jonathan and Lila had been standing was empty and wet. "Jonathan? Lila?" I ran for the water, but a man grabbed both my arms from behind. I fought him with everything I had. "Let me go. My family is out there." He held me against his chest. "There's nothing in that water but death." My legs gave out, and he was the only thing holding me up. They found Jonathan 3 hours later, a mile down the shore, the sand dollar still in his jacket pocket. They found Lila the next morning. The Coast Guard told me a sneaker wave had surged up the beach and pulled them both out in seconds. The faded sign I'd rushed my family past had been warning about exactly that. I'll carry those 15 seconds for as long as I live. I was at my best friend's wedding reception when his mom leaned over and said, "I know you're faking being blind." I did not respond because I did not want to cause a scene at his wedding. My best friend Brad appeared at her shoulder. "Mom, stop it right now." She pulled back and smiled. "I'm just being honest." He crouched down next to me. "Hey, I'm really sorry. You okay?" "I'm fine. Go enjoy your wedding." He squeezed my shoulder and left. His mom waited until he was gone and then jabbed a finger into my arm. "I am going to prove you are lying to every single person in this room tonight." I didn't even know what to say, so I awkwardly reached for my wine glass, but it wasn't where I left it. My hand swept the table and knocked it over, and the wine soaked the front of my dress. "She did that on purpose," she announced to the table. "She knocked it over on herself so everyone would feel sorry for her." I tried to reach into my purse to look for napkins, but it wasn't on my shoulder anymore. I felt along the back of my chair and the seat beside me to look for it. Evelyn told someone nearby, "Watch her eyes. You can see her looking for it, which proves she's not actually blind." I wanted to cry. Eventually, I found it on the floor behind me, so I bent down to pick it up. But when I stood up to sit back down, she had moved my chair. I caught myself on the table before I fell. That's when I heard her on the microphone. "This girl has been faking being blind all night, and I promised I would prove it." I'd never felt more humiliated in my life. She walked over and ripped my sunglasses off my face, then she shone her phone flashlight directly into my eyes. "See how she squints? It proves she's not actually blind and she can see. She has been playing all of you idiots." Brad's voice cut across the whole room. "Get your hands off her." I sat there with wine still cold on my dress and tried not to cry. He got in his mom's face. "She's been blind since we were 14, and she she came to school with bandages over her eyes, Mom. I carried her backpack for a month because she couldn't find her locker. His mom's face went white. I didn't know you actually knew her that well. Maybe if you'd listened to me tonight instead of harassing her at my wedding, you would have. That's when I heard a splash and Evelyn screaming, "My eyes! It's in my eyes!" The room went silent as Brad's bride set her empty wine glass down on the table. Now you know what it feels like. I was crying into my headset while playing Sky Wars because every boy in the Discord call was ganging up on me. Even Ray, a boy on my team, jumped in and laughed. "Girls shouldn't even be playing. She's so dumb she's probably gonna choose leather armor over iron. You should just kick her." I gripped my controller and tried to laugh it off, but in the game, everyone was attacking me, and everyone on my team refused to defend me. The "you died" screen filled my PC, and I muted myself on call just so the boys wouldn't hear me crying. Suddenly, my door slammed open and my grandma stormed inside. She leaned over me, grabbed my mouse, and clicked play again. She grinned, "We'll show those boys how it's done. I know what I'm doing. Trust me." I unmuted myself, and a new game started, not ready for what would happen next. She put her arm around me with her eyes glued to the screen. "Open all the chests near you. Focus on getting iron first, and you'll need food too." I listened to her and managed to get full chainmail armor, steak in my inventory, and 64 clay blocks. I could hear the boys speaking through the headphones. "Is this beach really getting her grandma to help her?" Someone else said, "Hey, tell your grandma to get back to the kitchen and make me a sandwich." I was about to start crying again, but my grandma wiped my tears. "Lock in. We have a game to play." In the game, I started building a bridge to the next island, and my grandma nodded. "Keep crouching and uncrouching. It's going to help you build faster." I turned around in the game and saw my teammates breaking the blocks I was putting down, but my grandma shrugged. "Ignore them. You won't need to go back to base anyway." I listened and landed on the other island, only taking 2 fall damage. "Quick, click as fast as you can." I killed the entire team of 4 in just 2 minutes. Then it was just me, my teammates, and one other person left to kill. The Discord lobby started screaming insults at me again. "Let the men handle this one. Isn't there some carpet that you should be vacuuming?" This time, I leaned into the screen without crying, because I knew I had to be the one to kill the last player. So while all my teammates started jumping from island to island, I just turned to him and looked closely. He was crouched in the center, right beside the void. I took out my bow and arrow and aimed directly at his head. Shoot. The word "victory" filled the screen, and the call went dead silent. My grandma put her hand on my shoulder. "Guess I picked up a thing or two from all those years of watching you play, huh?" I smiled and spoke into the mic. "You just got dropped off by 2 baddies. Seems like you owe us a sandwich." I was munching on my 5th bag of Doritos when my mom dropped me off at Fat Camp. "I'm sorry, honey, but you need help." I sighed and turned to wave goodbye, but she was already gone. And the second I walked through the chain link gate, my 400-pound counselor padlocked it and pointed at the sign by the entrance. "Nobody leaves until you're fixed." I knew I had to find a way out. I stumbled towards the line of other people my age, and that's when the 400-pound camp counselor started to speak. He stepped in front of me and pointed his chunky finger at me. "You're the worst case I've ever seen. You won't make it out of here for another year." But I was going to do anything to escape. And that night at 2 a.m., I heard the counselor slip into the forest, and I followed him to find out if he was doing something I could expose him for. Through the tree, I saw him surrounded by buckets of fried chicken, a stack of pizza slices that were even taller than him, and dozens of cans of soda. I almost burst out laughing because all I had to do to escape was tell everyone about his big secret. But right when he went to take a sip, I stepped on a branch and he immediately shot up, so I ran away before he could see me. The next morning, while everyone was being weighed and we ate our usual breakfast of a singular egg and a piece of lettuce, I started whispering about what I saw, and that's when the counselor wobbled over. I tried to cover my mouth with my hand, but it was too late. He yanked me out of my seat and crossed my name off his clipboard in front of the whole mess hall. "Liars don't graduate," he said. "You just earned another 30 days stuck here." He leaned down to get in my face, close enough that I could smell the fried chicken on his breath, and I knew I had to expose him for the fatty he really is. "You said I'm the worst case you've ever seen? Well, take one to know one." I reached up and ripped the grease-stained bag out of his jacket. It split open at my feet, and fast food spilled everywhere. Every starving fat kid slowly turned to face him. We all slowly walked in a trance towards the burgers, fries, chicken wings, all of it half-eaten. All of our stomachs rumbled at the same time, and the counselor looked nervous. I can explain, but we were too hungry to listen anymore. One boy ripped open his jacket, and a carton of large McDonald's fries fell out of the lining. The more we dug, the more we found, and by the end of the week, we got the camp shut down, and my mom came to pick me up with a fresh bag of Doritos. I put the plate of chicken nuggets in front of my daughter Rebecca and her friend Stacy, but my daughter instantly slammed her fork down. "What the hell is this? I told you I'll only eat lobster tails and truffle pasta, Mom." My eyes went wide, and I thought back to a few days ago when Rebecca told me Stacy was rich and only eats fancy food, so she needed me to pretend we were also rich. I didn't even have time to say anything before Rebecca pushed the plate away. "Stacy's mom has her butlers make us 5-course dinners. I know our butlers have the week off, but you could at least try. This is so embarrassing. I'm sorry, Stacy." I looked over at Stacy staring at the plate of chicken nuggets, and Rebecca snapped her fingers. "We want truffle pasta." She put her arms around Stacy. "It's okay, my mom will make us actual food soon." That's when Stacy reached out and picked up a chicken nugget. Rebecca's face dropped. "Stacy, what are you doing? You don't have to eat this poor person trash food." She reached to yank the nugget, but Stacy just took a bite, and her face lit up. She pulled the plate towards herself and started eating. Rebecca tried to stop her, but Stacy's eyes filled with tears. Rebecca, please stop. My mom only makes me caviar and escargot. I have to sit up straight and eat with 9 different forks and wear dresses and do my makeup just to have dessert. I just want to eat chicken nuggets like my friends. She turned to me with a mouthful of nuggets. Thank you so much. These are delicious. I nodded, then looked at Rebecca. She realized that sometimes the more you focus on what others have, the more you forget what's already yours. I opened the front door to let my boyfriend into the house. My parents just left. Hurry, get in here. Within 5 minutes, we were cuddled up on the couch when my little brother walked in and stopped by the stairs. So, who's this? Colin, leave us alone and go to your room. But Colin just stood there staring, Tyler noticed, and removed his arm from around my waist and sat back up straight. Colin smirked, then cleared his throat. This is gonna cost you. Then he skipped back up to his room. I placed my hands on my head. If my parents find out, I'm screwed. I went up to Colin's room to try and convince him, but when I opened the door, he was glued to his TV playing on his PS5. He didn't even look back. $20 and I don't remember anything. I said no. He pulled his hand back. So what are you gonna do when I tell mom? I told him I'd tell her about the bag of chips he ate before lunch. He said that wasn't against any rule. I said I'd take his PS5 for a week. He said it was his PS5 and I couldn't. I walked out of his room, but right before leaving, slipped $10 through the door. Please keep it a secret. Mom's gonna ground me if she finds out. He swiped the money through the door and said he'd think about it. I offered to do his chores on Saturday. The door opened. He looked up from his PS5. Nice try. We never do chores on Saturday. Then slammed the door and went back to his game. I walked back down and told Tyler he had to leave. Before leaving, he said he wanted to talk to my brother and that he would handle it. He walked up the stairs, and 5 minutes later, when my parents' car turned the driveway, he ran back down and snuck out through the back door. A minute later, Colin ran down to meet my parents at the front door with the biggest smile I'd seen. I followed 2 steps behind him, knowing that once he told them, I was screwed. My mom came in and pulled him into a hug. How was your day, bud? Colin opened his mouth. I gripped the back of the armchair, waiting for the blow, but Colin grinned. Good. We watched TV and played video games. I have the best sister in the world. She kissed his head and walked to the kitchen while Colin ran back up to his room. I knocked on his door 30 seconds later and asked why he didn't say anything. He shrugged. When Tyler came up, he said he would buy me V-Bucks. I asked what that meant. It means your boyfriend's a solid guy. Everyone told me my brother was dead, but I whistled to him on our ham radio every night for a year anyway. Dad built our ham radio in the garage when we were kids, but the whistled tunes were ours. Hello at 9 each morning, good night at 9 each night, come find me to call each other home from the woods. When he shipped out at 18, we still whistled goodnight on the radio across 1,300 miles. 6 months in, 2 officers told us he was missing and presumed dead, but I didn't believe them because he'd promised to whistle back every night, and he never broke a promise, so I waited. Every night at 9, I whistled goodnight into pure static. Talk to you tomorrow, big bro. Mom stopped coming into the garage, and Dad shut the door whenever he walked by. They had both lost hope, but I hadn't, because my brother had promised so. Every night, I whistled into the radio, waiting for him to keep his promise. After 6 months of static, Dad came out one night and put a hand on my shoulder. You don't have to keep doing this. I waved him off and kept whistling to him anyway. 2 months later, 3 notes of goodnight came through the static, and I almost knocked the mic over. I played Dad the recording. Sweetheart, that's just noise from another frequency. Mom wouldn't sit through it. After a full year had passed, an officer called to declare him dead. That night at 9, I was ready to give up, but I whistled hello into the mic one last time. That was when the static whistled it back, note for note. I leaned forward. Where are you? 3 notes came through, then 3 more, and 3 more. Our Come Find Me tune on repeat. He was still alive. The next day, an officer arrived with a death certificate that needed to be signed, but before my mom could sign it, I grabbed the pen out of her hand. It's 8:57. Come to the garage with me before you sign anything, please. Everyone followed. I whistled hello. The static answered note for note. Mom jumped up. Ask for tunes only he would know. So I whistled the one Mom would whistle to him when she used to drive him home from school. He whistled it back. Dad asked for a different tune, and he whistled it back, note for note. By the 10th tune, the officer stepped outside to make a call. 3 months later, they pulled my brother out of an enemy torture camp 400 miles from where he disappeared. Half his body weight gone, an old transistor radio was in his hands. The first night home, he sat in the garage doorway and whistled goodnight. I whistled it back across the driveway. He smiled. Your whistling was the only thing that kept me alive. My boyfriend turned his back to me and said, babe, trust fall, catch me on 3. I'd caught him 100 times before, so I planted my feet and opened my arms. He started counting, and I waited for him to fall back, ready to catch the love of my life. On 3, he spun around and locked eyes with me. He wasn't falling, he was charging. He sprinted forward and launched at me, screaming, RKO! He grabbed the back of my head and slammed me backwards. I crashed through our glass coffee table and landed flat on my back in shattered glass. I couldn't feel my legs. He stood over me with his arms raised like he just won a fight. Babe, did you see that? I tried to answer, but only a wheeze came out. He pulled out his phone and started filming. Hold on. I gotta send this to the boys. Babe, say something for the camera. I couldn't move my neck, so I forced out, call 911. His smile dropped for a second, then snapped back. Babe, relax. It's a joke. The paramedics showed up 7 minutes later and strapped a neck brace on me. They lifted me onto the stretcher while my boyfriend hovered behind them. Guys, she literally said yes to the trust fall. A paramedic put a hand on his chest. Sir, step back. He leaned over the stretcher as they wheeled me me out my own front door. Babe, it had to look real. I needed your arms open. That's literally why I asked. He never fell back. I did. I fell right out of love with him. We're over, I wheezed. I dropped my grandma's wedding ring down the bathroom drain at 3 a.m. and had 3 hours to get it back before she woke up. The ring tapped against the drain once and was gone. I reached down, but couldn't even get my fingers past the grate. Grandma always said this ring would be mine when I got married someday. She'd worn it for 60 years and only took it off to sleep. So tonight, I snuck in, slid the ring off the soap dish, and held it under the light for 1 whole minute. Then I bobbled it. She was going to wake up at 6 and reach for it the second she opened her eyes. I had to get it out before sunrise. I tiptoed to the kitchen, grabbed a butter knife, and ran back to the bathroom. I tried unscrewing the pipe under the sink, but it wouldn't budge. I leaned further into the cabinet and saw a small red toolbox shoved against the back wall. I'd never seen it before. Inside was a pipe wrench sitting on a folded cloth like it had been waiting for me. I wedged the wrench onto the pipe joint and pulled with everything I had. The pipe groaned loose, and a stream of black sludgy water poured down my chest. I was reaching into the open pipe when I heard her bedroom door creak open down the hall. Then her slippers slid across the hardwood toward the bathroom. I froze with my arm still inside the cabinet and pipe water dripping off my chin. Her footsteps stopped halfway down the hall. I heard her open a cabinet, take down a glass, close the cabinet, and shuffle back to her bedroom. I unscrewed the pipe, and the ring dropped into my palm. I clamped my hand over my mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Then I heard her bedroom door open again. Grandma was standing in the bathroom doorway in her robe. She walked in and stopped at the edge of the puddle. Neither of us said anything for what felt like a full minute. Your grandfather rolled his eyes both times I dropped this ring down the drain. He kept the wrench down here for me. She crouched down, took the ring out of my palm, and slid it back onto her finger. Then she took the wrench out of my other hand and tightened the pipe like she'd done it 100 times. The first sunlight came through the window. She set the wrench back on the folded cloth and closed the cabinet. Now you know where it is. I went to catch the bouquet at my cousin's wedding, but my older sister shoved past me at the last second and snatched it out of the air. She'd been doing this for the last 5 years, never once caring she made the other single women feel pushed aside. Not only that, but she'd also come wearing white dresses and professional makeup to make the day about herself. She said it brought her closer to our late mom, who never saw her marry. So this was her way of honoring her. So when my own wedding came around, I had an idea. I ordered the most expensive bouquet I'd ever bought. It had 3 dozen roses, weighed almost 4 pounds, and looked completely normal from the outside. I looked over at my sister's face and saw what she was planning. I turned around and tossed the bouquet. That's when she shoved through the single women like always and lunged for it. But what she didn't know was that I'd hidden a balloon of red dye inside the center of the bouquet. A balloon tight enough that any hard squeeze would pop it. So, as long as the bouquet was just held loosely, it stayed sealed. But when she yanked it to her chest in that tight grip of hers, the balloon popped, spraying red dye up across her face, covering her done-up hair, her professional makeup, and the white dress she'd worn to my wedding. The other single women started laughing so hard they were crying, and she ran out in tears. That's when I picked up the real bouquet I'd kept hidden and tossed it to my best friend. I let myself into my friend Jessica's house and hung the banner for her surprise birthday party. But when I looked around, the photos were of a family I'd never seen. My eyes widened in shock as I noticed more photos of people I didn't recognize, and I realized this wasn't Jessica's house. I panicked and began taking down the banner, but then I heard a car pulling into the driveway. My heart stopped. I didn't have time to take the banner, so I just grabbed the cake I'd brought and bolted to hide. The front door opened right as I shut the closet door behind me. Immediately, I heard a man's voice I didn't recognize. Who hung this banner? Was someone in my house? My heart pounded, and I creaked the door open, but then I saw the man's silhouette marching around with a gun. The cake was melting onto my fingers, and I knew if I tried to run for the window, he'd see me and possibly shoot me. So I stayed in the closet, my hands shaking as the footsteps got closer. I remember thinking, no way was this happening. I swore this was Jessica's house. The footsteps got closer, and I heard the man yelling, "Whoever you are, step out with raised hands or I'll shoot." He checked every room, and I picked up my phone and frantically texted Jessica, "What's your address? Please text me the answer. Do not call me." I put my phone down and prayed for a miracle, and that's when my phone rang. Jessica was calling. I declined immediately, but it was too late. The man's voice was outside the closet. "Step out right now." I was shaking and slowly opened the closet door, expecting him to shoot. The man had his handgun pointed at my face while I trembled on the floor with cake frosting dropping off my fingers onto his carpet. He screamed, "Who the hell are you?" And through tears, I begged him not to shoot. "It's my friend Jessica's birthday. I thought this was her house. I'm sorry. I have the key." I took out the spare key to show him, and his jaw clenched even tighter in anger as he kept his gun raised at me. "Jessica moved out 2 months ago. I bought this place from her. I haven't changed the locks yet. Now leave before I call the cops." My eyes widened and I stood up. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'll leave. Please don't call the cops." I started walking out, but he blocked me, red in the face. "I won't tell anyone, on one condition." I froze and nodded. "Anything you want." His hand twitched as he looked me in the eyes. "Leave the cake?" I shot back, confused. "What? You heard me. I want the cake." He pointed at the cake. "Cake, now." I gave it over immediately and walked out. I was in the cafeteria when I saw a random girl being bullied for her 5 nights at Freddy's lunchbox. So I hurled my milk carton at the bullies' faces, grabbed the girl's hand, and sprinted from the cafeteria. When we got far enough, she told me her name was Chelsea and said, "I only need you. You're all I've ever wanted in a friend." I smiled. Let's be friends forever. But in English class, I got grouped with Catherine and Tally for a group project, and they were so nice, I felt like I could fit in with more than just one person. But when I told Chelsea about them, she said, "They're not good enough for you." I tried to ignore her comment, but she started cornering me after English class, asking what inside jokes she'd missed and why I was laughing without her. And then, when I'd cancel plans with Catherine and Tally, Chelsea would light up and tell me, "It's better when it's just us anyway." I thought it was just her being possessive until I found an AirTag tucked inside my backpack's front pocket. I immediately knew Chelsea put it there, and when I confronted her, she crossed her arms. "You've been spending too much time with Catherine and Tally. I needed to know when you were abandoning me." I told her they weren't trying to steal me away, and that's when I got the idea to have a sleepover with all three to prove it. The night of the sleepover, we painted each other's nails, shared embarrassing stories, and watched horror movies. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, thinking this worked out, but I woke up at 3 a.m. to Catherine screaming because Chelsea was kneeling beside her sleeping bag, holding scissors and chunks of her hair. My mom burst into the room before we could react, yanked Chelsea away, and took the scissors from her. We all ran to the living room to escape, but Chelsea followed us, screaming and pointing at me. "You belong to me!" We were backed into the corner of the kitchen, and I was shaking, wondering what she would do next. But then Mom tackled Chelsea and yelled at us, "Call the police!" Mom held her down until the police arrived, and after her arrest, we found out Chelsea was put in a psych ward. But 5 years later, I got a call from her. "I get released next week. Maybe we could all hang out again." "No!" I screamed in horror. A new teacher snatched the tablet my nonverbal student uses to talk right out of his hands at lunch. I was halfway across the cafeteria on my rounds when it happened. I'd been the new aide for a week. Kobe hadn't said a word the whole time. He worked that tablet with both thumbs faster than I could read. The teacher held it up over her head. "Since you won't respond and you're bothering everyone, this is mine now." Kobe reached for it and let out a grunt. I sprinted the rest of the way. That's how he talks. He's nonverbal. That tablet is the only way he can communicate. She held it up like she'd caught him with a phone. "He's a brat who doesn't want to speak. It's lunchtime. He should be eating." She tucked the tablet under her arm. I'd watched him long enough to know what was coming. Kobe's hands went to the empty spot on his tray where the tablet had been. He stared at it like he couldn't understand what just happened. Then he started crying. Not the kind of crying that winds down on its own. He rocked in his seat, and the sound coming out of him filled the entire cafeteria. Every table sat frozen. I crouched in front of him. "Kobe, Kobe, look at me." He couldn't even look up. I turned back to the teacher. She had her arms crossed like she was watching a toddler throw a tantrum. "He just needs to calm down. These kids are addicted to those things." Then the crying stopped all at once. Kobe stood up in the middle of the cafeteria, legs pressed together, face blank, rocking side to side. He'd been trying to tell us he needed the bathroom, and he had no way to say it. Kobe's hands went to the waistband of his pants, and he started pulling them down right there in front of the whole cafeteria. The lunch lady was out from behind the counter at a full sprint. She dropped to her knees in front of him and grabbed his hands. "Sweetheart, I'm here, I'm here." She stood, crossed the cafeteria in 3 steps, and ripped the tablet right out from under the teacher's arm. "This is a medical communication device. He's nonverbal. That tablet is the only way he can speak. Act your age." The teacher's mouth fell open. "Excuse me? You think you can disrespect me like that?" The lunch lady was already back at Kobe's side, holding the tablet out to him. His hands left his waistband and went to the screen. His fingers started moving. She watched the screen, nodded, took his hand, and walked him to the bathroom. The whole cafeteria watched them go. They came back together. The lunch lady sat Kobe down at his table and walked back to the teacher. "The principal's waiting for you in her office." The teacher grabbed her keys and walked out of the cafeteria. She never came back to that school. Nobody has touched Kobe's tablet since. I made that bakery's famous sourdough with my own hands, and the day they gave my promotion to the owner's nephew, I walked out the door with their moneymaker. Her name was Doris, the sourdough starter the whole bakery was built on. A living jar of flour and water, 60 years old, and if you didn't feed her every 12 hours, she'd die. Without her, every loaf in that place tasted like cardboard. I brought her back to life when I started there. I built the recipe that had people lined up out the door, and I watched the owner hand my promotion to his nephew at the Monday meeting. So that night, after everyone left, I walked into the kitchen and slid Doris into my backpack. 2 days later, I walked past the bakery on my way to get coffee. Through the window, the nephew was pulling a tray of flat loaves out of the oven, and a regular was already handing one back over the counter. I kept walking. Day 5, a buddy who still worked there sent me a photo. The nephew had ordered 3 different starters off Etsy and lined them up on the counter like suspects, but none of them tasted right. You can't buy 60 years off the internet. The owner was screaming in the back about flour suppliers, while the nephew Googled how to make sourdough rise. Day 9, the Yelp reviews started rolling in. "Used to be the best sourdough in the city. Tastes like grocery store bread now. What happened to this place?" I read that last one twice, then fed Doris her morning flour. Day 14, I walked past one more time, and the line that used to run out the door was gone. The nephew sat alone on the curb, smoking next to a crooked "Help Wanted" sign. The owner knocked on my door that night, eyes red, holding his checkbook. "Name your number, please. Just give her back." I went to the counter, mixed up a fresh jar of flour and water, and handed it to him. He clutched it to his chest like a baby and ran. The next morning, my phone buzzed. A photo from my buddy at the bakery bakery. A loaf split open on the cutting board, flat as a coaster, the owner standing behind it with his hands on his head. The jar I gave him was just flour and water I'd mixed up that night. The real Doris was still bubbling on my counter, right where I'd left her, next to the lease I'd signed that morning for my own bakery. I named the new place after her. I found my 6-year-old nephew locked in a hot car during my sister's wedding. I'd noticed his wheelchair wasn't at the outdoor ceremony, but when I asked, my mom said he was just resting inside because the noise was too much for him. But something felt wrong, so I slipped away to check. I searched everywhere and found nothing, until I heard a weak crying coming from the parking lot. I ran over and found Lucas locked in my sister's SUV, no AC, strapped in his car seat, drenched with sweat. His lips were cracked white and he'd wet himself. I freaked out and tried to smash the window with my heel, but it wouldn't break. I needed the keys. I ran back to the venue and found my sister Ashley taking photos with her new husband. I told her that Lucas was locked in her car, I needed her keys, but she didn't even stop smiling for the camera. He's fine. He likes the car. Crowds scare him. I threw my hands up. He's barely conscious. Please give me the keys. But before she could respond, our mom rushed over to give out, but not to her. You're making a scene over nothing, she told me. Then my doctor uncle butt in too. Kids are resilient. I grabbed my head in disbelief. Everyone was telling me that leaving a 6-year-old locked in a hot car was normal. That's when I realized this wasn't just neglect. Something deeper was going on. I thought about what to do, and remembered a few weeks ago, Ashley had cut our grandma off after an argument all about Lucas. I stepped away and called her, hoping she might know. And that's when Grandma told me that Ashley found out about Dad's will. You see, when my dad died, he left a lot of money in a trust for Lucas's care, with Ashley as trustee. If something happened to Lucas, Ashley would inherit $500,000. I pulled out 911 and told them there was an ongoing attempted murder of a child and gave them the address. I went back to Ashley immediately and told her I knew what she was doing. Her face twisted. You really think I'd try to kill my own son for money? You're disgusting. I went to respond, but that's when I saw the sirens. Ambulance and police were here. They stepped out and I explained everything, and they told everyone to come with them. But when we got to Ashley's SUV and saw Lucas strapped in his car seat and barely moving, my mom pointed her finger at me. She carried him out here, officer. We saw her. Before we could even react, Ashley dropped to her knees. I can't believe you would do this to him. My jaw dropped. An officer broke the window and paramedics pulled Lucas out limp and started working on him. That's when Brad wiped his tears and put his arm around Ashley. My wife and I can provide witnesses who saw her carry the child to this car. My uncle put his hand on his chest. I'm a doctor, and I personally saw her take him outside. I tried to scream they were all lying, but 5 voices drowned out one. The officers kept looking between me and the family, unsure who to believe. But my mom grabbed their arms and cried, "This is the second time she's done this." Ashley was kneeling beside the stretcher, holding Lucas's hand and sobbing, while I stood there speechless, looking very guilty. I was about to go to prison, but then one of the officers walked around Ashley's SUV. "Hey, what's this?" he asked, but my family were too busy performing to respond, so the officer just reached in and pulled out the dash cam himself. He started flicking through, and right as Ashley screamed she hopes to never see me again, the officer reached down and cuffed her while she was still kneeling. "Wait, what?" she yelled, and the officer shoved the dash cam in her face, showing her locking Lucas in the car 3 hours before the ceremony. I found out what the school's charity was really doing with our donations. My daughter Crystal started pulling out her t-shirts and sweaters from her closet, then putting them in a brown box. Her school was taking clothing donations for homeless families this Christmas. I watched her put her favorite pink hoodie in the box and was so proud of how I raised my daughter, but something felt wrong. This was the 3rd clothing donation Crystal's school had done in just the last 3 months. So the next morning, before Crystal sellotaped the box of clothes, I slipped a GPS tracker into the pocket of the pink hoodie so I could track where it went. I dropped Crystal off at school with a nervous feeling in my stomach and watched her proudly carry the box of clothes inside with a smile. My child was being an amazing person, and I needed to be sure her efforts were being rewarded. That afternoon, I opened the GPS tracker app and saw the dot leave the school grounds. I watched the dot drive past all the shelters and food banks, and my face dropped in horror as it stopped at a warehouse. My legs were shaking, seeing Crystal walk around with the hoodie she didn't even like. 2 days later, the dot moved again, and this time went to a secondhand clothing store across the city. My eyes went wide in anger, and I instantly grabbed my keys, driving to where the dot was. I walked into the store and stopped dead. Crystal's pink hoodie was hanging on the front rack with a $28 price tag. Crystal thought this hoodie was helping a kid stay warm, when in reality, it was just another thing for someone to buy. I was furious and stormed to the register with the hoodie in my hand. I paid for it and asked the cashier where they sourced this hoodie. "We have a contract with several local schools. They give us unwanted clothes for cheap to sell." My stomach sank as I realized Crystal's school never donated the clothes. They were just telling kids the clothes were going to homeless families, then selling those clothes and profiting off my daughter's and the other children's kindness. I ran 2 red lights trying to buy back the magic, the gathering box my mom had donated to a thrift store that morning. I was flying past cars on the highway because my mom had cleaned out my closet that morning and dumped everything she called old junk at a thrift store. The junk was a sealed magic, the Gathering Tempest from the 90s, still in factory plastic, worth $6,000. I'd been saving it to buy her a new car since hers had been grinding for over a year. I'd called the thrift store and they wouldn't hold it. Every red light I hit was a chance for someone else to walk off with my mom's car. The drive took 11 minutes and felt like an hour. I shoved through the doors and headed straight to the back where they kept the toys and games. There it was on the bottom shelf. A man in a gray jacket was already crouched in front of it, turning it over in his hands. I walked up. "I'm gonna buy that one." He stood up and held it against his chest. "I've been hunting a sealed Tempest box for years. This one's mine." He started toward the register and I followed. "My mom donated it by accident. That's my box. Doesn't have your name on it." I cut in front of him before he reached the register and got on my knees. "Please, it's the only thing I own worth anything, and I need it for my mom." He looked at the box, then at me, and pushed it into my hands. "Take it." The sticker on the front said $3. I paid the $3 and drove home with the box buckled into the seat next to me. 2 weeks later, a collector wired me $6,100 for it. That weekend, I drove my mom to a dealership and put the keys to a used Honda in her hand. "How on earth did you pay for this?" "It came from that box of cards you dropped at the thrift store." She froze with the keys halfway to her purse. "The junk in your closet?" The junk she'd called worthless had just bought her the car. She didn't say anything for a long time. Then she asked, "Do you have any more junk left in there?" I traded my finger for a mozzarella stick. I was finishing my basket of mozzarella sticks at my favorite bar when another woman's hand reached into the basket and grabbed the last one at the same time as mine. I looked up. She was 2 stools down, leaning so far over the bar her drink was about to tip. 3 empty baskets sat in front of her. Neither of us let go. This was the last mozzarella stick, and I'd be damned if I didn't get to eat my own food. She smirked. "I touched it first. Who even are you?" We both pulled. The breading snapped right away, and we each had a half, cheese stretching between us in a long, thin string. "Get your own order," I yelled. She glared and pulled her half back further. The cheese got longer. I pulled mine back. Longer. We were arguing across 2 feet of dangling mozzarella, and she wouldn't break eye contact. "They're like $4, I said. "Let go." "You let go." The cheese snapped in the middle and fell limply against both our wrists. She tried to shove her half into her mouth, but I lunged across the bar and grabbed her hand. She panicked and shoved it in anyway, my fingers in the way. She bit down hard and yanked her head back like she was tearing into jerky. My ring finger came off in her mouth. I looked down at the bloody stump where my finger used to be. I felt nothing, just cold air on the wound. My finger hung from her mouth covered in blood, like marinara on a cheese stick. Her eyes went wide. I took a deep breath and sat back down on my stool, my half of the stick still in my good hand. I took a bite, never breaking eye contact. She spit my finger onto the bar and it rolled onto the floor. She tried to say something. Nothing came out. I kept chewing. The bartender stared at me. Nobody in the bar spoke. I swallowed loudly and turned to the bartender. "Can I get another basket?" I pointed at my finger. "And someone should probably grab that." They reattached it and she got banned. I still go there every Friday and nobody's ever touched my basket since. Every time my older brother picked me up from school and a certain car appeared behind us, he'd yell, "Undercover cop," and floor it. He'd say, "Face forward, don't look back." We'd be flying through neighborhoods, taking sharp turns, running stop signs, and I'd be gripping the seat screaming, believing we were being chased by undercover cops. He'd lose the car and park somewhere random, then high-five me. We lost them. I once asked him what would happen if they caught us. His smile vanished and he stared out the windshield. "Trust me, you don't want to know what happens if they catch us." But one day, the car behind us got close and rammed into our bumper hard as hell. My brother swerved but didn't stop, so I turned around. "Why aren't you pulling over? They just hit us. Face forward, don't look back." We ended up getting away, but that's when I knew something was off, because a cop would never ram our car. The next week, he yelled, "Undercover cop," and we shot past 100 miles an hour. The same car was right behind us, but this time I heard a girl screaming from inside it. "It's been years." My brother turned up Michael Jackson to block it, but I heard it anyway and turned to face him. "Why is a girl chasing you? Did you do something?" He turned the music louder and ignored me. The next day, she was right on our bumper screaming, "Pull over! Just tell me why you ghosted me." My head whipped toward my brother. "You ghosted her? That's why she's been chasing us this whole time?" He shook his head, his eyes welling up. "It's worse than that. You don't want to know what I did." I grabbed the parking brake and pulled it. The car jerked to a stop. He asked me what the hell I was doing, but I stood tall and crossed my arms. "This ends now. You're going to tell me the truth. Why did you ghost her?" In the rearview mirror, I saw the girl's car stop behind us. "Quick, tell me why you ghosted her." His hands were shaking on the steering wheel. He stuttered, "I kissed her mom, and her mom kissed better than her." I screamed, "You kissed her mom!" And he put his hand over my mouth. The girl was at his window with her arms crossed. "You kissed my..." But my brother took off the parking brake and floored it. That's when I saw red and blue lights flashing behind us. It was a real undercover cop this time. My professor handed me my midterm exam, and I got a 0 out of 100. My heart sank. He leaned in and smirked. "With this grade, you won't be graduating this year. I'll see you next year." I didn't want to retake this dumb class, so I came up with a plan. My professor was old and stinky, and I was a young girl, so I would flirt with him to bump my grade up. So after class, I left a sticky note on his desk that said, "You're the hottest teacher in this school." I stood near the door waiting to see his reaction. He picked up the note and his face looked shocked. I panicked because I thought he wasn't into it and would snitch on me, but then he looked up at me and smiled awkwardly, like he liked it. I had to commit to the plot. The next day, I left another note before class started. "Get me out of this class so we can be something real." I winked after I dropped it, and during class, he kept blushing while looking at me. me. As I was leaving class, he touched my arm. Stay after class tomorrow. I have something important to tell you. I think you'll like it. My face lit up because this is exactly what I wanted. But when I walked into his office the next day, the dean was standing right next to him and my legs went weak. My 2 sticky notes were sitting on the desk like evidence. The dean held them up. Your professor showed me these notes. Did you write these to your professor? I knew I was trapped and slowly nodded. The dean slammed his hands on the desk. Yeah, so you're expelled. This behavior is unacceptable. My plan to graduate got me expelled. I didn't think it could get any worse until the dean left the room and the professor grabbed my arm. Now that you're not my student, we can be something real. Want to go on a date? I gasped. Did you show my notes to the dean to get me expelled so we could go on a date? He nodded enthusiastically, but I was horrified because he's chopped. My daughter came home from swim practice crying. Coach said if I can't hold my breath for 4 minutes underwater, I'm getting kicked off the team. I immediately grabbed her and ran towards my car because we were going straight to that damn pool. When I stormed in, I saw numbers written on the wall recording how long each student could hold their breath underwater. The record at the top said 8 minutes and 12 seconds. I told my daughter to sit on a bench while I went to look for Coach Thumble on the deck. You're telling 12-year-olds to hold their breath until they hit 8 minutes? She didn't look at me. It's a competitive breath drill. Every elite program runs them. I told her it was dangerous. She finally turned around. I've been coaching here for 20 years and I've never had a single incident. How many state titles have you won? I stormed to the principal's office and when I walked in, his hands were folded on the desk. Coach Thumble has 3 state championships. I trust her methods. Fine. Then I'm pulling my daughter out of swim drills. The principal slammed his hands down. All drills are mandatory for meet eligibility. Skip the drill, lose your relay spot. I walked out feeling defeated and when I went back to my daughter on the bench, she was crying. Everyone else's mom is fine with it. Why do you have to ruin everything? I looked at my daughter's face and I caved. On Friday, I brought her to the swimming meet. Coach Thumble forced me out of the pool hall. No parents inside. Slam. She shut the door in my face. That's when my phone buzzed with a Snap Live notification from my daughter Cecilia, and when I opened it, she was perched on the edge of the deep end while 2 dumbbells were tied to her ankles. Watch me beat these losers for the longest record for holding your breath. Splash. She jumped. I pounded on the door, but no one was opening. My hands shook while I held the phone. 3 minutes. Coach Thumble leaned over the edge with the stopwatch. Come on, Cecilia. Push past it. Her bubbles slowed, then they stopped. I backed up and kicked the door until the hinges cracked and I burst through. The pool was silent. Paramedics rushed in behind me. I immediately jumped in, dragged her free, and pulled her out while Coach Thumble stayed there shaking her head until she saw me looking at her. I didn't know she'd take it this far. How was I supposed to know? I said nothing. I shoved her into the deep end with both hands. I gripped the back of her head and forced her under, leaning close. You said real swimmers can hold their breath for 8 minutes. Let's see if you can do it. Her bubbles broke the surface in front of me. I watched the bully grab my lunch bag, and for the first time in a month, I smiled. The first time she grabbed it, I told my homeroom teacher, Ms. Park, about it, but she just shrugged me off. I'll look into it, sweetie, she said, without even looking up from her papers. Since nothing happened, Wendy continued to take my lunch from my backpack every day, holding my sandwich up across the room and mouthing, "Thanks for lunch," while I pretended not to care. I was sick of having to go to the nurse's office to eat saltine crackers, so that morning, I came up with a plan. Before class, I waited for Ms. Park to step into the hallway. Her lunch bag sat on her desk, a brown paper bag with her silver thermos sticking out and her name across the side in black marker. I grabbed it, slipped it into the front pocket of my backpack, and left my own bag, with my name on the side, where hers had been. I'd barely dropped back into my seat when she walked in. The morning crawled by, and by the time the lunch bell rang, my pulse was pounding in my ears. Wendy walked straight to my desk like always, grabbed the brown bag out of my backpack without even looking at it, and walked out with it swinging in her hand. I followed her to the cafeteria and sat a few tables away to watch. Wendy plopped down in the corner, unzipped the bag, and pulled out a turkey wrap, cut strawberries, and the silver thermos. "Whoa, jackpot today," she said, and took a huge bite. I kept waiting for something to happen, but she just kept eating, and my stomach sank like I'd planned the whole thing for nothing. Then the doors swung open, and Ms. Park came straight to my table, holding my lunch bag. "I think these got mixed up, sweetie. This was on my desk." She set it down and asked, "Have you seen mine?" I pointed across the room at Wendy. Ms. Park turned just as Wendy took another huge bite, and her mouth fell open. She marched over, picked up the thermos, and turned it so the name faced Wendy. "Wendy, where did you get that?" Wendy froze with the wrap halfway to her mouth. I found it," she said. Ms. Park raised her hand and cut her off. "Actually, I don't want to hear it. My office now." Wendy stood up slowly, still holding the half-eaten wrap, and followed her out. As she passed my table, I held up my real sandwich and mouthed, "Thanks for lunch." Turns out my homeroom teacher looked into it after all. My front door opened and my mom walked in uninvited, smiling at me. I was confused and asked, "What are you doing here?" But she replied, "Just checking that you're taking care of Jacob correctly." She walked to my 9-month-old son before I could stop her and instantly grabbed her head in horror. "Why are you still giving him regular baby formula after I told you it's bad for him? This is why you need me here." She instantly yanked the bottle from Jacob's mouth, then pulled out a can of organic baby formula and gave it to Jacob. Jacob began crying because his favorite formula was just ripped away, but my mom shushed him. "It's okay, baby. Grandma's here now. She knows what's best for you." I watched in anger and disbelief, but when I told mom she needs to stop doing stuff like this, she completely ignored me and instead stared at Jacob's soft foam Lego set across the room with these wide eyes. flies. Those are way too dangerous for a baby. She ran across the room and started taking apart Jacob's tower he'd spent all afternoon building. Jacob cried harder, and I yanked her hand away, angry, and telling her those are baby-safe Lego foam blocks, designed for babies 6 months and up. She scoffed, "I've been a parent for longer. I know better," and turned to Jacob, sobbing across the room. "Look what you've done. You made my little boy cry." She shoved the Lego blocks into her handbag, then scooped Jacob up. He was still crying, but she started bouncing him on her hip, making the organic formula splash from the bottle all over Jacob. "Mommy hasn't been taking good care of you, has she? But Grandma's here now. Grandma will fix it." That's when I had enough. I was furious and grabbed Jacob out of her arms. He instantly calmed down, and I pointed at the front door and told her to get out right now. She tried protesting, but I was so angry I cut her off and held the door open until she walked out. But then 3 days later, I was on the couch with Jacob when I saw her smiling outside my window. She shouted, "Here to see Jacob," and her key rattled in the door, but then it wouldn't turn. She yelled, "Why isn't my key working?" "Because I changed the locks." I laughed. Even through the door, I heard her deflate. She screamed I couldn't do this to her, but I absolutely could. I watched Jacob drinking his favorite formula and just waited until Mom gave up and walked away. I never let her see Jacob again. I was eating goldfish on the bleachers when 2 fourth graders asked my teacher if they could play kickball, and she stepped back and threw her hands up. "Don't ask me, ask the king." They both turned around and walked toward me shaking. They were 2 grades older than me and a foot taller. They stopped at the bottom of the bleachers with their eyes glued to their shoes. "Can we please play kickball at recess?" I took my time finishing the goldfish in my mouth. I wiped the orange dust off my fingers onto my jeans. "Tell me why." They both forced their eyes up to meet mine. The shorter one mumbled it was his birthday. I flicked my fingers like I was swatting flies. "Have fun." They thanked me 4 times each before sprinting off. I reached into my bag for another handful of goldfish. A minute later, Mrs. Givens walked over with her hands clasped together. "Sorry to bother you, sweetie king. There's a 3rd grader telling kids they can't use the swings today. I told her to bring him to me." She nodded and walked off to find him. That's when a teacher I'd never seen before stormed across the yard, pointing straight at me. "What in the world is going on here? Why are these children acting like you're in charge?" Mrs. Givens sprinted back over and grabbed his elbow. Stop talking right now." The new teacher yanked his arm away and turned back to me. "I am not letting a 2nd grader run this playground." He marched up the bleachers and grabbed my wrist. "You're coming with me to the principal's office right now." Before he could pull me down, 2 men in black suits came running across the yard. They slammed him into the grass and pinned his hands behind his back without saying a word. I climbed down from the bleachers and crouched next to his ear. "Don't you ever disrespect me again." I dropped a goldfish into his mouth, stood up, and walked off. That's when the principal came running out of the building. He took one look and dropped to his knees. "Please forgive us, Miss Sweetie King. Mr. Deedlewood will be fired by the end of the day." I kept walking past him without a word, munching on goldfish. The principal slapped Mr. Deedlewood in the back of the head. "You idiot! Her family runs the entire underground crime scene." I walked into my sister's house with my husband, but she rolled her eyes the second she saw him. "Oh, he's here again." He smiled and held up the casserole he'd made, but she didn't take it. We sat down, and my husband asked, "Would anyone like wine?" My sister smirked. "Finally a way to make yourself useful." But when he poured her a glass, she made a disgusted face. "That's not the proper way to pour wine. Don't you have any manners?" I told her to stop, but she crossed her arms. "I'm just being honest. I know his dad never taught him how to serve a lady, but shouldn't you have trained him?" My husband's jaw instantly tightened, so I took his hand, but my sister immediately waved her finger. "Whoa, his anger is scaring me right now. I hope he isn't like his dad, sis." My eyes widened in shock, because my husband's father used to beat his mom, and my husband's biggest fear in life was being like his dad. Her comparing him to his dad was triggering. My husband clenched his fist, then stood up and walked into the hallway to calm down. My sister immediately sat up. "You should leave him, sis. What if he gets angry and hits you?" She said it loud enough for him to hear. I went to tell her to stop, but suddenly she screamed, "Ah, a wasp! Get it away from me!" A giant wasp hovered near her head. "Rick, help get the wasp!" She called my husband's name. He ran in, still red in the face. He raised his hand and swung at the wasp, but he missed, and his palm connected with the side of my sister's face. She dropped off the couch, and blood started pooling from her ear as she lay unconscious. My husband went pale and covered his mouth. "Oh my God, what have I done?" I called an ambulance while the wasp flew out the open window. At the hospital, they diagnosed a concussion and gave her 6 stitches. When she woke up and saw me and my husband by her bed, she tried to scream. "I told you he was dangerous. I told you he was like his father." We let her finish, then my husband leaned in. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hit you, but I'm nothing like my father, because unlike you, my mother never deserved a slap." My school bully shoved me into the deep end of the pool, and her 2 friends jumped in after me. Madison pinned me against the wall and slapped me hard on the back. "Out of all of us, I bet I can hold my breath the longest. The loser gets a wedgie." She said it because everyone knew I was the worst at holding my breath and always lost. But this time was different. Tucked under my swim cap was a folded plastic straw. Madison yelled, "Go," and we all went under. I slid the straw out, unfolded it, and slipped it into my mouth, the tip just above the water. Becca popped up first, coughing into her hand. Jenna lasted longer, but came up choking on a mouthful of pool water. Madison stayed under longest, before bursting up gasping. She wiped her face and saw me still floating. "No way, you're cheating." She sucked in a huge breath and dove straight at me. I yanked the straw out and shoved it under my cap before she reached me. She grabbed my arm and shook me hard. I held still. Her cheeks deflated, and she shot back up choking, dragging herself onto the deck. "You win," she croaked through her her hand, I surfaced and climbed out of the pool. Madison was still on her knees hacking up water. I walked up behind her, grabbed the back of her swimsuit, and yanked it up. It stretched over her head and caught on the flagpole rope. She hung there kicking and screaming for the teacher. I walked away, calling back over my shoulder, "See, I wasn't cheating." Too bad none of them ever figured out I'd had a plastic straw tucked under my swim cap the whole time. Madison never bullied me again. My manager Brad smiled at me across the counter and said, "You're staying till close again, sweetheart. That's what desperate little girls do." I was 17 and 3 months into my first job at the smoothie place inside the mall. "Can I pick up extra shifts? My mom's hours got cut at the hospital." Brad's face lit up like I'd handed him a present. "Mom's struggling again? I can help you out, sweetheart." After that, he started scheduling me 12 hours straight, taking my tips for training fees and standing too close at the blender. I started keeping a notebook in my apron with every shift, every comment, every dollar on the page. One day, he leaned over me and said, "You'd look cuter with that top button undone." So I bought a voice recorder at the drugstore and clipped it inside my visor. The recordings got worse, so when he handed me a toilet brush and said, "Gloves are for people who earned them," I took pictures of the supply closet that still had 3 boxes of gloves on the shelf. The pictures weren't enough because soon he was texting me at midnight, "Why aren't you more grateful?" So I screenshotted every message and emailed them to myself. One afternoon, he reached over and tugged my visor to fix it, and the recorder almost slid out into his hand. My heart slammed, but my hand stayed steady as I caught it, told him the clip was loose, and clocked back in like nothing happened. That was the closest I came to losing everything I'd built. Then he cut my hours right before the holidays and told me, "You're not smiling enough," and I let him think it worked. He scheduled me for a 14-hour shift on Black Friday. I showed up at 5 in the morning with a printed letter folded in my back pocket and a thick envelope addressed to corporate's regional office. At 9, when the line wrapped around the food court, Brad screamed, "Move faster! What is wrong with you?" I untied my apron, set it on the counter, and taped the letter to the register screen. "Read the part about the bathroom gloves first," I told him. "Corporate already has their copy." I walked out past 40 customers while Brad stood frozen at a register he couldn't use. Desperate little girls take notes. I saw rustling in my bushes outside, and when I went to check, a homeless man was crouched between the leaves holding a baseball bat. My heart froze and I backed away, but he turned to me and with a calm voice said, "I'm just keeping guard, ma'am. I won't be long." My legs shook and I slowly backed into my house without a word, pressing myself against the door and breathing hard. I dialed 911 and told them a homeless man was outside my house with a baseball in a shaky voice. I walked to my bathroom to splash water on my face, but as soon as I turned the tap, the bathroom window shattered behind me. I screamed and sprinted out, my heart pounding because the homeless man was inside my house. I heard heavy footsteps and stepped behind a curtain, my hands trembling as I pulled it over me. I peered through a tiny slit and saw the shine off a long knife as the man rounded the corner. I gasped and tried to stay still, but then I heard his voice. "I see your shoes under the curtain, Sally." My heart froze because that voice was my ex-husband's. I stepped out and saw him holding the knife. "I'm gonna kill you." He ran straight at me and I screamed, trying to move out of the way, but he caught my wrist and twisted it. "This is for leaving me. I'll show you anger issues." He laughed and raised his knife, but suddenly his smile completely fell and he dropped face first on the floor. The homeless man stood behind me with his bat raised. "I'm sorry for being in your bushes, ma'am. I saw him stalking your house earlier and couldn't just let him do whatever." He lowered his bat, and that's when cops burst in. They stepped past my ex-husband and immediately tackled the man and cuffed him on the floor. I grabbed the officer's wrist. "No, not him. He just saved my life." I pointed at my bleeding ex-husband. "It's him. He tried to kill me." The cops uncuffed the homeless man and carried my ex-husband out to the squad car instead. The homeless man thanked me, then walked out, still carrying his bat. I looked out the window and finally saw my kids in the backyard crawling across the floor in ski masks, pretending to be spies. I instantly started celebrating because it was the first time they'd gone outside in months, and I knew I had to be the one to keep their game alive. So I started leaving clues for them to find around the house, and I could have sworn nothing could go wrong. That night, I wrote a coded note, sealed it in an envelope marked as classified, and slipped it under the back door. Then I knelt in the flower bed and buried an old flash drive labeled microfilm, grinning like a maniac. My oldest found the envelope at sunrise and screamed for his brother. By breakfast, they were in full camo, crossing the yard in forward rolls with juice box walkie-talkies. I hid behind the fridge, laughing into a dish towel. The game was going perfectly according to plan, until a few days later when they came to me with a Nokia block phone. At first, I just laughed, thinking it was part of the game. My 6-year-old dramatically ripped the sunglasses off his head. "We recovered this from our father's duffel bag. We believe it's a phone containing confidential information." I playfully took it, thinking it was just an old phone, but as soon as I opened it, my thumbs went stiff. He had dozens of text notifications from his secretary, Vanessa. I clicked their conversation. "My wife isn't going to find out about our baby before she's born, and by the time she knows, it'll be too late because we'll be gone." The boys stood at attention, so I dropped the phone into my pocket and kept my voice flat. "Outstanding work, agents." They saluted and sprinted back to their post. I faked a spy game to get my kids outside. Turns out their dad was running a real one. I ordered a vanilla latte with peanut syrup and went to the pickup counter to wait for it. But when the barista set my drink down, a 5-year-old kid immediately grabbed my cup and asked if he could try my drink. I told him no, but he opened the lid and took a sip. I was horrified because when he went to close it, he also coughed directly into it. His mom came up behind him, and I told her to buy me a new drink because her son just coughed in mine. She looked down at her son, drinking my coffee, and said, "Just take it back when he's done. He's only got a cold anyway." I told her I wasn't drinking it because it was contaminated, and she looked down at her son and said, "I guess that means you can have the rest." The kid smiled and kept drinking, and I decided to just get a new one. But suddenly, his face turned red. He gasped, grabbed his throat, and collapsed to the floor while the drink fell and splashed all over his mom. He was having an allergic reaction from my drink. She went red and dropped to her knees, yelling, "What was in that drink?" And when I told her peanut syrup, she screamed, "My son can't have peanuts. Why would you let my son drink that?" She pointed her finger at me and reached into her purse for an EpiPen, but couldn't find one. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, and while she was on the floor screaming about peanuts, I grabbed her untouched drink from the pickup counter and calmly walked out. My little brother kicked my door open in a full police uniform and held up his badge. "Security is here to escort you, ma'am. Your safety is my priority." I nearly teared up because a few months ago I got attacked, and he was doing this just to keep me safe. But while walking to school, he kept finger-gunning old ladies, asking strangers to move out of my way. And when we got to school, he patted my classmates down for concealed weapons. He walked into my class and sat beside me, chewing gum and asking me if the class hamster made me feel threatened. It felt embarrassing. And when my friends came over after school, he stood in the corner of my room with his arms crossed. "I'm just making sure none of them hurt you." He flashed his badge. I was annoyed because I just wanted to gossip and pushed him out. But 10 minutes later, I heard gum popping from inside my closet. I found him crammed between the coats, still in his police uniform. A good officer knows your blind spots. My friends laughed at me, and I felt humiliated. But that weekend, I got an invite to a party. I looked over at my brother in his uniform, watching me while eating his cereal, and knew he tried to follow me. So when it was time to leave, I got dressed in the bathroom and snuck out the window. At the party, I finally felt relaxed, not having to worry about my brother protecting me. But then 2 guys grabbed my wrist. "Come with us," they pointed at a bedroom. I could smell the alcohol on their breaths, and I tried to scream, but the music was too loud for anyone to hear me. They dragged me towards the door while my heart pounded, giving me flashbacks from the past. And then I heard, "Freeze, police." My little brother was in the doorway holding his plastic gun. My jaw dropped, and the 2 guys let go of my hand. They were too drunk to tell my brother wasn't a real cop and scrambled away. I dropped to my knees and pulled him in, while he put his plastic gun back at his hip. The scene is secure. I tilted my box of cereal, and my mouth fell in horror as nothing dropped into my bowl of milk. My cereal box was empty, and my stomach rumbled in pain. I was super hungry, but Mom was asleep, so I decided I could just make breakfast myself. What could go wrong? I opened the fridge and saw a carton of eggs, and my face lit up because I'd seen Mom make these before. She always cracked them, so I grabbed 2 eggs and smashed them straight into the pan. The eggs started changing color alongside the shells, and I smiled because I was doing it. While they cooked, my eyes caught a loaf of bread on the counter, and I realized I wanted toast. The toaster had too many buttons for me to figure it out, but then I saw Mom's lighter on the counter. I picked it up, flicked it on, and held the flame under a slice of bread. It started toasting, and I giggled to myself, feeling like a genius. I was still imagining the proud look on my mom's face when she saw her 7-year-old daughter made breakfast, when suddenly the fire alarm blared. Startled, I jumped and dropped my toast in shock, and when I looked over, the pan was pouring black smoke in the air because the eggshells were black and burning. I panicked and grabbed a kitchen towel, but as I started waving the smoke away, the corner of the towel hit the stove and caught fire. I screamed and dropped the towel, watching the flame grow bigger on the floor. I cried and knew I needed to fix this, so I quickly yanked open the fridge. I grabbed the first glass bottle I saw and just poured it onto the fire, but the flames immediately shot up bigger than before, catching the ceiling. I screamed again and backed out of the burning kitchen, and when I looked at the bottle, the label said vodka. I didn't know what that was, but it had made everything worse. I began shrieking, and tears rolled down my face as the kitchen filled with smoke. That's when Mom ran in. She sprayed the whole kitchen with the fire extinguisher, and the fire went out. I sobbed in our white-covered kitchen. "I'm sorry, I just wanted breakfast, but my cereal box was empty." Mom clenched her jaw, then pointed at the drawer. I opened it, and inside was a brand new cereal box. I wiped my tears, smiled, and poured myself a bowl. The prison officer walked me and the other teenagers through the prison. "My job is to make sure this place scares all of you into actually acting like good kids." I laughed because I thought nothing could change me, and that's when the officer pulled me aside and read my file. "Says here you've been busy. You got caught stealing from your own mother's purse 3 times. Caught trying to walk out of a pharmacy with a bottle of pills. 2 suspensions for fighting. Ha ha ha. I'm never changing because I don't have to. I'm hot, which means in the worst case scenario, I find a boyfriend, move in with him, and we live happily ever after." At the time, I believed every word I said was true. He walked me down a row of cells, and women pounded the bars and screamed until my ears rang. All the other teens were crying with fear, but I just laughed. Is this supposed to be scary? Suddenly, a food tray came hauling towards me. "Fresh meat. You'll all be back. Every one of you." I giggled. One can only hope. Then the officer stopped me at the last cell. The woman inside looked like an older version of me, and I waved. "Hey twin," she responded quietly. "I read about what you did in your file. I went in for a high five." "Oh cool, what did you think?" she sighed. "You know, I stole from my mom too. I thought I was smarter than everybody. I thought I'd always land on my feet." She looked down at her hands. "But then, everyone got sick of my shit and I ended up homeless. I went down the wrong path and I've been here for 9 years. I felt my heart break for the first time since I got into the prison." "Well, when you were homeless, why didn't you just find a guy and move in with him?" I asked. "Then you'd never end up here." She finally looked up at me and laughed, but it sounded like broken glass. "My boyfriend was the one that brought me in here." I didn't have anything to say back, and she kept going. "I wanted my happily ever after so badly that I stopped calling my mom back. She passed 3 years in. I never got to tell her I was sorry for not being a better daughter. That night, my mom picked me up. I stayed quiet the whole way home. I'm getting a job," I told her. "I'll pay back every dollar I took." She started crying. "I don't care about the money. I'm just happy to have my daughter back." I was at my high school reunion when a woman screamed, "I know you destroyed my marriage." I turned around and the woman who screamed was pointing directly at me. "Yeah, I'm talking to you. You think you can show up here after what you did to me and my husband?" I was confused because I didn't do anything, but everyone was staring at me like I was a homewrecker. "Me? I don't even know who you are." She got closer. "Stop playing dumb, Vicky." She knew my name, but I had never seen this woman in my life. The DJ stopped the music and put a spotlight on me. The woman yelled to the whole room, "Vicky was sleeping with my husband while I was pregnant. She was with him the night I gave birth. I was in the hospital alone because of her." The room gasped. I screamed, "Show me one piece of evidence that proves what you're saying is true then. One text, anything." She pulled out her orange phone and shoved it in my face. I scrolled up. It was a bunch of flirty texts with her husband, and my name was in the texts, over and over. But I never sent any of those messages. I looked up. "I didn't send these." "That's your name." People were booing at me. A woman from the crowd yelled, "Do you know how much pain my sister went through because of you?" The woman got inches from my face. "You're going to pay for what you did." She grabbed my hair and tried to drag me down. I grabbed her wrist, pulled her off, and put her on the floor. Then the front door opened. A man walked in. I heard someone say, "Oh my gosh, that's her ex-husband, the one that cheated on her with Vicky." I knew this was my chance to prove myself. I pointed at him. "Have we ever spoken or slept together?" He laughed. "No. Who are you?" Everyone gasped. The woman got up. "If it wasn't her, who was it?" He scratched his head. "It was your sister Vicky." Her sister had the same name as me, so she thought I was the one flirting with her husband over text. The room went dead silent. Her sister was standing in the crowd, the same woman who yelled, "Do you know how much pain my sister went through?" I laughed. "You got me mixed up with the wrong bitch. Go pull your sister's hair instead." I logged onto Overwatch and said hello into my mic, but immediately I heard heavy breathing on the other end. "Oh my god, you're a gamer girl. I love gamer girls. Can I please get your number?" I cringed. "No, sorry, I have a boyfriend," but he kept pushing. "I bet your boyfriend still uses Symmetra. I know a gamer girl like you needs a real gamer who will capture your flag. How old are you?" "I'm 29. He laughed to himself, and I honestly felt so disgusted I just logged off. But later that evening, I got an Instagram DM from someone I didn't know. "Found you, gamer girl. You can't run from me. You know my tech spy skills are maxed out IRL. Where are you from, Winky Face?" I was really freaked out and tried to just ignore him, and that's when I saw him typing again. 17 Greencastle Gate. Does that sound familiar, gamer girl? My whole body froze so hard I dropped my phone. This freak had my address, and I realized the only way to stop him was to play his own game. I picked up my phone and typed on the cracked screen, "You being this obsessed is kinda hot. Let's hop on." The cracks cut my fingers and made them bleed, and he typed yes in seconds. I got on the game with him, and he immediately asked, "Hey gamer girl, when's our first date?" I plugged my microphone into my voice-changing software on my computer and selected the grown adult male voice. Then I spoke.
"This is Ashley's father. Ashley is 12 years old. You're a 29-year-old man harassing my 12-year-old daughter. I've already given all your information to the police. Enjoy prison. I'm sure the inmates will love you once they find out why you're in there."
Total silence on the other end. He disconnected from the game and deleted his whole account instantly. My daughter got in the car and immediately shoved her left hand in my face, where her favorite singer's autograph was written in black marker. "Mom, she actually touched me. I'm never washing this hand again." I laughed and told her, "Okay, sweetie." But that night, I saw her showering with the autographed hand sticking out from the curtain. I laughed, "Are you seriously not washing it?" And she gave me a thumbs up with the autographed hand. The next morning, she came back from playing outside and started only washing her right hand. Her left one was covered in dirt, and the autograph was barely even visible anymore. But when I tried putting soap on it, she pulled it away. "I told you I'm not washing it. She touched this hand." I started getting worried, and during dinner I noticed the skin around her fingers had began turning green. "Sweetheart, that's not normal. We need to wash this." But she immediately shoved it in her pocket. "You're not touching it." I tried to tell myself kids get marker rashes all the time, but then I crept into her room while she slept, and my mouth dropped in horror. She'd slipped her hand into an airtight Ziploc bag so I couldn't wash it. I carefully peeled back the bag, and her hand was a mottled, infected green. My legs trembled as I realized I had let it go too far and shook her awake. "We're going to the hospital now." I immediately poured sanitizer onto her hand while she screamed, "No," but the green wouldn't come off no matter what I did. At the hospital, she kept whispering into her hand, but the doctor pulled me aside. "We're going to have to amputate it." My mouth fell in horror and I gasped. My daughter was 10 feet away kissing the hand she was about to lose. The doctors knelt down beside her and explained what would happen, and her eyes filled with tears. But Then the doctor said, "We'll save the part with the autograph, I promise." Suddenly, she wasn't sad anymore. Now my daughter waves at me with the one hand she has left, and the part of her skin with the autograph is floating inside a jar on her shelf. My school banned inhalers to keep us safe, but it almost killed one of us. I was mid-puff when my teacher snatched my inhaler from my mouth and dropped it into a Ziploc bag. "New policy," she said, and kept moving down the row. One of the girls complained she needed it because her heart condition made her asthma worse, but the teacher shrugged. "I'm sorry, Maya, but the rules apply to everyone." As she collected inhalers, the intercom crackled and the principal's voice cut through. "All inhalers are banned because 2 juniors got caught vaping in a bathroom. If you need medication, see the nurse." Next period, I ran to the nurse's office and waited behind a line of 30 kids. When I finally got to the front, she let me take 2 puffs while she checked my name off a clipboard, then took it back. Wednesday in PE, Maya made it half a lap before she dropped to one knee on the track, one hand on her chest, the other waving coach off. "I'm fine," she rasped. "I'm fine," with a sound between every word like a screen door swinging on a broken hinge. The coach told her to walk it off. Parents called to complain, but the principal sent out an email saying, "Sometimes safety requires sacrifice." The next week, construction started on parts of the school. By second period, dust was settling on every desk, and 3 kids were already in the nurse's line. I knew the confiscated inhalers were sitting in a bin in the nurse's office, so I slipped in during her break and grabbed mine. I kept it in my hoodie pocket, taking quiet puffs in bathroom stalls, while a freshman in the next stall wheezed into her sleeve so hard I could hear her knees hit the tile. Friday in gym class, coach lined us up on the track outside. The air over the parking lot rippled brown, and a kid in the back was already coughing into his elbow. "Mile run, let's go," coach said. We'd been going for 8 minutes when Maya stopped mid-stride and grabbed her throat. Everyone started screaming. Coach ran over, his face going white when he saw her lips turning blue. He yelled for someone to get the nurse, but the office was a 6-minute walk away. That's when I remembered my inhaler was in my hoodie on the bleachers. I sprinted for it, ripped it out of the pocket, and was back beside Maya in 30 seconds. I tilted her head back, pressed the inhaler to her lips, and pumped. On the 4th puff, she sucked in a tiny, ragged breath. I waited 30 seconds and gave her 2 more, staying with her until her chest started moving on its own. The paramedics arrived 11 minutes later. One of them looked up while putting Maya on a stretcher. Her O2 sat was 82 when we got here. Another 2 minutes and we'd be talking cardiac arrest. She pointed at the principal. "You did this." The principal was fired by Monday. The new principal handed back every inhaler her first week. "Your medication belongs with you. If you need it, carry it." Maya returned to school 2 weeks later, and now she keeps a spare inhaler in every jacket she owns. I was on a walking tour in Paris as an undercover tourist reviewer when the tour guide threw a rock at my head. "Pay attention, you idiot American." I rubbed the back of my head in shock, and the entire group of European tourists shook their heads like I was the crazy one. I immediately took my phone out to update my boss on everything that was happening and to ruin their lives with a review. "Keep your meta glasses on and make sure they're recording everything so I can watch the footage live. This review will make those baguettes cry their eyes out," I responded with laughing emojis. Bet. The tour guide Bastian marched us to a tiny cafe, and everyone's smiles dropped when they saw me walking inside. I wanted to die, especially when Bastian started speaking in fluent French. "Give the stupid American the stale croissants. She won't know any better. She'll probably think it tastes like a Pop-Tart." I felt extremely embarrassed and immediately shoved my frosted brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tart that I was eating in my bag and adjusted my meta glasses to make sure they were still recording everything. Suddenly, Bastian stormed over to me and grabbed them. Non, 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 what is this? Putain, you are filming me?" I jumped back and froze up. No, they're just glasses." He stuck his French finger an inch from my nose. "Delete this immediately, or else I call the police and I tell them the American, she attacked me." Voila, I took my phone out and showed him the review my boss had already written. I work for Her Stories, the biggest review company in France, and my boss has been watching everything that has been happening here. His French face instantly drained of color. "But pardon, mademoiselle, please, I beg you. The tour, it is free for you." I raised my hand in the air. "Just read it." He gently took the phone and started to smile. A truly authentic Parisian experience. Our guide Bastian is deeply passionate about his city, about history, and about giving the real French experience. 4 stars. I smiled. "The rock cost you the 5th star." Bastian looked up at me with tears in his eyes. "Merci, merci, merci. I underestimated you. Everyone should subscribe to Her Stories. I love the USA." And that's when my boss texted. I knew we'd make those baguettes cry LMAO. The daddy-daughter dance ended, but my dad wouldn't let go of my hand and pulled me closer to him. His eyes were manic, and I had this terrible feeling in my stomach. I whispered, "What's wrong?" And he looked over at my boyfriend in his suit. "Promise me you won't dance with him next." I exhaled and rolled my eyes, because my dad had tried breaking us up before. But then he whispered, "I'm serious." I saw him push a disabled kid out of his wheelchair and kick him while I was walking in. My eyes widened in horror. I couldn't date someone like that. My boyfriend would never do that, but my dad pulled out his phone, showing me a picture of the disabled kid on the floor with his empty wheelchair. "I know I've never liked your boyfriend, but I wouldn't lie about this." My legs buckled underneath me, and the only reason I didn't fall was because Dad was holding me. I looked over at my boyfriend, smiling warmly at me. I just felt sick. He was a monster. I yanked my hand free and stormed towards him. He opened his arms to hug me, but I slapped him hard. The music cut, and everyone turned to stare. I yelled, "How dare you push Joe out of his wheelchair?" My voice was shaking in anger. My boyfriend held his cheek. "What do you mean?" But I grabbed the cup of punch and threw it at him. It drenched his suit, and everyone started whispering about what my boyfriend just did to Joe. "I never want to see you again." I turned to storm out in anger as I saw my dad looking at me like he was proud. But just as I was about to leave, the gym doors opened. opened. Joe rolled past me in his wheelchair. I expected him to go to my boyfriend, but instead, he set his wheelchair to full speed and crashed right into my dad. My dad hit the floor, and Joe kept driving into him with his wheelchair while my dad screamed in pain. My jaw dropped, and that's when Joe said, "That's for pushing me out of my chair and taking a photo of me on the floor?" I froze on the spot and went pale. I looked at my dad on the floor, looking at me for help, then over at my boyfriend with pink punch all over him, and everything clicked. My dad had pushed Joe out of his wheelchair and lied about it to me, all because he couldn't stand the fact that my boyfriend was black. My brother and I were dropped off at Grandpa's house to stay with him for the summer, and he immediately told us, "I'm not buying an AC this summer to save money, so deal with it." Our jaws dropped because it was currently 100 degrees outside, and sweat was already dripping down my forehead. "But it's really hot. What if we buy a fan?" He shook his head. "That'll raise the electricity bill. I survived without it last year. So will you guys." He was stubborn, and I felt like I could see heat waves in his house. My brother was already drenched in sweat. "We need to make a plan so he can buy an AC. We can't live like this for 3 months." My brother whispered, "We'll make the house so hot he will want to buy one himself." I high-fived him because that was genius. We waited until Grandpa sat down in his chair, then we got to work. I turned on the oven to 500 degrees and left it wide open to make the air hot. My brother stuffed towels under every single door in the house to contain the heat. Then we went room by room, closing every vent shut. Within 30 minutes, the house went from hot to unlivable. I looked at Grandpa. His shirt was completely soaked. I nudged my brother. "Look, it's working. He's about to crack." An hour later, Grandpa was panting. "Grandpa, I think I'm gonna get a heat stroke. It's so hot in here." He wiped his forehead and waved me off. "Shoo, you'll be fine. Nobody dies from a little heat." My brother and I smiled at each other because we thought he would break eventually. Then all of a sudden, Grandpa's eyes rolled back and he dropped out of his chair onto the floor. My brother and I screamed. I called 911. When the ambulance came, they said he was having a severe heat stroke and rushed him to the hospital. My brother and I sat in the waiting room. I felt sick to my stomach because we possibly killed our grandpa over an AC. Moments later, a nurse told us he was awake. We ran in. "Grandpa, we're so sorry." He was laying there with an IV in his arm. He smirked. Paramedics told me my oven was on full blast. That's what cooked me. My heart stopped. Then I got to thinking, why were all my vents shut? Why were there towels under every door? He looked right at us. "If you don't want me to tell your parents what you did, you're doing my chores for the rest of the summer." We nodded fast because our parents would kill us if they found out. Then he smiled. "And I'm still not getting an AC." After 20 years cleaning the Hallorans' house and raising their kids, my boss called me furniture at dinner, so I packed my bags and made sure she'd never forget what that meant. Mrs. Halloran raised her wine glass and laughed. Honestly, Rosa's barely staff anymore. She's like furniture. Her guests laughed too. I kept serving dinner while the 6-year-old wandered downstairs in pajamas and hugged my waist without even looking at her mother. The 10-year-old watched quietly from the doorway. After the guests left, I packed 2 suitcases and wrote down all of the important tasks and instructions that kept the house running. Let's see how long they last on their own. I included my sister's address at the bottom, then I taped the note inside the snack pantry where the kids would find it first. Before sunrise, I was gone. By week 2, the voicemails started. Forgotten lunches, the dog getting the wrong medication, burned dinners. Every message ended the same way. "Rosa, please." I let the phone ring. Week 4 was the 6-year-old's birthday. Dad picked up the wrong cake from the wrong bakery. Mrs. Halloran called crying into my voicemail because the kids wouldn't stop asking for me. Then Mr. Halloran called from urgent care after the 6-year-old had eaten something she was allergic to at a friend's house. He didn't know which foods were unsafe or even the pediatrician's name. When the doctor asked who normally managed her care, he couldn't answer. Then he said quietly, "I treated you like furniture too. I'm sorry." I stared at the phone for a long time. Saturday morning, the doorbell rang. The kids were standing on the porch with backpacks. "I read your note," the 10-year-old said. I pulled them inside. My phone buzzed across the counter. Mrs. Halloran was hysterical. "The kids are gone, Rosa. The police are here. I don't know how to do this without you." The little girl reached for my hand while the 10-year-old ate cereal at my sister's table. "They're with me. They came here on their own." I let the silence sit a moment. Then I said, "The furniture's keeping them safe," and I hung up. The metal detector went off like it does every morning, and the new security guard pulled his gun on me. I threw my hands up. "Wait, it's my prosthetic leg. That's what sets off the alarm. I work here. Just ask Jerry, the regular guard. He knows me. Watch yourself." He didn't care about anything I had to say and kept the gun aimed at my chest. Jerry was running late this morning, and if I wasn't careful, this was going to be the death of me. "Empty your pockets." Slowly. I lowered one hand at a time and tipped everything onto the tray. The lobby was empty. Too early for anyone else to be in. He pointed at the detector with his free hand. "Walk through. Please, just look at my badge. Walk through. Now." I pulled my badge off and held it out to him with shaking hands. He smacked it out of my hand. I walked through the detector. The alarm went off again. "Get on the ground." "No, call Jerry. He kneed me in the stomach," and I dropped face first onto the tile. He zip-tied my wrists behind my back and pressed the gun against the back of my head. "Nice try, Miss Bank Robber. Let's see what you tell the cops." "What the hell?" Jerry's voice cracked across the lobby, and he came running toward us. He shoved past the new guard, knelt down beside me, and sliced through the zip tie with his pocket knife. Jerry pulled me up by the shoulders and turned on the new guard with murder in his eyes. Why was she on the floor? The new guard's mouth opened and closed. She kept setting off the metal detector. Jerry walked over to where my badge had slid across the tile, picked it up, and shoved it against the new guard's chest. "Read it." The new guard's eyes moved across the words. "Notice, this employee has a prosthetic leg with metal. Will set off metal detectors." I rolled up my pant leg, and and the metal caught the morning light. The new guard's gun hit the floor. He didn't last the day. I was awake in my hospital bed, breathing through the oxygen machine that kept me alive when my nephew burst in, his eyes glued to his phone. My battery is on 1%. I'm in the middle of my game. He dropped into the chair beside me and ripped my oxygen machine plug out of the wall. He jammed his charger into the socket and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's charging. My chest instantly tightened, but his thumbs just moved across the screen for his Clash Royale game like nothing. The ceiling began tilting sideways because my brain no longer had oxygen, and I used all my strength to grab his arm over the railing. Please plug back in. I spoke as little as possible not to waste oxygen, but he shoved my hand away. Don't touch my screen, you'll make me lose. I've one base left, you can wait 2 minutes. I clawed one hand toward the call button on the rail, but his elbow was planted over it, and I didn't have the air left to ask him to move. My body started shaking, and that's when he jumped from the chair, punching the air. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I just won. He turned the phone to me, pointing at the screen I couldn't see. My eyes began rolling back. I hadn't took a breath in over 2 minutes. My legs were shaking. It was the worst pain of my life, but he was just there opening his rewards chest, eyes fixed on the screen. The room narrowed into a dark tunnel, and that's when a nurse came to check on me. She dropped her clipboard when she saw my unplugged oxygen machine and instantly swapped out his charger. My nephew's screen went dark, and he threw his arms in the air. Now, my game won't save. He screamed and tried to unplug my machine, but the nurses stopped him. Oxygen flew back into my lungs as I heaved back to life. I opened my eyes just in time to see hospital security putting cuffs on him. The editor of the school paper put my story at the bottom of the pile without even reading it. I was close enough to see my title disappear under 3 poems written by her friends. That issue mattered because the best piece was getting sent to a national contest, and the winner could get published, win scholarship money, and actually have something big for college applications. I had spent 4 weeks on my story, crossing out lines until my notebook looked destroyed. My English teacher had written, "Best thing you've ever done," across the top. When the accepted list went up, I checked it 3 times. My name wasn't there. The editor stood beside the list, scrolling on her phone. I asked why my story didn't make it. She didn't even lower the screen. It just didn't fit this issue. Every name on the list belonged to her lunch table. One girl, Brianna, had bragged in the hallway that she wrote her poem at midnight while eating cereal. I grabbed a copy of the paper from the library anyway, because apparently I like ruining my own day. Brianna's poem was on page 4, with a giant drawing beside it. The first line made my fingers stop moving. I had read it before. I typed 8 words into my phone, and the exact poem popped up from a blog posted 6 years earlier. Same title, same lines, same fake deep ending about rain on windows. The next morning, I printed the blog post, copied Brianna's page from the paper, and laid both on my teacher's desk. My hands shook so hard, the pages slid sideways. I think something unfair happened, I said. By Friday, everyone from the school paper was called into the media room. My teacher turned on the projector, and both poems filled the screen side by side. Same title, same lines, same rain on windows. Brianna twisted her hoodie string around one finger. The editor leaned back. That's just some random blog. It doesn't prove anything. For 1 second, my throat closed because it felt like my work was about to get buried twice. My teacher clicked the date at the top of the blog, 6 years old. He picked up the accepted list and tore it in half. All entries are being reviewed again. This time, no names attached. The room went quiet around that. A week later, the new list went up. My story was first. At nationals, it got honorable mention and a summer writing camp invite. I taped the letter above my desk, right over the old list where my name should have been. This time, nobody could bury it. I was carrying a 20-pound bag of frozen fries into the walk-in cooler when I heard Karen through the office door, talking to the new manager. Honestly, Haley just bags fries. Anyone off the street could do what she does. I'm the one keeping this place afloat. I set the bag down and stood there with my hand still on it. Bet. There was a sheet of paper on the office wall with every code in the store on it, and Karen had never once looked at it. Tomorrow, she was going to need it. After close, I folded my apron on Karen's desk, pulled the sheet off the wall, and walked out. I'd already applied to the bookstore across the street the week before, so I didn't bother with 2 weeks. I just stopped showing up. Monday, Karen called me 4 times because the ice cream machine had locked itself, and nobody knew the restart code. By Tuesday, she had called 9 times. The front register was mobbed with refund requests for cold food that nobody knew how to process. Wednesday, the walk-in freezer door somehow got locked, and Karen stood in the dining room making phone calls while one of the cooks sat inside freezing in a locked box. By Thursday, someone had filmed her screaming at a 16-year-old cashier in the parking lot and posted it to TikTok with the caption, "POV, your fast food manager is having a breakdown." By Saturday, Karen had been fired, and the regional manager couldn't run the store either because the entire system had walked out the door with me. I'd started at the bookstore across the street the Tuesday after I quit, $2 more an hour, and I sat on a stool reading between customers, going home smelling like paper instead of grease. The bell over the door rang one afternoon, and Karen walked in with red eyes from crying in her car. She said they had fired her because she didn't know any of the codes, and that I was the one who'd been keeping the store together. She got on her knees and kept bowing down, saying she'd been wrong the entire time, then looked up at me and asked if I could hire her at the bookstore. I marked my page with my finger and looked down at her. Bet. Then I went back to my book. I stared down at a giant hole in the woods, while the only friend I'd ever made told me to jump in. Anna had called it a friendship retreat, but her friends were standing around the hole in dark cloaks like I'd walked into a horror movie. I took a step back from the edge. "What's going on?" Anna smiled. "Don't worry, you're about to be part of something special." 2 of the girls grabbed my arms, and all I knew was I didn't want to be part of something special. My whole body went hot with panic. I kicked kicked one in the stomach and shoved the other so hard she stumbled. Then I ran. A low branch caught me across the face, and I hit the dirt. My phone slid out of my pocket somewhere in the leaves, and the woods were too dark to see anything. I could hear footsteps closing in, so I left it and kept running. I broke out of the trees at the edge of a river. There was a canoe tied to a wooden dock, and I yanked at the rope until my hands burned, but the knot wouldn't come loose. The girls were close enough now that I could hear them yelling my name. Anna's voice was the loudest. "Wait!" I yelled back. "Nope!" The loop finally slipped over the post just as one of them lunged for me. She missed and went face first into the water as I kicked off the dock and paddled away. Halfway across, the paddles slipped out of my shaking hands. I dove in after them, and the current swallowed them both. I came up gasping on the far bank, dragged myself up a hill on legs I couldn't feel, and ran straight into the road in front of a car. The driver slammed on the brakes inches from my face. I ran to the window crying that I needed the police. At the station, my hands were shaking so badly that water kept spilling out of the glass the cop gave me. I told the sheriff everything: the hole, the cloaks, the river. He listened with his arms crossed and then stood up. "Wait here a minute." He came back dragging Anna by the arm. "My daughter and her friends told me there was a prank in the woods that got out of hand." The sheriff was Anna's dad. I stood up and threw the water in Anna's face. "Don't ever talk to me at school again." My parents got to the station 20 minutes later and grounded me on the spot for sneaking out. Anna's dad walked her out to his cop car. I haven't said a word to her since, but every time she walks by, I still can't decide if she's got a hole in her head or she really is something special. A car door opened and 3 men in suits stepped out, while the little boy in the middle pointed at my daughter's lemonade stand. "That's her." The men walked, and I watched as the biggest one put his hands on my 8-year-old's table and leaned over. "You know what you did?" She scratched her chin. "I changed my recipe?" But the man slowly took off his glasses. "My son ordered a full cup of lemonade last Monday and only got half. We're here to make it right." He pulled out a phone and showed my daughter a picture of a half-filled lemonade cup with her stand in the background. Her eyes immediately widened in anger. "Wow, I am shocked. Give me one moment, please." She sprinted over to the neighbor's house and immediately dragged out a boy wearing an apron. He froze when he saw the men in suits, and she crossed her arms at him. "You worked the Monday shift. Why did you short this customer?" She glanced at the boy surrounded by suits. The men immediately stepped forward, towering over the trembling boy, but she snapped a hand up in their faces without even looking at them. "This is an internal matter." She snapped her fingers at the boy, and he immediately poured 4 full lemonade cups to the brim and slid them across the table, his hands shaking so bad he spilled some. "Please try our new recipe." His voice trembled. As he looked more scared of my daughter than the men, they glanced at each other and took their cups, walking back to the car. She waited until the doors shut, then set a hand on her boy's shaking shoulder. "Because you're new, I won't take this out of your salary, but I don't tolerate mistakes here." My boyfriend got down on one knee and opened the ring box to reveal an Oura Ring fitness tracker. I stared at it, waiting for the punchline, but Derv took my hand. "Babe, you said you wanted to be a wife, and I can't propose to a girl who's overweight, so this way you can lose the weight and be my wife." The tables around us went quiet, and I wanted to slap him, but instead, I smiled and slid the ring onto my finger. Rose gold, how sweet, because I was going to give him exactly what he wanted in the worst way possible. The next morning at 5 a.m., I pulled on my Lululemon running shorts while he laughed from the bed. "Good luck, babe. Try not to pull a muscle. I know it's been a while." He thought he was hilarious, but I used every joke as a reminder for why I needed to be better. On month 3, we were in front of the mirror at the gym when I saw my body was shifting more into an hourglass, and he started flexing next to me like my progress belonged to him. "I got 190 pounds of pure muscle, babe, and you have the body to match it. I told you the ring I got you would work." I let him believe it, because the more credit he took, the better the ending got. By month 6, he couldn't stop kissing me, and for a second, I wondered if he'd changed, but then he scrolled to an old photo of me and said, "Promise me you'll never go back to that." I smiled sweetly. "I'm going to make sure I never feel how I felt in that moment ever again." He stroked my knuckles. "Then I think we're finally ready for the next step." And as he booked the same restaurant where he first proposed with the Oura Ring, I twisted it on my finger one last time. I'd been ready for months. When we got to the restaurant, he led me to the same table, set up with the same candles, and as soon as I sat, Derv was already lowering himself onto one knee. He opened a box with a real diamond inside and held it up like a trophy. "You earned it this time, babe. Well, your Oura Ring earned it." I pushed my chair back and stood up slowly and twisted the Oura Ring off my finger while he was still smiling. "You were right, babe. I was carrying extra weight, about 190 of it." His face fell as he realized he was 190 pounds, and I was talking about him. I dropped the Oura Ring into his open box and snapped it shut over the diamond. He grabbed my wrist as I picked up my bag. "This is how you repay me? After everything I invested in you?" I pulled my arm free and walked past every table that went quiet for me 6 months ago. Behind me, Derv was still on one knee, holding a box with 2 rings nobody wanted. Best weight I ever lost. My parents took me to the hospital when I was 9 and asked the doctor to remove the growth plates from my legs. "We want her plates transferred to him." They pointed to my brother Jason, who was sitting in the lobby holding his basketball. He was 15 and already 6'3", and I couldn't understand why they wanted him even taller. "So, can you transfer the plates?" The doctor shook her head. "Absolutely not," and sent my parents home. I was really thankful because I wanted to grow tall, but then at home, I overheard my parents talking at the kitchen table. "We have to find find someone who'll do the surgery." Mom's tone was desperate. "We've already sacrificed everything," Dad added. I was confused by what they meant, so I snuck to their room and opened their drawers. I found paperwork showing they'd already signed Jason to a basketball youth agent, telling him he was 7 foot tall. I gasped in horror and felt Jason's hand on my shoulder. "You having growth plates is useless. I'm actually going to use them for something good. Just say yes." I shook my head, but 2 months later, Mom barged into my room smiling. "We're going to Guatemala." My suitcase was already packed, and we flew out that night before I could even protest, Jason smiling at me the whole plane ride. We landed and immediately drove to a sketchy hospital without an official address. The doctor didn't even take my name and began putting surgery clothes on me while my legs shook from fear. When I looked over at Jason, he was thanking my parents. I begged them, "Please don't do this. I want to grow." But they just smiled and waved at me while I got wheeled through the surgery doors. I still remember screaming at the doctors to please stop while they put the anesthetic mask over my face. I woke up 42 hours later. "We did it," the doctors told my parents, showing them the scans of my growth plates now in Jason's legs. I was in so much pain I cried, but my parents just hugged Jason and celebrated. "You're going to make the NBA. We're going to be so rich." We went home 5 days later, and Jason immediately started growing. He reached 7'4" and signed to a developmental basketball league, while I stayed 4'1" and would never grow. Jason shot hoops in our driveway every day and never even thanked me. One day, my parents dragged me to watch Jason's first game, but when I saw him warming up, he kept limping like he was in serious pain. When he went for a layup, I heard his femur crack. He fell hard and began screaming in pain. My parents grabbed their heads, and paramedics had to carry him out on a stretcher. At the hospital, doctors told us something was wrong with Jason's growth plates, so they would have to amputate his legs or else his whole body would shut down. My parents begged them no, but it was the only way. I wheeled Jason out of the hospital 7 days later, and even though I was still 4'1", I was now taller than him. My best friend and I were sitting live in her podcast studio when her viewer count hit 500,000. I was getting nervous and tried to stick to the script, but Audrey's eyes were going wild with excitement. She threw out the paper she was reading from and grabbed a purple notebook out of her purse. I gasped. It was my diary. "What the hell are you doing?" She was already flipping it open. "Dear diary, I think I'm in love with the guy who fixes the printers at work. Today he walked past and I took a deep breath just to see what he smelled like. It was Dior Sauvage. I tried to grab it from her, but she held it high. The fun's just begun." I watched in horror as she skipped halfway through the diary to December 23rd, 2019. I spoke extremely seriously. "Audrey, you don't want to do this. Trust me." But she ignored my warning and kept going. Audrey's husband waited until she went to the bathroom at their Christmas party and came up to me and put his hand around my waist again. The view count was climbing to 800,000, and Audrey's voice got shakier as she kept reading. The smirk was completely wiped from her face. He put his lips against my ear and whispered that she'd never have to know if we did anything together. Tears were rolling down her face, and I knew I had to do the right thing. I jumped up to the podcast director to tell him to shut it down, but then I looked at my diary in Audrey's hands that she'd stolen from me, and when I locked eyes with the director, I nodded. "Leave it running." Then I silently mouthed, "Is the husband here?" He nodded. "Yes, but he's not watching, so he doesn't know what's going on." I whispered, "Bring him in." She opened it again and kept reading, faster now. When Audrey came back to the bathroom, he pulled away from me and sent me photos he'd taken of me while I was using their bathroom. He said watching was his favorite part. I still don't know what to tell the police. Audrey looked horrified, but I didn't care anymore because she did this to herself. That's when we heard the door creak open. "You wanted me, babe?" He looked at his wife, who was in tears, and slowly began to figure out what was going on. "Whatever she told you, she's lying. She's been obsessed with me for years." I turned my phone toward the camera to show the texts he'd sent, and I leaned into the mic. I never knew what to tell the police. Turns out I didn't have to. 30 minutes into my first solo flight, the man next to me told me my Tourette's was disgusting. I'd put my earbuds in, phone in my lap, head down, trying to stay invisible. The tic was small, just a throat sound, the kind of thing most people don't even notice. He noticed. "Do you have to keep making that noise?" I pretended I didn't hear him until he turned to face me. "That noise is disgusting. What's wrong with you?" I kept my eyes on my phone. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you sick?" "I have Tourette's." He looked at me like I'd said something in another language. "A tic? Like a nervous habit? So you just get to sit here making that sound for 4 hours and nobody does anything about it?" I looked back at my phone and the tic came again, louder. He stood up and waved down a flight attendant. "She keeps making this disgusting noise. I paid for this seat. Do something." The flight attendant crouched next to me. "Is everything okay? I have Tourette's." She nodded once and turned to him. "Sir, that's a neurological condition. She can't control it." He waved her off. "I don't care what it is. I shouldn't have to listen to it." My face went hot and the tic fired 3 times in a row. I tried to breathe and I couldn't, and my hands were shaking and the whole row was watching me, and I was about to cry on a plane in front of strangers. The flight attendant looked at me, then turned to him. "Sir, gather your things and come with me." His mouth fell open. "You're moving me? For the rest of the flight?" "Yes." He grabbed his bag and stormed off muttering. She watched him leave and sat down next to me. "I'm sorry you had to sit through that." She pulled a small orange bottle out of her uniform pocket. Her hand was steady as she shook 2 tablets into her palm. "I have it too. These take the edge off." I looked at her and she nodded once. I took them. The tic slowed somewhere over Ohio, and by the time we landed, I'd been quiet for an hour. She nodded at me at the door, but I never got her name. I'd boarded that flight trying trying to stay invisible. She'd been working it knowing exactly why I was. My husband sat his mother down at the kitchen table to talk the day she moved in after breaking her hip. Macy is going through a tough time, so the only condition of you living here is that you can't make any comments about her body or what she eats. His mother rolled her eyes. Oh please, your daughter's a teenager now, and teenagers are always dramatic. Mom, I'm serious. You always give her your 2 cents and make her feel bad about herself. She's been seeing a therapist for a year, and they said she needs to feel safe and comfortable at home. His mother shrugged. This generation is so soft. But yeah, honey, I'll try. I watched his mother agree and already knew we were going to have a problem. The next morning, Macy sat down at the breakfast table and reached for the butter. Her grandmother watched her spread it on her toast, itching to say something. She finally couldn't help herself. That's a lot of butter, don't you think? Macy put the toast down and did not pick it up again. I pulled his mother into the kitchen and closed the door. That stops right now, or you cannot live here. She crossed her arms. I am just trying to help her. I stepped closer. I don't care what you think you're doing. It stops now. She laughed. You're being ridiculous. But she said she'd try, so I gave her one more chance. That same evening at dinner, Macy reached for more mashed potatoes, and her grandmother slammed her fork on the table. I'm sorry, but somebody needs to say it. You are getting big, and if you keep eating like this, no boy is ever going to want you. Macy's chair scraped back hard, and she ran upstairs. I ran after her and found her sitting on her bathroom floor in front of the toilet. She looked up at me with red eyes. Is it true? Am I really getting big? I wanted to go back downstairs and throw my mother-in-law out the front door right then, but instead, I went to the bedroom and looked up nursing homes. I called the cheapest one and told them I'd be bringing someone in the morning. I walked back to the dining room. Pack your stuff. You're moving into a nursing home tomorrow. She burst into tears. I was just trying to help her. Why are you being so cruel to me? My husband stood up. Can we please talk about this privately? No. Your mother just told our daughter she's fat and unlovable. I'm not discussing it. The next morning, I loaded her things into the car and drove her there myself while she cried the whole way. My husband was waiting for me when I got home. You threw my mother away like she was nothing. I shrugged. She had one rule and she broke it in less than a day. I'll throw away anyone for my daughter. That means even you. Do you want to go next? I walked into the principal's office and saw my son with tears in his eyes, staring at the floor. She looked mad and threw a white bag on the desk. We found Colin dealing this from his backpack. Police are already on their way. The words hit me like a truck as I looked at my son in disbelief. He'd never done anything like this. Colin, what's in the white bag? He looked at me. Mom, save your breath. We also found over $200 in his locker. I've been teaching for 20 years. I'm sorry, but your son is a criminal. I felt my legs buckle, praying it wasn't true, but he just stared at the floor as his tears dripped onto it. The principal slid 2 forms across the desk, expulsion paperwork and a behavioral school transfer. These are getting filed today. My heart sank, but I shook my head. This couldn't be true. Colin, tell me the truth, please. He tried to whisper something, but the principal pulled him away. Stop, he's just gonna lie to you. But I felt my hands shake. I pushed her away. My son can speak to his mother, and she instantly turned red. Hey, if you can't control yourself, I'm calling CPS next. My face went hot. I was seconds from slapping her, but then 2 knocks on the door. Police officers walked in, and the principal immediately pointed at my son. It's him. He's been dealing in the school. The officers asked him, is this true? But my son began trembling and reached into his pocket and pulled out a small notebook. I opened it with trembling hands. Lists of names on the left side and amounts next to each name. Type 1, 0.50. But my son finally spoke up. Mom, the kids with diabetes never get to have dessert with us. They always look so sad, Mom. I felt so bad. So I bought stevia and started selling them for 50 cents so they could have something sweet with their lunch like everyone else. He'd just been saving the profit for a new bike. I slid the notebook to the principal, and her face changed as she flipped through the pages. She picked up the white bag, opened it with shaking fingers, and dipped her finger inside. Then she tasted it. Stevia. I stood up and took my son's hand. Now you can explain to these officers why you dragged a 12-year-old in for helping his diabetic friends eat dessert. I was trying to fall asleep in my hotel room when a scream ripped through the wall next to mine. The walls were so thin, it sounded like someone was being murdered a foot from my head. I got up and knocked on the door beside mine to make sure everything was okay. A woman cracked it open and smiled. Sorry, watching a horror movie. I'll keep it down. She seemed harmless enough, so I went back to bed. But the second my head hit the pillow, low groaning started up right behind the wall. All night, I lay there listening to banging and a sharp metallic clink against the wall. I had to say something, so first thing in the morning, I went down to the front desk. A missing person flyer was taped to the counter, and my stomach turned when I saw it. I told the receptionist what I'd heard, and she came straight up with me and knocked. The woman opened the door and snapped, "Everything's fine. Don't bother me again." She slapped the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the handle and shut the door in our faces. The receptionist frowned, and my gut kept screaming that something was wrong. That night, the banging started again, right behind my headboard. I couldn't ignore it, so I ran downstairs. Something is wrong in that room. You have to go in there. The receptionist came up and pounded on the door. The woman yanked it open. Why do you keep harassing me? I leaned past her into an empty room. The receptionist paused. Hold on, wasn't this room booked for 2 guests? The woman's face froze. It's just me, she said, but her hands started trembling. The receptionist stepped right up to her. I'm coming in. I waited in the hallway while she stepped inside and started searching the room. That's when the woman lunged and wrapped both hands around her throat. I gasped, ran in, grabbed the woman, threw her off the receptionist, and pinned her to the floor. The receptionist scrambled up, checked the closet and under the bed, then yanked open the bathroom door. She screamed. Chained to the pipe under the sink was was a man, his wrists raw, still gripping the metal cuff he'd been knocking against the wall. That was the clinking against my wall all along. The receptionist sank to her knees. That's the man from my flyer downstairs. He's my brother. They said he was last seen with a woman. If those walls hadn't been so thin, no one would have ever found him. My dog squatted in the yard and pooped out a solid gold nugget. I instantly sprinted over to pick it up, and it was so heavy that I almost dropped it. Peanut barked and smiled, wagging his whole body like he'd done a trick. I carried him to the car and drove straight to the pawn shop downtown to see if it was real. I parked in the first spot I saw and ran to the counter, still out of breath. The guy held a magnifying glass to it and his eyes widened. This is real gold, 24 karat, extremely good condition. He leaned all the way across the counter. I'll give you $10,000 right now. I shook his hand before he finished the sentence. $10,000 had just come out of Peanut, and I wasn't about to let that be the only one. I ran back to the car, and Peanut stuck his head out the window with his tongue out while I broke the speed limit driving to the nearby Walmart. I grabbed the most expensive dog food, thinking that it would help Peanut poop more gold. The next morning, we were back in the back garden when I watched him squat, and he popped out a second nugget, shining on the green grass. I screamed and jumped up, and he wagged his tail so hard my hair blew back. I grabbed my phone and texted everyone, including my boss. I'm going on DND for the next few weeks. I'm working on myself. I hit send and immediately shut the curtains and got ready to dedicate the next few months to watching Peanut poop. By Friday, I had just counted $100,000 worth of gold sitting on my kitchen table when I heard a loud knock on my front door. I opened the door to 3 men in dark suits who didn't smile. "Ma'am, we're here for the dog." Before I could ask anything, they were already pushing past me inside. Peanut trotted over and wagged his tail at them the way he did at everyone. 2 scooped him off the floor while the 3rd held the door open. "The government's requested him. Don't worry, he's in good hands." Peanut barked and twisted around in the man's arms, tail still wagging. I reached my hand out. "Wait!" But one of them held me back while the other 2 carried him to a white van waiting for them outside. The other man walked out with them and I ran outside, but the van was too fast for me. I still have every ounce of that gold sitting on my kitchen table. I haven't spent a dime because it's all I have left of him. On my first day as a gym teacher, the principal clapped me on the back. "You're a woman who's teaching sports, so no one's expecting much. Just try not to get fired." Before I could respond, he walked out and the door locked behind him. I nervously picked up the whistle and blew it, but all the kids ignored it and stayed sitting on the ground, yapping. But I clenched my fists because I was determined to prove him wrong. I took my phone out and plugged it into the school speaker to play the Star-Spangled Banner on full volume. Every child immediately turned to me wide-eyed and confused. I threw orange jerseys out to half of the room. "This is the World Cup. You are the Netherlands." I threw blue ones to the rest. "You are Japan." I balled my hands into fists and raised them in the air. Ole, ole, ole. For a second, everyone in the room stood there frozen, and I had no idea whether I was actually going to prove the principal wrong. Then one kid grabbed the ball and the whole room exploded. Orange and blue screaming for their countries and slamming into each other. I jammed the whistle in between my teeth and blew as hard as I could. "Red card, red card." We were all laughing because it was the closest thing we'd felt to being in the World Cup, and I couldn't wait to see the principal's face. But suddenly, a fight broke out. Someone on the Japanese side threw a ball out the window. That should have been my goal. Suddenly, the door burst open and the coach walked in to find a stadium. Everyone had their hands over their mouths as the principal looked around, completely bamboozled. He clapped his hands over his head and roared, "Line up, everyone, now." Nobody moved. I smiled. "Don't worry about it, sir. The kids only listen to adults they respect." I spoke at a normal volume. "Everyone stand in line, please." The principal's face was drained of color. He said no one expects much from a woman teaching sports. Those kids expected me to bring the World Cup back every week. I walked into my daughter's hospital room and saw her holding a teddy bear, and I instantly asked, "Where'd you get that?" She just smiled. "A nice man came by today. He gave it to all of us." I instantly felt a pit in my stomach. A little later, I saw him myself. He was walking from room to room with a bag of teddy bears, placing one on each kid's bed. He didn't say much, just nodded and moved on. I thought it was odd, but Rory's mom saw him and panicked. "Who are you? Why are you near my daughter?" He looked at her quietly and said, "I don't want the kids to be alone." She wasn't having it. She started yelling that the bears must have cameras inside them. So she grabbed the one off Rory's bed and ripped it open in front of everyone. Cotton spilled across the floor. There were no cameras, no wires, just stuffing. But she didn't back down. She screamed for security, told them he was a creep, that something had to be wrong with a man like that. They escorted him out in front of all of us, and he didn't fight back. He just kept saying he didn't want the kids to be alone. I felt weird about it, but later that afternoon, I walked past the memorial wall by the nurse's station, and I couldn't believe it. There was a photo of a little girl holding the exact same bear the man was giving to all the kids. I asked the nurse about it, and she told me the girl had died with just her teddy bear keeping her company, so her dad made bears for every kid in the ward so that they would all have the same comfort his daughter had in her final moments. I walked to center stage of the school talent show and raised my violin, but right as I pressed my strings, I heard a scream from the audience. My classmate Jenny was collapsing in the aisles, her eyes rolling back and body twitching. She hit the floor with a loud thud, and I stood frozen on the stage as everyone's eyes turned to Jenny. Parents pulled out their phones dialing 911, and teachers ran to check on her. I'd been practicing for months and couldn't wait to show everyone what I'd learned, and now Jenny was faking to steal my spotlight. When I saw the paramedics come in, I clenched my hands around my violin and became determined to prove she was faking. I walked down the aisles while a paramedic shone a light into her eyes, and I saw her eyelids twitch like she was listening but trying not to react. Jenny's mom was on the floor beside her crying, "My baby," but I was sure I knew the truth. I whispered something into a paramedic's ear, and he instantly nodded. He leaned over Jenny and announced loudly, "If this girl doesn't wake up in the next 10 seconds, we're going to have to insert a catheter inside her to check for internal injuries." I crossed my arms expecting Jenny to sit up, but she stayed still on the floor. My face deflated as her mom cried even harder, and the paramedic pulled out his catheter. That's when Jenny instantly shot up, rubbing her eyes and acting confused. "What? Where am I? What happened?" It was clearly an act. The paramedics stared at her blankly, but then their eyes widened. "Oh my God!" One pointed at the back of Jenny's head. She had a huge gash of flowing blood on the back of her scalp. I felt sick looking at it. Jenny stood up and waved her arms. "What? What's everyone looking? Ah!" She went faint. Her eyes rolled back, and suddenly Jenny fell to the floor again. Turns out when she faked her collapse, she cracked her head on the corner of a chair. This time she had fallen for real because of her split scalp. The medics carried her away, and I picked up my violin and got back on stage. My boss walked past my desk without looking up, told me AI was cheaper, and said to clear my desk by the end of the day. I bolted out of my chair. "Wait, ma'am, please, listen. Crawford Industries, our biggest client this year, is only signing the contract because their CEO is from my hometown. He won't deal with anyone else." She didn't even slow down. "Charming. Sure, ChatGPT can probably handle that too," she said, and turned the corner. I shouted at her back, "You're going to regret this." 2 weeks in my savings were almost gone, and I was eating ramen on my couch when my phone finally rang. It was Greg from finance. "Hi, sorry. I know we let you go, but the year-end report is due tomorrow and nothing balances. Where's the Q4 file? Ask ChatGPT," I told him and hung up. 3 days later, Mike from the floor emailed me. "The stamping line went down. Nobody in our system recognizes the equipment. Any chance you'd consult?" I wrote back 2 words. "Ask Google." Thursday morning, the CEO of our biggest rival called me himself and offered me triple my old salary to start Monday. I asked if they'd ever pitched Crawford. 3 times. "Never get a call back," he said. I told him I'd start Monday and bring Crawford with me. A week into the new job, Mrs. Heron stormed into the coffee shop where I was getting my latte, sweating through her blouse. I know this is you. I have no idea what you're talking about. The year-end report is a disaster. The factory's been down 2 weeks, and Crawford won't return a single call. What did you do to me?" I smiled. "I told you about Crawford the day you fired me. You didn't listen." Her face went white. "I work for your rival now. They signed the Crawford contract on Monday for a little over $1 million. I grabbed my latte and walked past her on the way out. 3 months later, her company filed for bankruptcy, and my new boss raised a glass at dinner to Crawford and the woman who brought them home. I was driving my usual route home from work when suddenly I noticed a stop sign that wasn't here yesterday. I hit the brakes, extremely confused about how it got here overnight. But when I looked closer, I realized the sign was made of cardboard and clearly fake. Someone had put it here on purpose so I would stop. My heart sank and I immediately went to press the accelerator, but then a knock hit my windshield. I jumped in my seat as a small boy was crying and pressing his palms flat against the glass. He was mouthing, "Please help." I looked at his face and my legs trembled. I knew this was likely a setup, but he was so small I couldn't not help. I slowly rolled my window down and asked what's wrong with a shaky voice. He put his hands together and pointed at the road ahead. "Please don't drive there. Call an ambulance." I noticed his leg was twisted the wrong way, and something about him felt real. I again asked, "What happened?" And he explained that a landslide had started on the road ahead and crushed his family's car while they were driving home. He was the only one who survived. He pointed at the cardboard stop sign and said he was too scared to stand in the road, so he made this from the stuff in his dad's trunk so cars would stop and not get crushed like his family. I looked in the distance and faintly saw a single tire surrounded by rubble. The sound of a rock falling thundered ahead, and my chest went cold because that's where my car would have been right now. I called the ambulance with shaking hands and looked back at the boy, bleeding near his cardboard sign. He'd just seen his family die, then saved my life. I sat down at my 12-year-old son's gaming desk, slid his headset over my ears, and finally introduced myself to the man who'd been screaming at him every single day for a year. The yelling had been coming through Aiden's bedroom door since last fall, this grown man's voice hollering, "Go, go, go," and "What are you doing?" and "Are you stupid?" and "Are you okay in the head?" to a 6th grader. Aiden swore Mommy Owner 32 was just his friend from the internet. No friend talks to a kid like that. So while he was at school and my husband was working in the basement, I opened Aiden's Steam, joined the game lobby, and slid the headset on. The only voice coming through was that same man, hollering about a garbage noob, and I was going to give him a piece of my mind. I pressed the button on the side. "Excuse me, sir." The yelling stopped cold. "This is Aiden's mother. Who exactly do you think you are?" Screaming at a 6th grader. He coughed. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was a kid." His voice was a lot smaller now. "What's your name?" He went quiet. "Aren't you married? What would your wife think of this?" He went quieter. "How old are you? I can hear you breathing. You might as well tell me." 41. What is a 41-year-old man doing yelling at children on the internet at 2 in the afternoon? "I'm on my lunch break." "Where do you work?" He coughed again. I froze with my hand on the headset. It was the same wet little hack I'd been hearing through the basement door every afternoon for a year. I stood up slowly, walked out of Aiden's room and over to the basement door and opened it. The voice in my headset and the voice coming up the stairs both said "uh-oh" at the exact same time. I went down and found my husband at his desk in his work shirt, a headset on his head, a war game on his monitor. monitor and a spreadsheet minimized in the corner. He opened his mouth to say something, but I raised my hand and stopped him. Hi, Mommyowner32. How was your lunch break with our son? He uninstalled the game right there while I watched. I was having drinks with my best friend when a guy grabbed my arm. I saw your Hinge dating profile. You're even sexier in person. He tried to kiss me and I slapped him because I had no clue who he was. What are you talking about? I've never had a dating app before. He stepped back confused and pulled out his phone. He showed me the Hinge profile. My blood ran cold because the profile had my real photos, my real name, and all the personal info that only someone close to me would know. My best friend covered her mouth. That's so freaky. Who would do that? I was trying to figure out who would do this to me when another guy walked over. I think we've been talking on Hinge. You're my shoddy bae. I rolled my eyes. I'm not your shoddy bae. That's not me. He looked hurt and pulled up flirty texts on his phone that I'd never sent him. I'd had enough. I have a boyfriend. I never wrote those messages. He scowled. You got a boyfriend? I nodded and pulled up my boyfriend's Instagram with our photos. See? So you're cheating on your boyfriend? Oh, hell nah. Before I could say anything, he screenshotted my Hinge profile and sent it to my boyfriend's Instagram. My phone buzzed almost immediately. My boyfriend, I saw your Hinge profile. We're done. My best friend grabbed my arm. This is so messed up. Who's doing this to you? I was crying at the table when my friend's phone lit up with a notification. It was a Hinge notification. Something felt off and my stomach turned. Why do you have Hinge? Her face looked like she'd just been caught red-handed, but then she started laughing. You caught me. I created your Hinge profile. My heart dropped because she'd been sitting next to me pretending to be shocked the whole time. Why would you create a fake dating profile of me? She laughed harder. Because I wanted your boyfriend to see it and think you were cheating on him, so he'd break up with you. I've been wanting him this whole time, and now that he's single, I can finally have him. This bitch was crazy. So I slapped her so hard that she spun and fell on the floor, completely knocked out. Then I took her phone and went straight to my boyfriend's house with the evidence. I erased the fake Hinge profile that night and the fake best friend with it. If this volcano doesn't erupt right now, that's an F for the semester. My science teacher pointed at me from the front of the room. The whole class was watching me set up at the front. I had wires taped under the table and a trigger button in my hand. I looked him dead in the eye. And what if it works? He smiled slowly, and I knew he was doubting me. Then you get your A. I pressed the trigger and held my breath, and after a few seconds, nothing happened. The cone just sat there. I pressed it again, and still nothing. My teacher started laughing and clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, let's learn a real lesson today. This is what happens when you leave things to the last minute. He walked over to his desk and pulled out the gradebook, flipping to my page in front of everyone. Effort, D, execution. F, final grade for the semester. F, you're going to summer school. I warned you about your attitude all year. I warned you about your work ethic. Now you get to go home and explain this one to your parents. He started walking back toward me, still grinning with pride. Suddenly, the cone hissed. He looked down at it and froze. Red foam exploded straight up out of the top and hit him right in the chest. It ran down his shirt, his tie, and his pants while the whole class lost it. That's when I noticed the principal standing in the doorway with her clipboard. She'd been watching the whole time. That looked like an eruption to me. I'd call that an A for the semester. He was cursing under his breath because he didn't want to give me the A, but it didn't matter what he wanted anymore. He was forced to cross out the F and replace it with an A. Turns out when he slammed that gradebook down, the vibration knocked my loose wire right back into place. My daughter was ice skating on a frozen lake, twirling in the new skates and gloves she'd saved all year for. Then the ice cracked. 30 feet away from her, a tiny puppy was falling into the ice-cold water. It yelped and tried to climb the ice rim, but her paws kept slipping off and her head went under. I screamed for Daisy to stay back like all the other kids were, but she was already gone. She jumped into the cold water and instantly began hyperventilating as her body went into shock. One of her new gloves slipped off and floated away under the ice. She grabbed the puppy and began pulling herself up, but the puppy panicked and pushed its paws over Daisy's head, climbing her and shoving my 6-year-old under the freezing water. I dropped to my knees and grabbed Daisy's wrist from under the water, then pulled with everything I had. The puppy slipped off her back, but she caught it with her free hand and held on until I dragged them both out. A crowd came running, and strangers instantly tore off their coats and piled them on Daisy to warm her up. I looked down at her new skates, soaked and completely ruined, but she never even glanced at them. Her lips were blue and her teeth chattered, but she pressed the puppy to her chest. Stay here, boy. You need to be warm too. I walked into the bus station to travel to court to represent a client when I saw a teenage girl curled up alone on the bench. I asked if she was okay, and she mumbled, "I have no money for a ticket and my mom won't come get me. I've been here for 12 hours. My heart broke and I gripped my wallet. I'll buy you a ticket." But when we walked to the counter, the clerk immediately shook his head. I can't let a stranger buy a child a ticket. It's our child safety policy. He pointed at the rules. I told him this girl needed to get home, but he shrugged. Rules are rules. It's to prevent the possibility of strangers luring kids onto buses. The girl teared up again. "It's okay, I'll figure something out. Thank you for trying, ma'am," and began walking back, but I slammed my credit card on the table. "What do I need for you to sell me the ticket?" He crossed his arms. "You need to be her legal guardian. That's the only way." I looked at the girl, crying on the bench, and knew I couldn't look at myself in the mirror if I just stood by. I knelt down next to her. "I'm gonna get you you home, but first, I need your full name." Then I stepped aside and made one phone call. 20 minutes later, I walked back to the counter and set my phone in front of him. An e-document for emergency temporary guardianship, signed by a judge, naming me as the girl's guardian for the next 24 hours. I'm her legal guardian now. That was your rule. Now sell me the ticket. He printed it without a word. His jaw clenched, and I put the ticket in her hands myself. She started to cry again, but this time for a different reason. "He's trying to hurt me!" The new Irish girl at my school screamed when a kid held the door open for her. The kid froze with shock. I was just trying to be nice, but it was too late for him to explain himself, because Aisling was storming straight into the principal's office. We all crowded outside to hear what she was going to say. "I'm being bullied because I'm Irish. Just now, a kid tried to block me from being able to leave the classroom. It was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard, because she didn't even look Irish, she looked like a white American," my friend whispered. "Yesterday, she said the lunch lady gave her a smaller scoop of mashed potato than everyone else because she was trying to poison her to punish her for being foreign." A kid behind us laughed. I asked her where she was from, and she said I was being racist. None of us knew how far she was going to take her accusations about racism. Later that day, we were all by the lockers when I saw her again. Aisling looked at a kid in our class, put his phone in his pocket, and suddenly, her jaw dropped like she'd seen something extremely dangerous. And before I could ask what was going on, she ran at full speed towards the school entrance and left the building. When we went back to class, I found out what happened, because that's when the intercom made an announcement. "We are going into a school lockdown. This is not a drill." Kids dropped under tables. I knew this had something to do with Aisling, but I didn't know what yet. We sat on the floor for almost 2 hours. When they finally let us out, the parking lot was filled with police cars. And, in the center of it all, I saw Aisling crying to whoever would listen. I walked closer to hear what claim she was making. The kid in the hallway had a gun pointed at me. I thought I was going to die. I knew she was talking about the kid with the black iPhone. This time, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I walked straight to the kid with the iPhone who was getting questioned by an officer. I grabbed the iPhone in his pocket and held it up. This is what she saw and thought was a gun. The cop took it from me and turned to Aisling. "Ma'am, that's a phone, not a gun." She wiped her eyes and pointed at my screen. "You wouldn't understand. In Ireland, that's what guns look like." The cop pulled out his cuffs, and she screamed over her shoulder, "This is because I'm Irish." A cop jogged over holding her ID. "Ma'am, this says you were born in New Jersey." She wiped her eyes. "You wouldn't understand." I laid in my hospital bed, unable to move, and every day for 2 years, I'd ask the kid I shared a room with to tell me what was outside the window. Sam would smile and slowly walk over, weak from his own cancer. There's a green field with a beautiful lake and trees. The birds are chirping, and the golden retriever is chasing his ball again. I closed my eyes and imagined myself in the field. It was the only time the pain in my spine disappeared. But then one day, Sam couldn't get up. "You have to get up and see it," he said from across the room. "Promise me you'll see that lake for yourself." He closed his eyes, and then he was gone. A tear rolled down my cheek, and when the light from the window shined in, I knew what I had to do. I started trying to move my fingers and asked nurses to move my legs for me, even reading books about physical therapy just to keep my promise to Sam. Months later, I gripped the railing. My hands and my legs trembled, but I stood on my own, something doctors said I'd never do. I moved my bare feet slowly across the tiles, crying the whole way. I opened my eyes, ready to see the field that gave me the strength to live, but it was a wall. No trees, no lake, no golden retriever, only red cemented bricks staring back at me. I realized Sam never saw a field either, just this wall. But every morning, he built me a whole beautiful world with birds and trees, just to make sure I had the strength to leave this place and really see them. I see it now, Sam. It's beautiful. The cat was 3 blocks ahead of me, and every time I lost him, I saw the tip of his orange tail flick behind another corner. I had owned him for 6 weeks, technically. My friend guilt-tripped me into rescuing him, even though I kept saying, "I'm not a cat person." I never named him because I kept saying he was temporary. On vet forms, I wrote the cat. That morning, he had been screaming at the back door like someone outside owed him money. I thought he hated me. Then he shot through my legs, out the door, and down Maple Street. So now I was in pajama pants, 1 sock, and no bra, chasing a nameless orange cat past the coffee shop where my coworkers eat lunch. He cut left at the crosswalk. I cut left. His tail flicked behind a mailbox, and I followed him through someone's front yard. A woman watering flowers watched me crush 3 begonias and said, "Is that your cat?" Against my will. He ducked under a parked car. I dropped to my knees, reached under, and touched fur. He backed up just far enough to slow blink like a demon, then shot out the other side. By the 3rd block, I stopped running. My knee was bleeding. My lungs were on fire. I actually said, "Fine, be a street cat." The cat stopped under a streetlight, turned around, and screamed at me. Then he ran again. I chased that orange tail through the park, around a fountain, under a picnic table, and behind a delivery van. For 10 seconds, I thought I lost him. Then a paw reached out and slapped my ankle. I grabbed him with both hands, and he looked at me like I had ruined his plan. I carried him home against my chest, bleeding, sweating, and furious. He purred the whole way. Then we turned onto my street and saw the fire trucks, ambulances, police tape, smoke rising from the space where my kitchen used to be. A firefighter stopped me before I crossed the tape and told me there had been a gas leak and the stove stove must have sparked. If anyone had been inside, he said, they wouldn't have made it out. I looked down. The cat watched the smoke, slow and calm, like he had known. The next morning, I took him to the vet. The form asked for his name. For 6 weeks, I had written the cat. This time, I wrote Lucky. I'm a cat person now. An old man came through my drive-thru with a framed photo of an old woman sitting in his passenger seat. For a second, I was confused, and when I looked closer at his face, I saw tears in his eyes. I'll take an Americano, and she'll have a chai tea latte. That one was always her favorite. My heart broke as I realized he was ordering for his dead wife. My older coworker Dotlin saw what was going on, nudged my elbow and whispered, "Give it to him for free." I smiled. This one's on the house. At the time, we both thought for sure that he was telling the truth, so I handed him my number and told him he wasn't alone. But that night, he texted me at 2 a.m. "I can't stop thinking about your smile. Thank you for today." I thought it was a little strange, but I shrugged and responded, "No problem." And for the next few days, we texted back and forth. And a week later, I saw him in the drive-thru of the nearby Taco Bell. I was about to wave to say hi, but that's when I saw that in his passenger seat was a photo frame of another old lady. I stuck my head out the window and heard every word. "I'll take a nacho fries, and she'll have a..." He teared up the same way he did with me. "A soft taco. Sorry for getting emotional. I just miss her so much. I just wish I had someone to talk to." I watched helplessly as the woman handed him her number the same way I did. "It's okay. You can always reach out to me." I was so angry that I immediately grabbed my phone to confront him. There was no dead wife, was there? This is just your sick way of trying to get girls. You're an effing freak. But right as I was about to hit send, my older coworker Dotlin came up behind me. "Don't. You're going to make yourself look bad. Leave it to me. Wait until tomorrow." I had no idea what she was up to, but I nodded and decided to trust her. The next day, Dotlin came in with a printed photo of herself in a frame and set it on the ledge where he could reach it. When I asked what she was doing, she smirked. "He's going to take this to use on a girl, and that's when we'll strike." She winked at me, and I was still confused about what she was talking about, but that's when we heard his car coming around the corner. I watched in excitement as he put the photo in the passenger seat and went to the Panda Express to use the same stupid tactic to get another girl's number. He was holding up the frame with fake tears in his eyes when suddenly, Dotlin took my hand and walked us out to his car. I smiled ear to ear as she looked down at the photo of her own face in his hands. "How'd you get this photo of me?" She looked at the lady. "I'm not this man's dead wife. He just tricked you, and you deserve better." I laughed so hard that I immediately fell to the floor, clutching my stomach. The woman's face froze as it clicked. She grabbed the orange chicken and poured it all over him. "Go F yourself." As he drove away, me and Dotlin gave him the finger, and he never pulled up to my window again. I pulled up to my 14-year-old son's school to pick him up and saw him shoving a smaller boy against a fence in the parking lot. The smaller kid had a busted lip and tears in his eyes, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My son was a bully. He got in the car laughing, but his face turned when he saw my arms were crossed. "Why are you bullying someone?" Zach paused for a second, then leaned back and relaxed in the seat. "Why do you care if I bully someone? And it's not my fault he's smaller and weaker than me." I was in disbelief and reminded him, "I care because I was bullied in school. It doesn't feel good." But Zach just chuckled. "Whatever, Mom. Just because you were a nerd doesn't mean I am too." And as we drove by the boy, Zach leaned out the window and threw a rock from his pocket at the boy. I watched the kid wipe the blood off his nose, and seeing Zach laughing in his seat, I felt ashamed I'd raised my son like this. So that evening, I invited my 16-year-old nephew Juan over. "Zach, can you help Juan practice his boxing in the garage?" Zach immediately put down his phone and put on the pair of boxing gloves, and I saw on his screen he'd been texting KYS to the same boy from earlier. My hands shook with rage, but I just calmly leaned in Juan's ear and whispered, "Don't hold back." In the ring, Zach laughed. "Finally, someone else I can punch as hard as I can," and threw a sloppy right hook, but Juan ducked. He'd been training for 3 years and towered over Zach, and he immediately landed a hard jab straight to my son's nose. Zach's head snapped back and his face twisted in rage as he swung wildly, but Juan countered with a right hook to Zach's jaw. Zach stumbled, blood running down his split lip, and when Juan hit him again and dropped him, Zach looked at me with these pleading eyes like begging me to tell Juan to stop. I walked over and shrugged. "So, how does it feel being smaller and weaker than him?" Zach's eyes went manic. He didn't say a word, and instead just screamed for me and Juan to get out. But the next day, when I came to school to pick him up, I saw him walk by the boy with his head down. Then I smiled at Juan in the back seat, who I'd brought just in case. The lunch lady dipped her ladle into the oil tank, but then her hand rapidly shook. The ladle tilted and dumped sunflower oil all over my hair. I stood there feeling the wet grease burn into my curls and drip into my clothes while the other kids laughed. The lunch lady covered her mouth. "I'm so sorry, my hand just spazzed out," but I could tell she was smirking. And when I turned around and moved my oily hair out of my eyes, I realized why. Trish was laughing the hardest. She was the lunch lady's niece, and she hated me after her boyfriend dumped her because he liked me. I felt the oil trickling along my scalp and just ran out, feeling humiliated as my shoes squelched because of the oil inside them. So the next day, I got in the lunch line with my still slightly greasy curls and began chewing gum as loud as I could. The lunch lady tried to say something, but I popped the gum right as she did. Her head snapped up and she smirked when she saw me. "Spit that gum out right now." She glanced at the oil tank. I smiled back. "Of course, I'm sorry." I started walking toward the bin, but it was was right past Trish, and as I went by her, I took the gum from my mouth and pressed the sugary bubblegum deep into her scalp. Trish kept laughing with her friends, and I just sat down, watching her. A few minutes later, Trish stood up, and one of her friends dropped her fork. "Oh my god, Trish, what's in your hair?" Trish's face went blank, and she began touching her head. The second her fingers hit the gum, she screamed. She started yanking and pulling it, but the gum stretched deeper into her hair with every tug. She sprinted out crying, and the lunch lady rushed after her. The next day, Trish was right behind me in the most obvious wig I'd ever seen, jet black and shiny, sitting way too high on her forehead. It started slipping, and the lunch lady quickly reached her oily hand out, fixing it. Trish's eyes darted around, terrified someone saw. She caught me looking, and her face went red. I turned back around, then reached into my pocket and pulled out a new stick of gum. My mom asked Grandma, "Can you please pass the salt?" at Christmas dinner, and Grandpa pushed his chair back in frustration. "How many times have I told you? It's, can you pass the salt, please?" The adverb shouldn't split the auxiliary from the main verb. Grandma told him it wasn't that serious and took the salt, but he slammed his fork on the table and snatched it from her hands. Proper grammar is a basic necessity. How else are people supposed to understand each other? The whole table went quiet because this was his third correction of the night. That's when I put down my fork. Actually, Mom was right. "Can you please pass the salt" is also grammatically correct. Grandpa's face twitched. "Excuse me? It's grammatically correct," he laughed. "Sweetheart, I was a professor of English for 30 years. You're a 16-year-old girl. Don't lecture me about grammar." But I didn't flinch. If you were an English professor, you'd know that argument is an appeal to authority fallacy. It doesn't make you right, it just makes you loud. The whole table froze. Grandma's mouth dropped open, and Mom's did too. Grandpa opened his mouth to speak, but I cut in. "Also, you said proper grammar. That itself is imprecise. Correct grammar, or standard grammar, would be more accurate. Proper is a value judgment, not a linguistic category. AKA, you're wrong." Grandpa's face went beet red. He stood up and leaned over the table. "We'll see about that." He yanked out his phone and started typing aggressively. His fingers mashed his screen. He scrolled, his lips moving as he read silently. The whole table watched in silence, but then his face fell. He set the phone down slowly and didn't say anything, looking away and crossing his arms in frustration. Grandma leaned over and looked at his screen. She started laughing first, then Mom began laughing too. Grandpa threw his napkin down in anger. Okay, I was wrong. Just please, would you all just shut up and be quiet about it?" I laughed. "If we're being proper, there's at least 3 grammar issues in that sentence alone, Grandpa." His face twisted one last time, and he opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. "I see you're done correcting people." We ate the rest of dinner in peace, for the first time in my life. I walked into the elevator with my grandma's oxygen tank in a cart beside me, but when I turned around, Grandma's was stuck behind 2 people. She couldn't go around them fast enough, and the elevator doors shut, leaving her behind and closing on the tube that was attached to her nose and connected to the oxygen tank beside me. I instantly panicked as the elevator started going down, and when I saw the tube starting to stretch, I realized Grandma was somewhere up there, likely getting her head slammed against the metal doors. I hit the emergency stop button. The elevator stopped and opened immediately, but by now the oxygen tank had been yanked upwards by and pressed against the elevator ceiling. The tube was still connected to it. I jumped to reach the tank because without it, Grandma had no oxygen, but the tank was too high. I had no time, so I just sprinted out of the elevator and ran up the stairs as fast as I could to check on Grandma, my heart beating so fast. I rounded the corner to her floor and saw 3 strangers crouched around her wheelchair. One was holding the chair to stop it from being pulled towards the elevator doors, while the other 2 were holding the tube against her face, making sure the oxygen kept flowing into her nose. I ran over and saw Grandma was breathing fine. None of these people knew each other, but they all saw what happened and instantly came together to save my grandma's life. Every morning, my dad set a 5th plate at our kitchen table for someone who never came. When I was 6, I asked him who it was for. He smiled and said he liked a full table. Mom called it one of his quirks. My brother said it was probably for Bigfoot, and Dad laughed along with him. I never asked again. After he passed last March, we still didn't know. At the funeral, a woman stepped out of the line. "My name is Claire. I'm your half-sister." She held up a photograph of our kitchen table. 4 plates full, 1 empty. She flipped it over. On the back, in Dad's handwriting, "I always saved you a seat." My knees buckled, and I caught the back of a folding chair. My mom told me he walked away when I was 4. He didn't. He sent me a birthday gift every year for 30 years, and my mom hid them all in a closet. I only found them after she died last year. She pulled a small wrapped box out of her purse. I brought one. She unwrapped it with shaking hands. Inside was a heart-shaped locket with a tag that said, "For your 9th birthday." Claire's voice cracked. "There are 29 more. Dolls, a graduation card, a wedding gift just in case. He didn't miss a single year." "Did you ever talk to him?" "Once, 2 weeks before he died. He said he always knew I'd find them one day." The next morning, I went down to the kitchen and set 5 plates. Mom's, my brother's, mine, and one for Claire when she came over. The empty plate at the head was Dad's now. I'll always save him a seat. I was walking to my car on the 3rd floor of an empty parking garage when a security guard grabbed my arm. "I'll walk you to your car. There have been some incidents here recently." He was in full uniform with a badge on his chest, so I had no reason to doubt him. "Okay, thanks." He started walking with me, and for some reason, I felt more scared with him than I did when I was alone. After a minute, I said, "Just in case I need to file a report, where is the security office?" He took too long to answer. "It's on the other side of the building." I looked down at his badge and noticed there was no ID number on it, just a logo I didn't recognize. I kept my face calm and moved my keys into my hand so the longest one sat between my fingers. He moved closer. "You're near the far stairwell exit, right?" I had not told him where I was parked. I realized then that I had to do something or he was going to hurt me. I hit the alarm button on my my keys, and my car started honking and flashing its lights 2 rows over. Within 30 seconds, 2 real security guards came running down the ramp from the floor above. The man turned and ran, but one of the guards tackled him before he reached the stairwell. I could finally breathe again. When the police arrived, they found zip ties in his jacket pocket. Me and my best friend were having a pillow fight at 2 a.m. when suddenly she started hitting me hard enough to leave bruises. I instantly stopped laughing and shoved her off. "What the hell is wrong with you?" But Rhea didn't respond, and she grabbed a harder pillow and started aiming her hits at my head while screaming, "I hate you! You betrayed me!" But I had no idea what she was talking about. I tackled her to the carpet and yanked the pillows out of her hands. Her entire body started shaking as tears streamed down her face. I gasped, "Rhea, what is going on?" She whispered, "I know you kissed him." I grabbed her hands. "Who? Kissed who? Rhea, what is going on?" She buried her face in her hands. "I know you kissed my husband." My eyes widened. "Rhea, I know how it looks, but he didn't tell you the full story." She opened her mouth to argue back, but I was already taking out my phone to show her what really happened that night. I opened my chat with him and showed her the texts he'd sent. "If you talk to Rhea about this, I will ruin you." I looked up at her. "I told him he had to let you have your own life again, and he must have known I was going to talk to you about it on this sleepover, so he lied and said I kissed him." Rhea put her hand on the bruises she'd made on my arms, like she wished she could take it back, and whispered, "I believe you." I hit her gently with a pillow to cheer her up. "Shall we continue where we left off?" My grandson opened the garage on his 16th birthday and saw the 1969 Chevy I had spent 18 months fixing up for him. I had sanded the panels myself, and now it had a red bow on the hood that my daughter tied because my Parkinson's disease wouldn't let me. "Grandma, is this for real? All my friends drive at least BMWs. What is this?" He looked at it with disgust. My eyes watered because I hadn't expected this reaction. "This was your grandfather's. It's very sentimental. I spent a year and a half restoring it for you. Grandpa drove this? No wonder Dad never talks about him." He stormed off back into the house to get ready for school. I had no idea what I was going to do with the car I had built for a kid who wouldn't even look at it. I didn't even have my own car because I spent all my money on repairs. So after school was over, I drove it to pick him up. I was just waiting for him when I saw a kid with torn clothes waiting for the bus. And just as we locked eyes, he checked out the Chevy and ran towards me. He walked a slow circle around it without putting his hand on it. "69, right?" he said, almost to himself. I knew this kid knew cars. I stepped out of the car. "She sure is." He smiled in a way that warmed my heart. My uncle had one of these before he died. He used to let me hand him wrenches in his driveway on weekends. We used to sell the cars we fixed and use the extra money to buy ice cream, back when we could still afford dessert. I felt so bad for him that I wanted to hug him. "I've gotta go, ma'am. My bus is almost here." "Wait," I called after him. "You want it?" He laughed once. Then he saw my face and stopped laughing. "Wait, really? I can't. I don't have anything to give you in return. Unless you want my bus ticket?" He looked so sad about being poor that it broke my heart. "That's not how gifts work." I smiled. I was holding up the keys to the Chevy when my grandson came out the front doors of the school. He saw me and his eyes went wide and he ran across the lot, screaming. I had no idea what he was going to do next, but it looked like he was throwing a tantrum. Hey, that's my car. That's my birthday present. What are you doing?" The kid took a step back, afraid of getting hit. "You didn't want it, honey," I said. "This kid appreciates it like it deserves." My grandson's blood boiled with anger. The kid looked at the car and then his bus ticket, and then my grandson like he was debating what to do. I took the bus ticket and handed it to my grandson. "The car is yours. Consider it a trade." Then he got in behind the wheel of the Chevy and I got in the passenger seat. "Oh, and by the way, your dad doesn't talk about your granddad because he was ashamed of you and always talked about you being spoiled." Then we drove off, leaving my grandson in the dust. I was sitting in court when the cop on the other end held up a ticket and told the judge he'd caught me driving on the highway while texting with my left hand. My lawyer looked at me and we both smiled because this cop was about to become a laughingstock. The judge asked me, "Were you texting and driving with your left hand?" And when I replied no, the officer put his hand on his badge. "She's lying under oath. I saw her clear as day. Phone in her left hand, right hand on the wheel. I'd stake my badge on it." I was giggling when the judge asked, "And what did you do about it?" "I flagged her down and cuffed her on the spot," the cop replied, crossing his arms. "But she somehow kept getting her left hand out of the handcuffs, so I drove her to jail myself." The judge leaned forward. "Did you ever figure out how she got the handcuffs off?" "No, I didn't, Your Honor, but that's reason to add resisting arrest and give her the maximum sentence." The judge turned to my lawyer. "What's your defense?" My lawyer stood up. "So you claim she was texting with her left hand?" "Yes, her left hand." That's when I stood up and raised my left arm over the table, trying not to laugh, and held it up. It ended at my forearm. I couldn't hold a phone in my left hand if I wanted to. I rest my case. The cop's face drained of color. "Let me get this right. You cuffed her, drove her to jail, wondered how she kept slipping out of handcuffs, and never noticed she has no left hand?" The cop trembled, and the judge looked back at me. "Were you using your phone, ma'am?" I raised my stump. "Hand to God, Your Honor. No." My husband woke up in the middle of the night and peeked through our blinds, saying, "Someone's following me." He'd been stressed at work and only sleeping 3 hours a night, so I begged him to go back to bed, but he just stayed awake, frantically watching for something that was never there. At 7 a.m., he got behind the wheel with sunken eyes and a pale face, and 30 minutes later, crashed into a tree. I I was devastated, and that night I opened my phone and pressed play on his last voicemail he sent me just 10 minutes before he crashed. I started listening to that voicemail every night, just to hear his voice. It was the only way I could make it through. But then one night, I opened my phone to listen, and the voicemail was gone. It had auto-deleted after hitting the 12-month mark. I cried nonstop for a week, until a man with a lanyard knocked on my door. He said he worked for my husband's phone carrier and heard about his death in the news. I saw on his records that your husband's last message was a voicemail to you. My own wife passed away years ago, and I listened to her voicemails every day to hear her voice. I know how it feels to lose that last voicemail when you're grieving. He gave me a new cheap phone, and I saw my husband's last voicemail copied onto it. I saved it for you so you'd never lose it. I burst into tears and started thanking him, but that's when I noticed his lanyard. The carrier it said he represented was not my husband's carrier. There was no way this man could access my husband's phone records. I looked at him. If he couldn't access my husband's phone records, then how did he know about my husband's last voicemail? Did he kill my husband? I woke up in the middle of the night to the smell of smoke and realized my apartment was on fire. I jumped out of bed screaming and saw that flames were climbing up the walls of my bedroom. I started coughing from the smoke. I lived on the 6th floor, so I needed to escape now before I was completely trapped. I needed to get to the stairwell, so I grabbed the door handle, but as soon as I touched it, I felt a sharp pain and the sting that came with it and quickly pulled away. My hand was burned, but there was no other way, so I committed and grabbed it again, this time swinging the door open. I was instantly hit with a cloud of black smoke. The fire alarm hadn't gone off. I shook my head full of anger because I've been begging my landlord to fix that for months, but there was no time to think about it now, so I ran toward the stairwell and saw that the flames were crawling up the steps. I was trapped. I ran back inside and threw my apartment window open. I stuck my head out and looked down. 6 floors. My knees turned to jelly, but then I saw firefighters below holding a net, screaming at me to jump. I climbed onto the windowsill. The heat was slowly burning my back, so I had no choice. I closed my eyes and jumped, hoping I wouldn't die. Then I hit the net and my whole body went limp. While catching my breath, I heard a firefighter say, "Someone set the building on fire on purpose." This fire started inside the walls. Who would set a building full of people on fire? I looked around. Tenants were standing on the sidewalk in their pajamas crying. A mother was holding her kids. An old man was sitting on the curb with his head in his hands. Everything we owned was gone. Then I saw firefighters dragging someone out of the building in handcuffs. The firefighter yelled, "It was him! He started it!" I looked over. The person was my landlord, the same man I've been begging to fix the fire alarm. I screamed at him, "Why would you do this to us?" He stared at the ground, ashamed. The firefighter explained there were raccoons in the building walls. He went in with a lighter trying to scare them out the walls and instead set the whole building on fire. My brain short-circuited from the disbelief. Then I saw a raccoon walking out of the rubble behind him, completely fine. I was at my friend's birthday party when a stranger walked up to us and said he had a special game for us. He handed each kid a flashcard. There's a treasure hidden in an abandoned house in the woods. He pointed into the direction of the house in the woods. Each card leads you to the next clue. Whoever finds the treasure wins and comes back with the treasure. All of us were unsure of what to do, but then we looked at the house and imagined a huge pile of treasure. So we grabbed our flashlights and ran towards the woods, not knowing what to expect. When we found the house, it was dark with broken windows and cracked floors. I looked at the first flashcard. It led us to the first floor. On the floor was a teddy bear, which was the first clue. A kid picked it up. It was dirty and stained with something red. Someone said, "Is that blood?" Kids started getting scared, but I wanted to see the next clue. I flipped to the next card. It led us deeper into the house. Under a collapsed section of the floor, a kid crawled under and pulled out a small backpack that was ripped. Guys, these clues are getting weird. I'm really creeped out. Kids started running out the house because they didn't want to play anymore, but I was determined. I looked at the last card. It said the treasure was in the crawl space under the house. The crawl space was so small I could barely fit, but I grabbed my flashlight and crawled in. I started coughing. Then I heard someone breathing. My heart started pounding. I heard the floor cracking in the corner. I pointed my flashlight at the noise and screamed. I saw 2 small eyes staring back at me. It was a scared little girl, shaking with a cut on her arm. Was she the treasure? Without thinking, I grabbed her hand and pulled her out. I carried her out of the house. The other kids saw her and froze. We walked back to the party. When we got there were police cars everywhere. The man who gave us the flashcards was standing there. He saw us coming. Then he saw the girl. He dropped to his knees, started sobbing, and ran out to hug her. He turned to us and pulled out a badge. He was a cop. Tears ran down his face. "The girl you found is my daughter. She went missing days ago. The teddy bear and backpack you found were hers. I knew she was in that house, but I couldn't get to her because the space was too small. But you guys were able to fit in." The birthday boy raised his hand. "Can we sing happy birthday now?" I set up a camera in the hallway to figure out what was happening, because for weeks, I'd been noticing strange things. My drawers left open, books rearranged, and my magic sets put in different places. I was scared and thought someone was in my house, but my therapist said I was likely doing these things myself. I'd been single for years, and believing that someone was touching my stuff was actually my brain's way of telling me I craved a partner. So that evening, I signed up for a speed dating event. The first guy there said he had a magic trick for me. He took out a pen, wiggled it in the air, and told me to check my ear. I looked in the mirror and saw he'd somehow written his phone number behind my ear. He smiled, and I was amazed because I loved magic. I gave him my number, and we started dating. exciting. Brian came over to my house often, bringing my favorite chocolates and flowers. We'd watch our favorite movies, which happened to be the same, learn magic, and everything felt perfect. He knew everything about me. It felt like we were the same person. The strange things in my hallway stopped, and I realized my therapist was right and completely forgot about my camera. Then one night after Brian left, I went to sleep with a huge smile on my face, only to wake up 3 hours later to the sound of my hallway camera buzzing on my phone. Terrified, I opened it and saw a man climbing down from my attic. I grabbed my pepper spray as I got out of bed and tiptoed to my door. I looked through the gap and my face dropped. Brian was right there, smiling outside my bedroom door. Everything had been him all along. My dad's right arm went limp at the wheel doing 45, and the highway was coming up fast. I was the only one in the car, and I'd only been driving for 3 weeks. He'd been slurring and gripping the wheel too tight for miles, and every time I told him to pull over, he just mumbled that he was fine. Now his arm was dead in his lap, and the car was drifting toward the center line. I had to do something, because if we hit the highway like this, it was game over. I pulled out my phone to call 911. Put that away, he mumbled, and the car swerved again. 5 full seconds in the wrong lane before he corrected. I reached for the wheel, and he shook me off. His head started drooping forward like the muscles in his neck had quit. Dad, say something. He tried, but the words came out as sounds, not language. Then I saw his face. The right side was sliding down like something underneath it had let go. The highway was right there. I looked right and saw a grass embankment with a single tree about 30 feet off the road. I'm sorry, I said. I don't think he heard me. I grabbed the wheel with both hands and yanked us off the road. He fought me, but there was nothing left in him. The tree came up fast. The impact sounded like the whole car had collapsed. My head slammed into the dashboard through the seatbelt. Airbags filled the cab with smoke, and I couldn't see or hear anything for a long time. When it cleared, he was slumped over the wheel, face covered in blood, not moving. I sat there with my hands still on the wheel and waited for him to breathe. An ambulance pulled up because someone nearby had heard the crash. The paramedics pulled us both out, and I kept saying he was driving weird, and I grabbed the wheel, but nobody was really stopping to listen. 3 hours later, a doctor came into my room. Your father had a major stroke while he was driving. If he'd stayed on the road another 2 minutes, especially at highway speeds, you'd both be dead. You saved both your lives by forcing that crash. My dad came in the next morning and pulled me into the tightest hug he'd ever given me. He still keeps the crash photos on his phone and shows them to everyone. That's his truck, he says. His kid aimed it at that tree on purpose and saved his life. The first package had my name on it, but the warning inside was for my sister. It was on the porch after school, plain brown box, no logo, no return address. My sister had been gone camping for 4 days with no service, so I couldn't ask why someone mailed me the red enamel pin from her laptop bag. She used that pin as Red Vesper's profile picture, a fake account in a forum where people exposed scammers and traded addresses like threats. She was 17, bored, and stupid enough to use my name and photos to make it look real. Under the pin was one printed line: wrong girl, same house. Whoever sent it knew the account was fake and knew exactly which house the real girl slept in. My dad dropped it back in the box. Creepy prank. Ignore it. The second package came the next morning with my lost pink hair clip sealed in plastic, my name across the front. I'd lost that clip somewhere inside the house weeks ago. The third box came after dinner with a screenshot from Red Vesper's account. Her username was at the top, but my details were underneath: name, school, street, and a photo of me at my locker that I had never posted. Someone had stood inside my school to take it. My parents called the delivery company, who had no record of a single box being sent to our address, then took me to the police. An officer held the screenshot and told me packages were not threats. I showed him the pin, the hair clip, and 4 days of unanswered texts to my sister. He wrote something down and said, "Call us if they threaten you directly." My name was printed on every single box. That night, I pushed my dresser against my bedroom door. At 2:13 a.m., something thumped onto the porch. The fourth box felt empty, so my dad made me open it at the kitchen table because he was tired of me turning this into something. No note, no pin, no hair clip, just cardboard and packing paper until I saw a photograph tucked under the bottom flap. I pulled it out and saw myself asleep in bed, blanket under my chin, phone glowing on the nightstand, taken through the cracked closet door across from me. The timestamp was 3 days before the first package. Nothing had ever been mailed to us. The pin, the clip, the boxes themselves had been carried out of our own house and set on the porch like deliveries. Wrong girl, same house. They had never been telling us where my sister was. They had been telling us where they were. My dad grabbed his phone to call the police, and above our heads, the floor creaked. My best friend Amber slammed her notebook shut the second she saw me walking up to her desk. She gave me a tight smile and shoved it into her bag. "What was that? What are you hiding?" I asked. "Nothing." She faced me, trying to look innocent. "We're gonna be late," she added, pointing at the clock like that explained anything. Amber had been my best friend since kindergarten and always faced me when she talked so I could read her lips because I am deaf. My birthday was 2 weeks away, and normally that meant Amber would already be planning something loud and ridiculous, but she wasn't, and it was starting to get to me. At lunch, I asked her again, "You're seriously not gonna tell me?" "I told you, it's nothing." morning. She waved her hand and then started talking about math homework, which Amber never talks about. Something was off, and the more I looked, the worse it got. After school, I kept catching groups of kids huddled together in the hallway, and they'd scatter the second they saw me coming, like they were hiding something from me too. By the second week, their hands wouldn't stay still under their desks. Quick little shapes, fingers bending and pointing, glances up at me, then back down. I caught Mr. Hall doing it too, right behind his teacher's desk, and when our eyes met, he just gave me one of those little smiles. My own teacher was in on whatever this was. After school, I walked to Amber's house like I'd done 1,000 times. Her mom answered the door. "Amber's busy right now, honey." Amber was never busy for me. I sat on her front step for 10 minutes waiting to see if she'd come down. She didn't. The next morning, I couldn't face seeing her at school, so I told my mom I was sick and crawled back into bed, but she made me go anyway. I dragged myself in late and opened the classroom door. Every single person in my class was standing up, facing me. Amber was right in front. She raised her hands and signed, "Happy birthday." Then she signed, "We learned for you." I dropped my bag right there in the doorway. Behind her, every kid in the room started signing along. Some of them were messy, some of them were slow, and my lab partner was getting half the letters backwards. Mr. Hall was in the corner signing too. They'd been learning sign language for 3 whole weeks. The notebooks, the hand shapes under the desks, the kids in the hallway, all of it had been them practicing for my birthday. Amber finished by signing my name. Then she walked over and signed, "We didn't want you to read our lips anymore. We wanted to actually talk to you." I walked into my new house, and my new roommate Trish instantly pressed a laminated list of rules to my chest. Lights out by 10. No loud noises of any kind, no guests. I looked up and crumpled her list. "I pay rent. You can't give me rules like I'm a child." I slammed a cupboard to prove my point, and Trish instantly covered her ears and shook her head. I set down my bag, and that's when I heard scribbling. Trish was logging something in her notebook. "Your bag dropped to the floor. 6 decibels over the allowed limit." I just walked away, but Trish was already wrapping my bag in foam to make it quieter. That night at 10:05, I walked into her room to ask for a charger, but when I flicked on the lights, she jumped out of bed to flick them back off with shaking hands. "These are the rules. Nobody gets to break them. Even I can't break them. I can't break the rules." She jumped back under her covers, and I saw her visibly shaking under them. I needed to find out what was really going on here, so next night at 10:30, I burst into her room and turned on the lights. She jumped out of bed, but I started blaring loud music immediately. "I have people coming over later," I yelled over Bad Bunny's album. I braced myself for a lecture, but Trish slid down the wall, hands over her head and shaking violently. I realized it was serious and immediately turned it down, but Trish was already sobbing. I hugged her while she cried in my arms. "I'm sorry, don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." I assured her I wasn't, and after 30 minutes, she explained that growing up, she had to follow these exact rules or her dad would hurt her. Then, when her ex of 5 years found out, he used the same rules and punishments to mentally torment her. "I don't know how to live without them anymore." She hugged me, and that's when I noticed the scars on her arms for the first time. A woman stormed into the cafe, pointed across the room at me, and screamed that I only wore my yoga pants to get her husband's attention. I had no clue who she was. She flung her arm toward the corner, where a man sat grinning and waving at me like he knew me. I was sure I'd seen him somewhere, but with every table going quiet and phones already lifting, I couldn't think straight. "We just came from Pilates," I said, setting my coffee down. "I think you've got the wrong idea." She let out a sharp laugh and stepped closer. "Don't play innocent. Everyone in here can see exactly what you're doing." The man in the corner was on his feet now, one hand raised to his wife to get her to stop, mouthing something to me I couldn't understand. She crossed the floor, reached out, and pinched the side of my thigh. "Are these even real, or did you just buy the body for more attention?" My jaw tightened and I pulled back, and she spun to the room and pointed at me. "Film this. This is what a homewrecker looks like." One of the girls shot up out of her chair and stepped between us. "Don't touch her. We're leaving now." She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. I glanced back at him one last time to see if I'd remember how I knew him. Then it clicked. I stopped, turned to the wife, and said, "Your husband takes my Pilates class. I'm the instructor. That's why he's waving at me. He's not freaking flirting." Her mouth opened and her arm sank to her side. But he doesn't do Pilates." I told him he wasn't allowed. The man finally reached us, out of breath, and put a hand on her arm. "I still go every Thursday. And no, Patricia, it's not to look at the women like you think. Some of us just want to exercise." I picked up my coffee and turned to him. "Same time Thursday?" He nodded, and I walked out with the girls, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the cafe, every phone still pointed at her. My boyfriend met my sister for the first time, and she pointed at him and screamed, "Why is he so short?" My boyfriend froze, and I jumped in. "Why would you even say that? He's 5'8". There's nothing short about him." She pulled out her phone and showed everyone her boyfriend's dating profile. "Your boyfriend is a disgrace of a man. This is what a real man looks like. He's 6'8" with a nasty face card, and he should be here any minute." I saw the photo and almost choked because I knew this guy. He was the shortest kid in my high school. I didn't say a word because I wanted to see this backfire on her. She pointed at the top shelf in the kitchen. "If your man is a real man, he should be able to reach that shelf. Go ahead. I want to see you try." My boyfriend rolled his eyes but walked over and stretched as far as he could. His fingers barely touched the edge, and my sister burst out laughing. "He can't even reach the shelf." My blood was boiling, but I kept my mouth shut because I knew what was coming. She walked right up and shoved him, and he stumbled back. "See? I have more testosterone than your little boyfriend. He's too weak to hold still." My boyfriend said, "Don't touch me again." She got in his face. "Or what? it. When my boyfriend gets here, he'll stomp on you with one foot. My boyfriend grabbed his jacket like he was ready to walk, but then the doorbell rang. My sister squealed, "That's him!" She flung the door open, ready to show off her giant. Her eyes dropped and dropped until they landed on a man exactly 5 feet tall. "What the hell? Where's your other half?" He laughed nervously. "I lied about my height on the app. Girls don't like short guys, but I got a good face card though, right?" My sister's eye was twitching. I tapped his shoulder and pointed toward the kitchen. "Can you reach that shelf?" Before he could say anything, my boyfriend walked over, picked him up, and lifted him to the shelf. He grabbed onto it and said, "You strong as hell, man." They dabbed each other up. My sister ran out of the house screaming. She swung her foot back and kicked the stray dog in the ribs, while he whimpered and hit the brick wall behind him. I was doing my morning patrol, and when she saw me, she instantly waved at me, red in the face. The moment I walked over, she immediately pointed at the dog, who was whimpering, and the bruise from her kick was already forming. "That dog is filthy. I feel disgusted being in the same area as it. It's probably rabid. You need to get it away from me right now." Spit was flying from her mouth, and when I glanced over at the dog, he was skinny and shaking in fear, his body pressed flat against the wall. I asked her calmly, "Did the dog touch you or bite you?" She scoffed and crossed her arms. "That doesn't matter. What matters is, it's disgusting for me to be so close to a homeless dog. Get it out of here." But the dog just kept shaking in fear, and my heart broke looking at it. I offered to call a vet, but her face twisted. "I don't have time to wait for a vet. I need it away from me right now so I can enjoy my walk." My jaw tightened from rage, but I kept my voice steady. "Okay, so you want me to make sure this dog is nowhere near you?" Her eyes lit up. "Yes, exactly. Finally, you understand." I nodded at her. "Okay, turn around, hands behind your back." Her face dropped before she could even process my words, but I already had her cuffed. She immediately started screaming, asking what I was doing. "You wanted to be not near the dog, so I'm helping you." I threw the stray dog the rest of my donut, then walked to my cruiser and put her in the back seat while she screamed. I took her to jail and put her in a holding cell, very far away from the stray dog. My boyfriend carried his Xbox into the hospital room and asked, "Where's the outlet?" I grabbed the bed rail and breathed through the pain alone while he plugged in the Xbox like he had every night for the past 9 months. The nurse came to check how far along I was and glared at him. "We're getting close to having a baby." He ignored her and put on his headset. "Yeah, man, I'm back. We're just waiting around." I reached for him. "Can you hold my hand?" He held up one finger without turning around. I grabbed his arm. "I need you." His thumbs kept working the controller. "You're doing great." I clutched my belly. "It really hurts." And he turned up his headphones. The nurse held out her hand for the controller. He set it on the bed next to me. "How long is this going to take?" The pain peaked, and when I screamed, he rolled his eyes. He pulled away from the mic. "You don't need to be that loud. My squad can hear you." The nurse stepped between him and the bed. "She is in active labor." He shrugged. "Yeah, I know. That's why we're here," and put his headphones back on. The nurse leaned close and squeezed my shoulder. "You're doing amazing." The nurse turned to me. "It's time to push." She turned to him. "Get up and hold her hand." He kept gaming. "Can I finish this match first? It's ranked." She walked across the room and ripped the Xbox cord out of the wall. The screen went black. He shot up out of his chair. "What the hell? Do you know how long I've been grinding that rank?" The nurse held her ground. "Your girlfriend is about to give birth to your son. Maybe be here for it." He turned to me, but I turned my head away. 20 minutes later, our son was born, and when the nurse placed him on my chest, I started to cry. My boyfriend reached out. "Can I hold him?" I pulled my baby closer. "I've got him. I always had." I was babysitting my little sister when I heard our front door swing open downstairs, but our parents weren't supposed to be home for hours. I heard heavy footsteps moving through our living room. I immediately started shaking because that meant someone had broken into our house and I needed to protect my sister. I grabbed her and pulled us into the closet. "Someone's in the house. We're in danger." But she rolled her eyes. "You're being such a baby." I covered her mouth, hoping she wouldn't get us killed. I pulled out my phone and silently called 911. Downstairs, I heard a deep, muffled voice talking. There was a man in our house, but my sister wasn't fazed at all. "I'm not scared like you. Let me go confront them," she whispered. She put her hand on the closet door to open it, but I yanked her arm back. Then footsteps started coming closer, moving toward the stairs. I pressed my finger to my lips, begging her to stay quiet. Instead, she pulled out her phone and went live on Instagram. "Hey guys, my sister is losing her mind and thinks there's an intruder in the house." I lunged to grab the phone, but she yanked it away and yelled, "Don't touch me!" The footsteps stopped. Then they charged up the stairs, fast and heavy, and our bedroom door slammed open, and I heard heavy breathing. I held my sister, thinking we'd die in this closet together. I braced for the worst, but then the front door banged downstairs and I heard, "Police, open up!" I almost cried with relief, but instead of the intruder running away, I heard them go downstairs. They were talking with the police. Confused, I cracked the closet open and crept down the stairs. There were 2 officers in our living room, and I gasped. Standing between them was my grandpa. "I'm just here looking for my grandkids," he said. "Their mom asked me to check on them, but I can't find them anywhere." Then my phone buzzed. "Mom, why are the police at the house? Grandpa's looking for you." Then my little sister popped out behind me and laughed. "Why are you so scared of Grandpa?" I walked into the school auditorium and the door suddenly locked behind me. The lights immediately turned off. Suddenly, 7 hooded figures came out and were chanting my name. "Lauren, Lauren, Lauren." I felt like I was in some weird cult. What the fudge is going on? But they didn't answer me. They just started closing in on me and the chant got louder. I looked at their faces and they were completely blacked out. That's when one of them put their hand on my shoulder. In their left hand, I saw something shining in the light, a knife. The color drained from my face, and I stopped seeing this as a joke. I was extremely scared and took 5 steps back towards the wall. Please, my voice cracked. I don't know what's going on. The blade was inches from my chest. I shut my eyes, and that's when I heard the knife clatter to the ground. I opened my eyes again, and they all took their hoods off. As I looked at their faces, I noticed each of them had one word written on their forehead. I read it out loud. Will you go to prom with me? I was so shocked I couldn't even breathe. I saw my boy best friend Caleb step forward. The word me was written across his forehead. He was the one asking me to prom. You always said you wanted your promposal to be memorable, so I hope this is memorable enough for you. I laughed. You absolute psychopath. Yes, Caleb, I'll go to prom with you. A Silent Hill nurse saved a man's life at my block party last Halloween, and Chappelle Roan helped. I had spent 3 weeks building a Silent Hill nurse costume from scratch. A white dress soaked in fake blood from top to bottom, black contacts that made my eyes look totally empty, and a fake bone saw zip-tied to my leg. I showed up to the Halloween block party, and there were 50 people in the street dressed as pirates and hot dogs. I had the best costume by far, which felt great right up until the neighbor 2 houses down got dropped headfirst off a keg stand and hit the ground. He was knocked out and wasn't getting up anytime soon. Someone screamed, "Is anyone a nurse?" And the crowd looked around the street until everyone landed on me. I tried to say I wasn't a nurse, but nobody listened because I looked the most like one, and the costume had already decided it for everyone. So 3 people pushed me toward his body, while the fake saw bounced off my legs with every step. I tried to hand him off to someone, anyone, but nobody moved, and the whole street kept watching me like the bloody dress and the empty black eyes made me the one in charge. I remembered the one thing I knew: pump the chest. I had seen a YouTube video once that said you can pump the chest to the beat of a Chappelle Roan song, and I cannot tell you why that was the thing my brain decided to keep, but I got down on my knees on the ground in a torn, bloody dress and started pumping his chest while Pink Pony Club played on a loop in my head, and 50 people watched a Silent Hill nurse do CPR in total silence. He coughed, choked, and dragged himself back from the dead, opened his eyes, looked right at the Silent Hill nurse leaning over him, and screamed. He scrambled to his feet, shoved through the crowd, tripped over the cooler, and knocked himself out again on the ground. Chappelle Roan started playing in my head again. God, what have you done? I grabbed my bone saw and got back to work. I was grieving at my sister's funeral when her ex-boyfriend walked through the door. My heart dropped as soon as I saw him because I suspected he had something to do with her death. You see, the night she died, I heard them outside my window arguing and screaming at each other. They got into the car and drove off. The car crashed, and he was left unscratched while my sister died behind the wheel. The police were still investigating, but him being here was weird. He walked up to my mom and said he wanted to give a speech. To my absolute horror, she nodded. He walked to the podium. My blood was boiling. What was he going to say? His hands were shaking on the mic. Sweat dripped off his forehead. Yo, your daughter meant everything to me. The night she died, she was being so reckless. I told her to slow down, but she wouldn't listen. Everyone gasped, but I was disgusted. My sister wasn't the type to be reckless. He was at her funeral, blaming her. I begged her to wear her seatbelt. If she had just worn her seatbelt, she'd still be here. I told her. I shot up from my seat, unable to contain my anger. My sister always wore her seatbelt. She was the safest driver I knew. The room went quiet. He went pale and started stuttering. I just meant that night I couldn't hold it in anymore. Admit it, I heard you guys arguing that night. Did you kill my sister? Silence. My mom stood up unexpectedly and raised her phone. The police just sent me the dash cam footage from that night. His face went white. I ran over to her. This was what I'd been waiting for. My mom raised her phone. Let's see what he really did to her. She pressed play. The whole room was listening. The video showed my sister driving. She was screaming. I swear I'll crash this car right now. Don't make me do it. Her ex-boyfriend was crying. Please don't do this. Slow down. You're being reckless. She gripped the wheel, looked at him, and turned left, straight into a tree. The footage cut out. My mom fell to her knees. My heart broke. He was telling the truth the whole time. I looked up and saw him bawling, crying. I told her. I begged her to stop. I realized he wasn't sweating out of guilt. He was reliving the worst night of his life. I was excitedly telling the group that I finally beat 5 Nights at Freddy's last night when Clayton slammed his tray down next to me. Girls can't play video games. You just scream and cry like all of them do. The whole cafeteria table heard him. The girl next to me piped up and said, "Bro, we're literally playing 5 Nights at Freddy's at Jake's on Friday. Come show us what you've got." I picked up my fork and kept eating. I'm going to beat the game in front of him and prove that girls are just as good. Friday night, 6 of us crammed in Jake's basement, and someone handed Clayton the controller. He pushed it toward the next person. Nah, 5 Nights at Freddy's is for babies. You go. They pushed it back. He sighed like they were the problem and clicked into night 1. The first jump scare, he yelped and dropped the controller into his lap. By night 2 in the game, he was shaking and jumping out of his seat with every encounter. By night 3, he was full screaming anytime he saw an animatronic and telling everyone to shut up. Night 4, his voice cracked and tears were running down his face. Then Foxy got him. He shrieked and threw the controller in the air. Then the wet spot bloomed across the front of his jeans. Nobody laughed. Nobody moved. I watched him sit there in his own piss, still visibly shaking. I stood up and walked across the room. I held out my hand. Clayton gave me the controller without looking up. I beat night 1, then night 2, 3, and 4. I didn't flinch once. He sat on the wet couch the entire time, staring at the carpet. When the sun came up at the end of night 5, I set the controller down on the coffee table and turned to him. Look who's screaming and crying now. He didn't answer. On our first day at the new school, a cop cuffed my brother against a squad car in front of everyone. I gasped, but when I turned to face him, I saw saw he wasn't fighting it. He had his hands behind his back, smirking, and then he winked at the crowd by the gate, and a row of girls squealed. Then I looked closer at the cop and saw it was our Uncle Rob. He'd staged this whole thing just to look cool and trusted me not to say anything about it. And I was going to keep it a secret until a girl next to me kept looking me up and down. "Your brother's so cool. How are you so not like him?" He heard it and immediately rolled down the window. "Don't talk to my sister. She still can't sleep without putting her thumb in her mouth." Everyone howled, and the girls in front sighed like he'd recited them poetry. He blew a slow bubble of gum through the window until it popped, and he thought he was him. My face burned with embarrassment, and I pushed through the crowd to the cop car. Uncle Rob caught my eye in the mirror and didn't move. I pulled the back door open, not even locked, and the fake plastic cuffs immediately slid right off his wrists. Everyone gasped, and I held them up. "He's not arrested. He's never been arrested. This is our uncle. He just wanted to look cool." His jaw dropped and his gum fell out, and he stomped his feet and burst into tears. "Sis, why couldn't you let me have my moment? Why can't you let me be cool for once?" Snot ran down his chin in front of the girls who'd been swooning, and one of them backed away. "Wait, is he crying?" I shrugged at the row of them. "That's my brother." A girl looked disgusted. "You guys are a weird family." I was going door to door selling Girl Scout cookies with my grandpa and couldn't get a single person to buy them. My grandpa, seeing that I was upset, asked, "What do you win if you sell the most cookies?" I frowned. "A trip to Disney World, but it doesn't seem like I'm gonna win." That's when his eyes lit up. "I've never been to Disney World." A big grin appeared on his face. "I'm going to be the best Girl Scout and sell the most cookies." I laughed. "Silly grandpa. Grandpas can't be Girl Scouts." He bent down and patted my head. "Let's find out." The next morning, Grandpa showed up at my door wearing my spare Girl Scout vest. I was mortified. He had a clipboard with every street in the neighborhood mapped out and a stack of sticky notes to track sales. He went door to door, and I watched him work. He'd compliment every person's garden, ask about their kids, tell a quick joke, and before they knew it, they were buying 4 boxes. By the end of the first day, he smiled. "I outsold you 3-to-1 boxes today." I couldn't believe it. By the end of the week, he was waking up at 6 a.m. hitting doors before I was even awake. He started teaching me his techniques. You gotta make them laugh first. Nobody says no to someone who made them laugh. That day, my sales doubled because of him. Then, at a troop meeting, one of the Girl Scouts got in his face. "You're like 100 years old. Go back to the retirement home, Grandpa." Grandpa didn't even blink. "Tell your parents I said thanks for the sale." The girl's eyes went wide and started crying. My grandpa and I were laughing together. Then the day of the award ceremony came to reveal who sold the most boxes. The troop leader grabbed the mic. "This year's top seller, with the most cookies sold in our troop's history." Every girl leaned forward. "Mr. Clunky." The room went silent. My grandpa jumped up and walked to the front smiling. The troop leader shook his hand. "We'd love to have you back next year." Then the next week, Grandpa and I went to Disney World together. At Disney World, he had the biggest smile I'd ever seen, and I realized being a Girl Scout gave him life's purpose he didn't have before. He turned to me. "Joe from the retirement home just signed up for Girl Scouts. Next year is gonna be a war." My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number while I was sitting in my dorm. "Follow the first clue. Go to the clock tower steps now." My roommate sat up in her bed. "Did you just get a weird text too?" She held up her screen and I saw an identical message. We grabbed our jackets and walked to the clock tower, and when we got there, 10 other students were arriving from every direction. An envelope was taped to the bottom step with my name on it, and inside was a photo of a bench near the science building and one line written under it. "She sat here every morning before class." None of us knew who she was, but we all started walking. Each clue led to a new location and a new photo and a new sentence about the same girl. The envelope taped to the library window where the girl always studied led us to the bench where she always ate lunch alone. My roommate shook her head. "I really feel for this girl. I hope she's okay." My phone kept buzzing as people compared notes in the group chat. Then someone posted a screenshot of a missing persons report from 3 years ago. A girl named Robin had disappeared from this campus, and the case was closed with no answers. I froze. I had been part of the volunteer search for Robin, and I recognized every single location we had been to tonight. We had searched all of them when she went missing, except the one the last clue was pointing to, which was a storage unit behind the maintenance building. All of us crowded around the unit and realized there was a lock on it. One of the guys ran to his car and came back with pliers. Once we finally got inside, we found boxes of Robin's belongings and a hard drive. A woman with Robin's eyes stepped out from behind the building, and I felt my heart sink. Robin found out the university president was stealing financial aid money. He found out she was going to go public and asked her to meet him, then she never came home. She started to cry. He had her stuff locked in here to hide everything she had found and then told the police this unit was empty. I needed people who cared about her to see the proof, so it couldn't be hidden away again. The next text we all received was a campus alert that the university president was arrested. The Winter Olympics were on the TV, and my 5-year-old daughter Gracie was spinning around in socks trying to be like the figure skaters that were spinning. Suddenly, a commercial came on with Santa Claus, and Gracie froze mid-spin, watching him. "Mom, when do I get to meet Santa Claus?" The skating came back on, and I pointed at the TV while laughing. "You can meet Santa Claus if you win a gold medal at the Winter Olympics. I'll take you to Lapland to see him." I thought she would know that I was joking, but she wrote it down in her notebook. "Okay, Mommy, I can do that." I had no idea what she meant by that, but the next day, I went into the back garden and saw 6 girls in jerseys running around a circle drawn in chalk on the ground. I looked at my daughter, and when she saw me, she waved. "We're training to skate on the ice rink, Mom." I laughed and thought they were just joking around. The next weekend, Gracie and her friends expanded to the front garden. They put a cardboard ramp that was meant to be a ski jump against my fence, and it led into a kiddie pool full of crumpled paper that was supposed to be fake ice. Gracie shouted, "Look, Mommy, now we're practicing skiing." I had no idea how far she would take it. But the next morning, I opened my front door, and my daughter was holding a homemade Olympic torch over the kiddie pool filled with crumpled up paper. 8 kids in homemade jerseys stood at the start of the chalk oval, with laundry baskets behind them that were meant to be fake snow sleds. Other parents sat in my driveway in lawn chairs with coffee. "What the hell is going on?" I asked the parents because I was completely confused. "Your daughter put up posters saying she was hosting a homemade Winter Olympic. She said whoever wins a gold medal gets to meet Santa Claus in the North Pole." My daughter ran up holding her notebook. "Mom, you have to read the rules. You're the referee." I read the notebook. There were 7 events, and the medal ceremony was at 4 p.m. At the end of the 7th event, my daughter stepped into the kiddie pool in her socks. The crumpled paper that was fake ice crunched under her feet. She spun once with her arms out the way the figure skater on the TV had spun, then stopped with her arms in a circle above her head. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew she'd just won because the other kids cheered from the edge of the pool. The parents on my driveway stood up and clapped. She climbed onto a cardboard box that said gold in black marker. She ran over to me smiling from ear to ear. "Mom, I won, so when are we seeing Santa Claus?" That night, I sat on my bed and booked 7 flights to Lapland, and a week later, me and 7 children walked into Santa's grotto holding her paper Olympics medal. Gracie turned around and looked at me. "I told you I could do it, Mommy." I woke up on the couch to a flashlight in my face and 2 officers standing over me. Their hands were on their holsters, and Braxton's parents stood behind them looking sick. An officer asked if I was Lauren the babysitter, and when I nodded, he pulled me up by the arm. He walked me to the kitchen and said they got a text from my phone that night. It had 5 photos of me passed out saying I'd been drinking and wouldn't wake up. I told him I hadn't touched a drop and had no idea what he was talking about. He held up my phone showing photos of me surrounded by empty wine bottles. I kept telling them it wasn't me, but they cuffed me anyway. And Braxton peeked around the staircase laughing like this was a joke. I screamed that I wouldn't do this, but they shook their heads like they didn't believe me. But then I remembered something. They have a nanny cam. Check the nanny cam. The cops pulled the footage and watched Braxton fish 7 bottles out of the recycling bin. He posed them around my sleeping body, snapped photos with my phone, and typed the text himself, grinning the entire time. They turned their attention to Braxton and asked him why he sent the photos and texts to his mother. He immediately screamed, "It was just a prank. I was just kidding. I didn't mean it." They took the cuffs off me and put them on him, but he started shaking and crying. He sobbed, "Mom, please help me. I'm a good kid. I didn't do anything wrong." As they led him toward the door, he kicked and thrashed and tried to grab the door frame, screaming for them to take me instead. His mom turned her face away, and his dad just stood there as they shoved him into the squad car. Braxton spent 2 months in juvenile detention for filing a false police report. My roommate kept telling people we were dating, so I made him regret how convincing I could be. It started at a party when his coworker asked how long we had been together. Before I could answer, Ben put his arm around my chair and said, "Almost a year." I laughed, then realized he wasn't joking. "We are roommates," I said. Ben waved a hand. "Roommates, dating, basically the same thing. We live together, eat together, split toilet paper." His coworker smiled like we were cute, and Ben leaned in. "Relax, it makes me look stable." That was when I decided to become the most stable thing in his life. The next morning, I started dating him exactly the way he had defined it. I put a chore chart on the fridge with both our names under rent, groceries, emotional labor, and toilet paper. Ben stared at it while the toaster smoked behind him. "What is this?" I tapped the chart. "Roommates, dating, basically the same thing, right?" He ripped it down. I laminated the next one. When his friends came over, I answered in his hoodie, handed out sparkling water, and said, "Ben's been so much better since we started communicating." From the kitchen, he yelled, "We are not communicating." I smiled. "See? Growth takes time." Then I put a sticky note on his protein powder that said, "Babe, we need to talk about your macros." He found it in front of his gym friends and went silent while one of them whispered, "Damn, she tracks your macros?" That Friday, I saw him at a restaurant holding another woman's hand. He went white. I walked over calmly and squeezed into the booth beside him. The woman blinked. "Can we help you?" I looked at Ben. "Babe, you told me you were working late." Ben looked like a trapped animal. "She's my roommate." I gasped loud enough for 3 tables to turn. "Roommate? Is that what we're calling almost a year now?" The woman pulled her hand back. Ben whispered, "Please stop." I batted my eyes and put on my most innocent smile. "Stop being your girlfriend?" Ben snapped. "We are not dating. I only told people that because it sounded better than saying I live with a woman who won't sleep with me." The whole restaurant heard it. His date grabbed her purse and stormed out. I put my hand on his shoulder. "You're acting really unstable right now." A man in a hoodie sat down across from me on the subway and stared right at me. I was traveling with a cardboard box full of my belongings because I'd just been laid off and was trying not to cry, but he kept glancing my way like he was about to make my day even worse. It made me feel uneasy because every time I looked up, he'd drop his eyes down towards his lap like he didn't want me to notice. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I smiled when I saw it was my boyfriend, but his text said, "I can't do our relationship anymore. I'm sorry." I read it 3 times, and the tears I'd been holding back started rolling down my face. 3 years gone over a text. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man look up at me again. But before I could even wipe my face, a younger kid darted past me and snatched my wallet right out of my box. He bolted off the train as the doors closed behind him, and I just sat there there, my lip quivering as I stared at the empty spot where my wallet had been. I'd just lost all the cash I had left. The man across from me kept looking. That's when my stop came up on the announcement. But the thought of walking into my empty apartment with this box, no wallet, and no boyfriend kept me frozen in my seat. The doors opened and closed without me, leaving just me and the man in the hoodie on the train. Immediately, he stood up. I tried not to pay attention to him, but he grabbed his backpack and started walking toward me. I tensed up, gripping my box, certain he would try take something too. He stopped in front of me and asked, "Sorry, ma'am, what's your name?" My hands were shaking, but I answered, "Augusta," in trembling voice. He unzipped his bag and pulled out a piece of paper. "Well, Augusta, I drew you." He showed me the pencil drawing of me sitting on the train holding the box. My jaw dropped, as every detail, down to the way the light caught my face through the window, was perfect. I looked up at him, and the words came out before I could stop them. "This drawing just helped me more than you know. Can we grab a coffee?" He smiled and blushed, and I knew at least tonight I wouldn't be alone. I almost dropped my laptop when my history teacher cut me off mid-sentence to laugh in my face and call my presentation pathetic. The whole class went quiet. I closed my laptop slowly, and Mom's sticky note was still stuck to the lid. "You'll do great, kiddo." I walked back to my desk and cracked the laptop open under the table just enough to hit record. Mr. Grigg crossed his arms. "Giving up, I see. Who's next on the chopping block?" He called Maya up, and her voice cracked on her first slide. Mr. Grigg pointed at the door. "Go cry in the hallway until you can stop acting like a baby." Maya walked out and didn't come back. I balled my fist and texted every kid in the class. By the end of the night, we had a plan. By Monday, his lesson was the Ottoman Empire, and every kid had a library book open and a question memorized. He walked in and didn't even notice. The first hand went up. "Mr. Grigg, what role did the Devshirme system play in building the Janissary Corps?" His marker froze on the whiteboard. "The Janissaries were, very important soldiers. We'll come back to it." Another hand was already up before he finished. "Mr. Grigg, why did Suleiman the Magnificent's legal code shape the empire for centuries?" He tapped his marker against the whiteboard 3 times. "Good question. We'll get there." Then Maya's hand went up, and she wasn't crying anymore. "Mr. Grigg, can you tell us about the failed sieges of Vienna and how they contributed to the rise of Turkey?" His mouth opened, and nothing came out. He stepped back and bumped the whiteboard. Then he saw Maya's library book open on her desk. He stormed over, yanked it off, and held it over his head. "What is this?" He pointed at the kid behind her. "You too?" He spun around, face dark red. "You little brats dare to ambush me?" The classroom door swung open, and the principal stepped in, holding a coffee. "Mr. Grigg, I heard you down the hallway. What is going on?" Mr. Grigg spun around, chest heaving, Maya's book in his fist. "Sir, these kids ambushed me. Come on, no one can know everything." I opened my laptop and hit play. Mr. Grigg's own voice played. "Who's next on the chopping block?" Then again, over Maya's crying. "Go cry in the hallway until you can stop acting like a baby." The principal didn't even ask what happened. "Pack up your things, Mr. Grigg. You're done." Mr. Grigg held up the book like evidence. "Sir, I can explain." The principal stepped aside and held the door open. "Now." Mr. Grigg dropped the book on the floor and walked out without another word. Maya picked her book up off the floor and set it back on her desk. I closed my laptop and ran my thumb over Mom's sticky note. "Yeah, Mom, I did. I got my dad anxiety tablets to keep him calm because recently he'd been checking the blinds at night, locking doors multiple times, and repeating that someone was coming to get us. The pills were there to prevent him from becoming too paranoid, but one day he found my bedroom window open and got angry at me. He yelled, "What did I tell you about keeping it locked?" and nailed it shut with wooden boards. He started walking around the house with his gun, so I decided to slip an anxiety tablet into his drink to calm him down. But when he took a sip, he started having a seizure. I panicked and immediately called an ambulance. It arrived 2 minutes later and loaded my dad while he was foaming and blue in the face. I climbed in and we took off, but when I looked around the ambulance, I noticed it didn't have any official markings on the walls, and when we rounded the corner, I saw a second ambulance through the window pulling up to our house. That one had the official markings. If that was the real ambulance, then who were we currently riding with? I was walking back to my car after dinner when 2 men blocked my path. "Give us your purse and we'll go easy on you, sweetheart." One of them grabbed my bag and the other got behind me, so I had nowhere to go. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I was trying to figure out how I was going to get out of this when the bar door across the street burst open and a drag queen in a floor-length silver gown, 6-inch platform boots, and enough glitter on her face to be seen from space came out. She crossed the street without slowing down and planted herself between me and the 2 men. "Drop her bag right now." The men laughed right in her face. Then the bar door opened again, then again, then again. 6 more drag queens came out in full costumes, including feather boas and rhinestones, and lined up behind her without being asked. One of them cracked her knuckles loudly, and another folded her arms and looked the men up and down like she was unimpressed by what she saw. One of the men laughed. "What exactly do you fruitcakes think you're going to do?" The queen in the silver gown smiled. "Honey, we perform 8 shows a week in these heels. I'm sure we can take y'all down in them." The man took a step back. "There are only 2 of us, and look how many of you there are. That isn't fair." The queen tilted her head. "You 2 ganged up on an innocent woman while she was alone. Was that fair?" I had to hide my smile. The one who'd grabbed my bag stopped laughing and lunged at me with his free hand, and my heart shot back into my throat. Before he could reach me, the queen in the silver gown and the one beside her ran forward at the same time, chest bumping both of the men so hard they slammed back on the pavement. They started shaking as they looked up at the row of drag queens glaring down at them. Then they scrambled away. The woman in the silver gown picked up my bag and handed it to me. "You okay?" I nodded nodded, and she jerked her thumb toward the bar. Come watch our drag show. First drinks on us, sweetheart. I was sitting in front of a swinging pocket watch, waiting for my boy best friend to hypnotize me. I'm going to count down from 10, and when I get to 0, you'll be put in a trance you won't be able to escape, and I'll make sure you finally quit biting your nails. Trust me, it's just like when you have a vivid dream. I smiled and focused on the black and white spinning spiral behind him as he finished the countdown. 3, 2, 1. I instantly entered the trance, and in my mind, I was in a white room where I could see another version of me. From the outside, I could hear his voice. Inside your mind, you'll see the version of you that is undergoing the effects of hypnosis. Let's get started. I took a deep breath, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. From now on, whenever you'd reach to bite your nails, you'll reach for me instead. When I looked at the other version of myself in my mind, she had her arms wrapped around another version of Owen. He was trying to make me fall in love with him. I started running around the white room, but I couldn't escape. The stopwatch kept ticking. Instead of being addicted to biting your nails, you will be addicted to kissing me. Nothing else will ever calm you down again. You will be obsessed with me. I forced myself out of my mind, and my eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for anything that could help. Owen kept speaking, when you wake up, you'll love me more than anyone in this world. But that's when I noticed a mirror below the spiral screen. I knew from years of having vivid dreams that if you stared into a mirror, you'd see something inaccurate in your reflection, and it would force you to wake up. I stared into the mirror, hoping it would force me out of the hypnosis. The girl in the reflection had perfect nails, which were extremely inaccurate because mine were chewed raw to the skin, the way they'd always been. Suddenly, I jolted and stood up. Snap. I was awake. Owen froze and looked like he'd been caught by a shark. What the? I instantly grabbed the stopwatch and threw it to the floor. He fell to his knees. Jackie, listen to me. I can explain. I grabbed the stopwatch from the floor and started swinging it, taunting him. You will shut up. He was so shocked he didn't say anything, and that's when I slapped him. You wanted me to never stop thinking about you? Well, guess what? You're going to think about this for the rest of your life. I won't think about you once. He got so nervous he started biting his nails, and I forced his head towards the spinning screen. See if you can hypnotize yourself into having Riz instead of being a desperate virgin. My husband took one bite of the chicken I'd spent 3 hours cooking and said, this bird died embarrassed. He set his fork down, wiped his mouth like he tasted poison, and reached for the little notebook he used to carry into restaurants before he lost his job as a food critic. Texture, confused, sauce, tired, plating, desperate. Our 8-year-old pushed her own plate away. Dad, can you please just eat dinner? Dave tapped the notebook with his pen. Standards matter. The problem was, he barely ate anymore. Every meal ended the same way. One bite, one insult, plate pushed away. By spring, his wedding ring slid around his finger, and he had to grip the stair rail halfway up. When he collapsed beside the refrigerator, the kids started crying before I even called 911. The hospital got fluids into him, but the second we got home, he sniffed my soup and said, I can't lower my standards just because my body is dramatic. I was out of ideas until my coworker said, put cheap food on fancy plates. Men believe garnish. That night, I bought a burger, threw away the wrapper, dragged sauce across our wedding china, and called it a private pop-up downtown. He finished the whole thing. Simple, honest, almost rustic. The next morning, I plated a breakfast sandwich as a modern diner trial, but Dave asked for the chef's name. I said, Luca. At lunch, chicken nuggets became southern tasting bites, and our son almost said, those are from the drive-thru, before I kicked his chair under the table. By Friday, Taco Bell was experimental fusion, and Dave wanted addresses, menus, opening dates. His cheeks filled out, but my lie kept getting harder to carry. At my family barbecue, he set a foil-wrapped, limited-run, flame-grilled entree on the picnic table and announced, everyone needs to taste this before the chef goes public. My brother took one bite and froze with sauce on his thumb. This is Burger King. Dave laughed. No, it's from an underground concept kitchen. My chest tightened. I set my fork down. Dave, it's Burger King. The yard went quiet. For 2 months, I've been plating fast food because it was the only thing you'd eat. Dave held the burger with both hands like it might disappear. He took another bite, slower this time, and his eyes filled. I called this better than Switzerland. I smiled through my own tears. Does this mean we can eat at Applebee's now? He wiped his mouth. Let's not punish recovery. I was making out in the car with my boyfriend when my dad opened the door and yanked me out. What do you think you're doing? Inside now. I started walking to the front door while my dad screamed at Jesse. I better never see your face around here again. Jesse apologized and drove off. I kept my head down and walked inside, knowing there was nothing I could do. My mom was at the front door with her hand out. Phone. You're grounded, young lady. I handed my phone over to her and went straight to my room. Within minutes, my dad walked in and sat down next to me on the bed. He grabbed both of my hands and told me I was just 15. I was too young for a boyfriend, and he wouldn't allow me to see him again. I hugged him tight. You're right, Dad. I lied, knowing there was nothing that would keep me from seeing Jesse. 2 weeks later, my parents volunteered me to babysit for their friends to keep my mind off boys. I read the twins a dragon book and had them asleep by 8:25. At 8:30, Jesse pulled up out front, and I slipped out the side door and into his car. The Maloneys came home to a spotless kitchen and 2 sleeping kids. The next morning, my mom told me the Maloneys had been bragging about me at brunch. My dad squeezed the back of my neck. We're proud of you, kiddo. The next week, I was in Jesse's car when headlights swept across the windshield. I dove into Jesse's lap. My phone buzzed on the dashboard. Dad. Hey, sweetie. Everything okay? I pressed myself flat against the door. Yeah, just upstairs putting the boys down. Proud of you, sweetie. His headlights pulled away. We started waiting until 9:15. By week 4, Jesse was parking around the corner. By week 5, the Maloneys came over with wine to tell my parents I was the best sitter they'd had. My mom cried a little. I felt awful for about 90 seconds, and then it was Saturday again. It was 9:45, and I was crawling crawling into Jesse's back seat when my phone lit up. 2 rings, then I picked up. "Hey, sweetie, I'm on the porch. Where are you?" Jesse mouthed, "Go," as I opened the car door. I sprinted across 2 front yards in my socks. "I'm just reading to the boys. Please don't wake them." I slipped through the side door just as I heard him open the front door. I kicked my wet socks behind the trash can. "Be right there, Dad." I walked into the entryway barefoot. My dad was pacing in front of the staircase with his hands in his pockets. "Your mom and I were talking last night. We were so worried we'd lost you to that boy. And look at you now." He stopped pacing and looked right at me. "The Maloneys asked if you could sit Wednesday and Thursday nights too. We told them yes." He kissed my head and told me he loved me. I watched his taillights disappear before I texted Jesse the all clear. They volunteered me to babysit to keep my mind off boys. Now I had 3 nights a week to kiss one. The waiter secretly handed me a menu with a note taped to the inside. "If the man you're with is your husband, I need to talk to you. This is urgent." My heart dropped with fear. What was going on? I looked up at the waiter who was smiling and acting completely normal. What did he know about my husband? I turned to my husband and tried my best not to sound nervous. I'm going to go look at the desserts up front." He looked a little suspicious, but nodded and said, "Okay." I got up and followed the waiter over to the dessert display, and I had no idea what to expect. The waiter started pointing at the cheesecakes, pretending he was explaining the menu while he warned me, "You need to listen to me. I've seen your husband here before." I felt my stomach tighten. "What do you mean?" "He's been here multiple times, with multiple different women." I couldn't believe it. Was he cheating? How many women? "At least 4 that I've seen." He paused, "But that's not why I wrote the note. It's worse. Every woman I've seen him bring here has gone missing. I see their faces on the news weeks later." My whole body went cold. What the hell was going on? He said, "I called the police when I saw him walk in tonight because I suspected him, and the police said he's the primary suspect for the woman's disappearances. They've been looking for him." I stared at him. "Is this real?" He didn't say anything, just pointed at the window. I turned to see and saw cop cars were pulling up in the parking lot. My knees buckled and I had to grab the counter to steady myself. The waiter smiled at me. "Go back to the table. Act like everything is normal." My mind was spinning because it felt like some sick joke. I walked back shaking and sat back down. My husband's smile faded. "You look pale." He pushed my glass toward me. "You haven't touched your drink yet." I picked up the glass, but right before I could bring it to my lips, the front door swung open. Cops rushed in and circled my husband. I gasped with shock. "Hands on the table now!" My husband's eyes widened and he tried to run. The officer tackled him, searched his pockets and pulled out a small vial. The cop pulled me aside. "This is the same substance he used on the other women. He'd take them on dates, drug their drinks, and they were never seen again. He already put it in your glass tonight. You were his next target." I couldn't breathe. The cop said, "If that waiter hadn't called us, you wouldn't have made it home tonight." My boyfriend Lauren pulled my new dress out of my hands and threw it in the trash. "You can't wear something like that out. You want every man in the room staring at you?" I changed without saying anything because I had learned not to argue. He spent an hour getting ready, carefully putting his hair that he had been growing for 3 years in a stupid man bun and shaping his eyebrows in the mirror. He loved being noticed, and he could not stand when anyone noticed me. We walked into the party and everything was fine until a family friend put his hand on my arm and said, "You look absolutely beautiful tonight." Lauren smiled at him, but his hand squeezed my arm. "We need to talk when we get home." I knew I was in for it then. As soon as we got home, he dragged me to the bathroom, pinned me to the floor, and started shaving my head. "Now men will stop looking at you." When I started crying, he laughed. "God, you're so ugly when you cry." He finished, walked out, and fell asleep on the couch with one arm behind his head like nothing had happened. I sat on the bathroom floor and slid my hand over my head. Just skin. Something in me snapped. I picked up my phone, sent my best friend Elena a photo, and typed one line. "He's going to pay for this." She wrote back in seconds. "Stay there." She arrived a few minutes later, and I let her in without making a sound. She reached into her bag and handed me a pair of clippers. I nodded. She jumped on him without hesitating, pinning his legs and locking both his wrists in one motion. His eyes flew open. He saw the clippers in my hand and screamed, "Don't you dare touch my hair. I have an interview in the morning." But I turned the clippers on anyway. "You are nothing without me," he said. "Nobody is going to want you looking like this." I held his eyes and started with the man bun. He thrashed and Elena held firm. "The interview," he said, his voice going small. "I need that job." The eyebrows went next. He went completely still, the kind of still that comes when someone finally realizes nobody in the room is afraid of them anymore. I dropped the clippers on his chest. "We're done. I don't want to be with someone who looks like that." Elena got off him and I stopped at the door. "At least now it's not your business if men stare in my direction." We walked out, but he didn't follow because the first thing he did was run to the mirror. I slid the check across the kitchen table and told my brother it was his, and he slid it right back like it was on fire. "Keep it, kid. That's yours." I pushed it toward him again. "Eli, take it." He stood up, walked to the sink, and started rinsing his coffee mug like the conversation was over. "I practiced this moment in the bathroom mirror for a week. You know that? You raised me since I was 8, and now you're washing a mug to dodge $240? He shrugged without turning around. "Don't need it." So I folded the check into a paper airplane and threw it at the back of his head. It bounced off and landed in the dish rack. He turned around, picked it up, and set it on the counter. "I'm not taking your money." So I grabbed it, marched into the living room, and stuffed it into the front pocket of his work jacket hanging by the door. He followed me, pulled it out, and pressed it flat into my palm. "Save it. Buy yourself something nice." So I waited until he sat down to watch the game, walked over over and dropped it directly into his open beer. He fished it out, dripping. "You're being ridiculous." So I called the pizza place we'd ordered from every Friday since I was 9. "Yeah, large pepperoni. I'm paying with a soggy check made out to my brother." He grabbed the phone out of my hand and hung up. "Gracie, stop." I was crying and laughing at the same time. "Then take the check, Eli, please." He went quiet. Then he picked up the wet check, walked to the fridge, and stuck it under the magnet shaped like a slice of pizza. "Fine, I'll cash it Monday." I hugged him so hard he grunted. "You've been paying for me my whole life. It's my turn now, and this is just the first one." He kept his hand on the back of my head for a long moment, but then he slid the check off the fridge and tucked it into his wallet, right behind a picture of me at 8 years old. My dad canceled my 10th birthday party 30 minutes before it started. I'd spent months saving my allowance so I could put the deposit down on the bowling alley. I spent weeks making custom gift bags, and Dad drove me to everyone's house to hand deliver the invitations. On the morning of my birthday, he even woke me up with birthday balloons and breakfast in bed. I snatched the fresh orange juice, and he smiled watching me eat his pancakes. "You make me the luckiest person in the world. I can't wait for your birthday party, sweetheart." At 2 p.m., we got in the car, and Dad put the gift bags in the back seat while grinning. I buckled my seatbelt, thinking this was about to be the best day of my life. I only got to turn 10 once. We started driving and sang along to the birthday playlist I made, and I kept texting my friends, "See you soon," when suddenly Dad stopped singing. His face went pale, and he looked at me in the rearview mirror. "The party's canceled, kid." I thought he was joking, but when I saw his jaw was clenched, my heart broke into pieces. We drove by the bowling alley turnoff, and I realized he was actually serious. My birthday was off. I started crying, "Why, Daddy?" But he wouldn't answer, and just tightened his jaw harder, tears rolling down his face. We pulled into the gas station, and Dad got outside and immediately put the phone to his ear. I watched through the windshield, feeling my heart shatter as his mouth moved. He got back in the car, but wouldn't tell me anything. I sat there clutching the gift bags I'd made and looking at the time. I'd be throwing strikes with my friends right now. Dad started driving again and took us to my best friend's house across town. He said, "There's your party, kid. This is the best I could do." I could hear him trying to hold back tears. I didn't understand what he meant, but then all my friends jumped out. There was a mountain of my favorite pizza in the backyard with cake and a bouncy castle. A smile crept across my face because my party was back on, and I gave out the handmade gift bags, all while Dad looked at me with this sad smile. It wasn't the bowling alley, but it was still a great birthday. After it, me and Dad drove home in silence. He usually told me everything, but when I asked, "Why did you cancel the bowling alley?" he gripped the steering wheel tighter and wouldn't say a word. That night, he tucked me into bed and promised me and him could go bowling tomorrow, but at a different alley. I nodded, and he teared up and left the room. But then I pulled out my phone to scroll and immediately saw the news report. A worker at the bowling alley we'd been going to found bombs inside the bathroom stalls. They were set to blow at 3:30, right as I was about to throw the strikes I'd been looking forward to. I realized that's why Dad canceled my birthday party. He was saving my life. My dad sat me down at the kitchen table when I was 10 and slid a flash drive across to me. "I've been diagnosed with cancer, and I'm not going to be here much longer." He had recorded a birthday video for every year until I turned 30 and put them on the flash drive so he could still be there after he was gone. He hugged me for a long time, then pulled back. "You're going to live with your grandma now because I want you to remember me as healthy and strong." He dropped me off, and I cried for weeks. I never saw him again, but every birthday I sat with my grandma and watched his video, and it felt like he was still with me. Then, on my 27th birthday, my grandma refused to press play. "I can't let you watch another one of these stupid videos. You deserve to know the truth." She told me my dad never had cancer. He said raising you alone was too hard, so he made up the whole thing so you wouldn't try to stop him from leaving you with me. I shook my head. "You're lying." She picked up her phone and called a number, putting it on speakerphone. It went to voicemail, and my dad's voice came through the line. It was older than the voice in the videos, but I would know it anywhere. I started to cry, and my grandma put her hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. I have his address if you want it, but I don't know what you'll find." I got her to give me the address and drove there that afternoon. A woman answered who knew exactly who I was before I said a word. "You're not welcome here." I begged her to let me speak to him for 5 minutes. "Get off my property or I'm calling the police." I was walking back to my car when headlights swept across the driveway. My dad pulled in, saw me standing there, and reversed hard into the street. I got in my car and followed him. He ran a red light and swerved into a parking lot, and I pulled in right behind him and blocked his exit. I walked up to the window and he cracked it, but he wouldn't look at me. "I was not a good enough father. I'm sorry." I laughed. "You weren't a father at all." I reversed out and left him sitting there. Then I drove home and deleted every single video one by one. "Hey, Mom." An 8-year-old boy I'd never seen was shivering on my doorstep. His lips were turning purple from the cold. I wasn't his mom, but he was freezing, so I brought him inside and wrapped him in a blanket. "Honey, I don't think I'm your mom." He grinned like I had a terrible memory. "It's me, Dylan. You always say that, Mom. So what's for dinner?" I made him meatloaf, and he ate like he hadn't seen food in days. I stepped outside and called a social worker. They said they'd send someone in the morning. I told Dylan he could stay the night until we figured things out and set up the couch. That night, Dylan came into the kitchen and asked for a napkin. I handed him one, and he grabbed a pen off the counter. He didn't look at me while he wrote. He slid it across the table. My dad put me up to this. He makes me come in win and steal from people who feel sorry for me. I stared at the words. He pulled the napkin back and kept writing. He put a listening device under my shirt. He can hear everything we say right now. I reached for the pen. Can I call the police? He wrote back fast. If he sees cops show up, he'll kill you. He was 8 years old and his hands were shaking. Show me. He pulled his collar down and a small black device was taped to his chest. I peeled it off without making a sound and set it on the counter, still running. I put my finger to my lips and pointed to the garage. Get in the back seat and duck down. He climbed in without a word. I opened the garage and backed onto the street. In my rearview mirror, a large man kicked my front door off its hinges. I floored it. Within 30 seconds, he was right behind us. He pulled alongside me, screaming, "Pull over," and a few things I can't repeat. I stared straight ahead. He slammed his car into mine and we hit the guardrail. The engine was dead and smoke poured from the hood. I grabbed Dylan's hand and we ran with his dad right behind us. We ran through the trees and hit a clearing. The lights of a police station glowed at the end of the block. We made it to the front door and I reached for the handle. A hand grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. His dad, fist raised. Got you. Two officers burst through the door and had him on the ground before his arm came down. Dylan wrapped both arms around my waist. An officer knelt in front of him. "You're safe now. Is this your mom?" Dylan looked up at me and squeezed my hand. "Yeah, that's my mom." On my first shift at the psych ward, my manager walked me outside a white padded room and pointed through the glass to a man in a straitjacket. "You're assigned to take care of him. You'll be safe as long as you don't loosen his straps." Behind the glass, he looked completely still, and I couldn't understand what he'd done to deserve this. I stepped inside, and the second my manager was gone, he spoke, soft and even. "There's been a mistake. I'm not supposed to be here." His eyes were filled with tears, and he started explaining what happened, like he'd thought about it 1,000 times before. I've always had really bad anxiety, and one day, 3 years ago, I had a panic attack at work. Someone tried to help, and I accidentally hit her in the leg. It was a misunderstanding, but they threw me in here. He shifted his arms while wincing, and I checked his fingers on the back and saw they were blue from being tied for so long. "How long since you were unrestrained?" He paused. "I think it's been around 4 weeks." My heart ached, and when I saw the security guard outside with his back turned to the window, I moved my fingers to his chest strap and put my fingers in between the rope ties. I was just going to loosen the tie for him for a minute so he could breathe. Suddenly, the man who'd been crying and shaking was now perfectly still. A small, patient smile filled his face, like he'd been waiting 3 years for someone to do exactly what I'd just done. I completely froze with shock, and he stroked my cheek. "Thank you, darling," but touching my face was his mistake. I grabbed the loose strap and wrenched it tight, trapping his arm before he could pull it the rest of the way free. His smile dropped, and I turned to him. "Nice try, but I actually paid attention in all the training classes. Don't underestimate me again, darling." I was stalking my crush on Instagram when my best friend grabbed my phone and liked his photo from 2014. I whipped around to her, but she just grinned at me, thumb still going, liking every post one after another, eyes locked on mine and never breaking away. "What the hell are you doing?" I grabbed for the phone, but she leaned back, still tapping. My entire body clenched. "I've liked him for 2 years. This is the closest we've ever gotten to talking, and now he's gonna think I'm a freak. Why are you doing this?" She finally stopped and looked at me. "Calm. I have to tell you something. You're not gonna want to hear it, and it's gonna be harsh." She paused to double tap more of his posts. "I like him too, and I already know he's gonna choose me over you, so I'm just making the rejection faster. Now it's less painful for you. You're welcome." I couldn't breathe. "You're psycho. You have a freaking boyfriend." She shrugged like that meant nothing, and she was just about to like his story highlights when suddenly my phone buzzed in her hand. It was him. "Did you just like all my posts?" I lunged for it, but she snatched it back and typed right in front of me. "Yeah, I'm obsessed with you. I'm like Freaky Nikki." By the time he replied, tears were streaming down my face because my best friend was ruining my chances with a guy for no reason. She pointed at me and laughed, and we both read his message at the same time. "I like that you're forward. I'm the same way. Let me take you out sometime." She'd been trying to make me look pathetic, and she just won me the date. Her smile dropped. My son tried to scam an old man out of his wife's cancer money. I drove Rory to his 9th garage sale this week, and his eyes immediately locked onto the painting on the old man's table. "Mom, that's a Chagall. It's worth $100,000. He tapped the man's shoulder. "How much for the painting?" The man gripped the table with shaky hands. "I'm not sure. My wife has cancer. I'll take what you give me. How much do you think it's worth?" I stood there observing as Rory froze and his lip trembled. "I think it's $20. He pulled a 20 from his pocket. I felt my legs give out, but then the man crossed his arms. "The hesitation in your voice shows me there's something you're not telling me. Is it really worth 20? Rory gulped. "Okay, I'll do 35. But the old man leaned over his desk. "Nope, I want 100. Rory put his wallet away. "I'm not giving you 100. The old man shrugged and went back to sorting his table. Rory's face tensed and he pulled the cash back out, crumpling it in his hands. "I'll give you 50. 75, the man replied. 55. I watched them negotiate and couldn't make sense of it. If the painting was really worth 100 grand, why was Rory not just buying it? I pulled him away. "Are you sure it's worth 100,000? "Yes, Mom. We're gonna be rich, but I need to maximize profit margins." He went back and they shook hands on 60. Rory pressed it into the man's trembling hands and lifted the painting off the table. "Thank you. This will go a long way for my life." The man turned his back and Rory instantly smirked like he'd just gotten away with murder. I couldn't move. My son just scammed a man out of the money that could have saved his wife's life, and he was proud of it. I told him to wait by the car and walked back to the table. "Sir, I'm so sorry, I can't let you do this. That painting is actually a," but he started laughing before I could finish. "It's not a Chagall." He clutched his stomach. "I painted it myself 10 years ago. My wife made me hang it in the living room and I've hated it every day since." He folded the $60 into his shirt pocket and patted it. "Can't believe someone finally paid me for it." I looked back at the car. Rory had the painting propped up in the passenger seat, grinning at it like it was already cash in his hands. On my first shift as a waitress, a woman sat down at my table, snapped her fingers, clapped twice, and said, "Water now, and make it quick." I thought it was rude, but before I could even turn for the kitchen, another waitress was already there filling her glass. "I'm so sorry she's new here." The woman sipped and said, "Took you long enough," while I stood, gripping my notepad in confusion. I decided to just leave it, but when I brought her the medium rare steak just like she asked, she took one bite and spit it back on the plate. "Tell the chef to do it again." She pointed her manicured nail towards the kitchen. I grabbed the plate hard with my jaw clenched because what was her attitude problem? But when the head chef saw it, he gripped his chef's hat like he just heard World War III was starting and rushed through the doors to personally apologize. It felt dystopian watching everyone bow to this woman. And when I asked the manager, "Why is everyone kneeling to her like she's Joan of Arc?" he replied, "Just do as she says," with a pale and terrified face. I grabbed her plate and brought it out, but as I went to turn away, she swung her arm and knocked the plate into my uniform. That's for setting it down too aggressively. I stood there with peppercorn sauce dripping into my pants and loudly told this bitch, "Get out." Immediately, the waitress at a nearby table froze like I'd committed murder, and before the woman even opened her mouth, my manager rushed over. "I'm so sorry, ma'am. We promise we'll make this right." He began calling the chef, but I interrupted. "Are you crazy? She threw food at me. She's leaving." That's when the woman stood up laughing. "Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of this restaurant's owner." I stared at her blankly. "That's it? That's all you are and you're acting like this?" Her face twisted and she pulled out her phone while I turned around asking my coworkers if they've had surgeries to get their backbones removed. Suddenly, the doors opened and the owner walked in and asked what happened. She was rude to me. He stared at the sauce on my pants. "So you threw food at her? I told you to stop doing this." She groaned. "Yeah, whatever. Just fire her." But the dad cut her off. "I'm banning you from the restaurant. If you don't leave within 10 seconds, I'm calling the cops for trespassing." Her face drained of color and she flailed her arms in the air. "I mean it. Now leave before I disown you too." She turned around and stormed out. Then he turned to the manager. "Can you please tell me why out of my entire staff, the new girl is the only one with a backbone?" I stood there smiling with potatoes still on my apron. I left my doctor appointment card on the counter, and when my boyfriend Charles saw it, he asked me why I was cheating on him. I laughed because I thought he was joking, but his face stayed completely serious. "It's a routine checkup. Every woman has to go once a year to get tested for cancer." He asked if the doctor was male, and when I said yes, he threw the card across the counter. "So, you think it's okay to let another man put his hands on you?" I was so shocked by his accusation that I jumped. "Babe, it could save my life. Plus, male doctors are always a little fruity anyway." He rolled his eyes. "Sounds like something a cheater would say. Call them and cancel every appointment you have with that pervert." I told him I couldn't because they found something that needed follow-up treatment, and I thought he'd finally give up on his stupid argument. But instead, he started panicking and pacing around the room. "How convenient. Now you suddenly have a medical emergency." He pulled out his phone and started scrolling. "There are female doctors who do this. You're switching today or we are done." I took out my phone and showed him a photo of my doctor's LinkedIn. It was him and his husband. "Look, I'm 100% sure he's not into me. I'm in the middle of treatment. I can't just switch. I don't care about your treatment. Do you have any idea how disrespected I feel?" I buried my face in my hands and sighed. I never thought my husband would be so unreasonable. So I finally told him the truth. "The reason I need the follow-up is because I have cervical cancer." I was so upset that tears started streaming down my face. "I don't know how long I have left to live." He stared at me and didn't even care. "So, you should have thought about that before you cheated on me." I asked if he was serious. "Dead serious. If you had found a female doctor from the start, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Actions have consequences." I stared at him. I grabbed my phone and keys. "We're done. If you think a doctor's appointment is cheating, you're going to die alone." He snatched my phone out of my hand. "You're not going anywhere. I'm calling your little doctor boyfriend right now, and he's going to confess about your affair." I tried to grab it back, but he was already scrolling through my recent calls. My doctor picked up on the second ring. "Oh, I'm so glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. We got your blood work back, and I need to discuss something serious." I scratched my head because I didn't know what he was talking about, and Charles smirked at me like he was about to win. "Go ahead, doc. Tell us everything." "We found an STD in your results. Given your medical history, this would have been transmitted from a partner. You need to come in so we can discuss treatment, and you'll need to notify your partner." The smirk slid off Charles's face. "But I've never been with anyone else other than my husband." "If you're telling the truth, then unfortunately, this means your husband may have been seeing other people." Charles's knees began to wobble. No. Everything clicked. He'd been projecting the whole time. For 10 years, my mom made us disappear every time someone knocked on the door. I was 17 when I finally opened it. Every knock, mom hissed, "Vanish," and we had 20 seconds. My sister and I tore through the house, cutting every lamp and the TV while a woman called through the mail slot. "Margaret, I know you're in there, Margaret." We'd drop flat until mom's low whistle meant all clear. Then she'd give us a salute. "The CIA wishes they had us." For a long time, I believed her. Then I started keeping a list of the things that didn't line up. When I was 9, mom told us a sick woman from her old job had latched onto our family. Vanishing was how we stayed safe. It made me proud, like we were always one step ahead of her. her. By 11, the woman outside was saying something about an account, about 1994, about money owed. I whispered, "Is she trying to rob us?" Mom's hand shot over my mouth, her eyes flicking to the door. At 13, I snuck to the window while Mom wasn't looking and parted the blinds. A gray-haired woman in a knit vest, glasses hanging off a beaded chain. "That's the stalker?" The voice outside getting more annoyed. "I just need a minute of your time. It's about the book, Margaret. I can see the car in the driveway. I know you're there." I was 17 when the knock came again. "Margaret, it's been 30 years. Mom hissed, "Vanish," and bolted for the back room. I didn't move. "I'm done with this." I opened the door. The woman was holding a crumpled slip of paper. "Oh, hello. Is your mom around? I'm with the public library. Your mother borrowed a book back in 1994 and never brought it back. The fine comes to $3.60. I took the slip. Mom's name at the top. Below it, the title, Savage Surrender. I dropped it on the counter. Dad took one look and lost it, wheezing into his sleeve. Mom crept out, read it, went straight to the bookshelf, slid out a paperback with a shirtless man clutching a swooning woman on the cover, killed every light in the room, and dropped behind the couch. She whispered, "Tell her Margaret moved away."